And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Markus. Brian Murphy and Markus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
I'm just laughing here because I was just thinking, Marcus, I'm nostalgic for the days when our biggest concern was a Tyler Fitzgerald bunt. I'm missing those days, buddy, because last night our concerns got a lot bigger because happy Thursday morning, everybody, except for the Giants, who got walloped last night, 13-2. We wake up bruised, battered, beaten, discouraged. What else you got? Disheveled, unkempt. I'm just throwing out every adjective I can. Good morning, Marcus.
Well, good morning, Murph. Let me ask you about the nostalgia of the Giants being back under 500.
We're back, baby.
Does that make you feel better?
Back where
it's familiar territory.
You know, baby, back where we belong. You know, home sweet home.
That's it.
Home sweet home, Marcus. Oh, man. Once again, I want to just emphasize to everybody who thinks that I am a cooler, yes. The answer is yes, because my wheels landed from Alaska Airlines at SFO on Sunday morning. Giants are 0-4 since that exact
They
moment.
haven't won a single game. And now because I decided to stand with Murph and because he took off 2 weeks of vacation, I took a week and a half off. Now Giants fans are coming at me on Twitter saying, Waterboy, you're part of the cooler also.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what about the Giants sweeping the Colorado Rockies as soon as Murph left and I was out here driving the show?
You get no credit for that.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're losing games. Me and you are back, and the Giants are back below 500.
Come on in. The water's fine.
The water's cold in the cooler.
Oh, man. Robbie Ray, bro.
Oh,
Robbie
man.
Ray. Here's the stat. Here's the stat. In that little brief outing there, 2/3 of an inning, one ball in play. There was one ball in play, and it landed in the water, by the way. And I'm not talking about a foul ball down the way. I'm talking about McCovey Cove. Good old-fashioned. Only the second all year. It's been a while. I mean, this has been a light year for splash hits.
You're right about
Somebody
that.
bring back Barry Bonds, please. Where's Bonds when you need him?
I think Bonds could probably put on a jersey right now and step in as the DH as the Giants.
Without question. By the way, just a fun digression. If anybody missed it, Giants lost 13-2 last night to the Braves in a game in which Mike Yastrzemski pitched the ninth inning. How about that? Out there tossing 50 mile an hour. And I read, I confess, I turned it off at that point.
Oh, I can confess, Murph. I walked out of the building by that point. I
Fist in
left
the air.
yesterday. I was like, I'm gone.
You're like, I'm out.
I stayed for 7 innings. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? I'm torturing myself.
Marcus put his fist in the air, said, no justice, no peace, no wins, no peace.
That's
and
it.
walked
I'm out of here.
Yeah, he was walked out, man. The ball that landed in McCovey Cove, Michael Harris, the second or third? What is he? The second or the third?
Second, I believe.
He's got some sort of Roman numeral after his name.
But
I
then
know
also,
that.
like, if you're the second, are you just a junior?
Dude, welcome. For 40 years, that's been my beef. Somebody's like, yeah, I'm the second. I'm like, aren't you a junior? It was John Gruden, I think, who named his kid John the Second. I'm like, bro, isn't that a junior?
Yeah.
So anyway, I digress.
Yeah, sorry.
Robbie Ray hit the first 2 batters. Mm-hmm. You're in the park. How's that looking when he drills the first 2
when
guys?
Jorge Soler takes one off the kneecap.
And by the way, Jorge Soler had to exit the game with hamstring tightness.
Well, he got hit a couple times yesterday, and then, had a couple issues. But that first inning was disastrous. Whether it was the hit by pitch, the couple walks he threw in there, and then to your point,
3 walks,
Michael
buddy. 3.
Harris Jr. hits a grand slam. It was the first hit of the game he allowed.
By the way,
They scored 5 runs on 1 hit.
couple things. One, Michael Harris, the second junior, had just come off a 60-day disabled list, I think. Or
Welcome back, Junior.
Okay, that was his first swing. Way to go, June. And second of all, as I mentioned, the only ball in play off of the Robbie Ray where he hit 2 guys, walked 3, walked in a run, only got through 2/3 of an inning. Absolute nuclear meltdown, 3 Mile Island disaster. Young Tony, you don't know 3 Mile Island, do you? Does he know it? Yeah.
Ooh.
By the way, that's not a very good what did young Tony learn today. Hey, let's all celebrate 3 Mile Island. Yeah. But here's one little interesting detail I read is that I was reading the MLB.com story, and Michael Harris said, you know, how excited he was to hit this grand slam. He'd never hit a grand slam before. It's his first ever. And he goes, yeah, I tried to get the ball back, but the guy wouldn't give it to me.
Oh.
It was McCovey Cove Dave.
Yeah, he ain't giving up that ball.
McCovey, I saw he was one of the few kayaks out there, and seemed pretty pumped that he had that. And come on, shouldn't McCovey Cove Dave give that ball to Michael Harris?
I mean, you would think that his collection is big enough now where he can spare a ball if needed to, but McCovey Cove Dave probably has like a shrine in his closet or in his garage somewhere of every single splash hit he's ever caught. I don't think he's giving those up.
What's he going to do with it? Just put it in the garage?
He's going to brag about it.
Okay.
I mean, what are we talking about? It's a guy that has his own name on his T-shirt
does
and a
have his own name.
kayak. He's got to have a claim to fame. It is.
Should you walk around with a big orange shirt that says Morning Marcus? One of those?
Well, no.
Because he has it just says McCovey Cove Dave on his back.
I mean, I do have a Bobby Boucher Waterboy jersey that I could wear every once in a while, but no, I don't have McCovey Cove
Orange
Marcus
shirt,
right in the
big
shirt.
black print, Morning Murph.
Maybe we should do that. We should have like a bit where I put Morning Show Marcus on my shirt. We get me out there on a kayak, and I go head-to-head with McCovey Cove
That would be
Dave.
pretty good, actually.
That'd be a good
See,
bit.
now we're doing radio bits. Now we're doing old-fashioned.
We got the water boy in the water.
That's what we're talking about. Radio bits. I love it.
And that's the cool thing, too. With the cove going all the way down, damn near like 2 blocks away from where I live, I can just take the kayak all the way home.
You hop in and kayak home, kayak up. Dude, McCovey Cove Dave will be chilling, and all of a sudden you come from under the Lefty O'Doul Bridge, and it's like, dun, 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 here it comes.
You thought Mark the Shark was competition. Wait till the water boy gets on the water.
So John Joe Curley was asking, is this the bottom of the barrel for the Farhan Zaidi era? And I said to him, no. That's my answer. Now, you guys can answer differently. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Because you know why it's not? Because we've had so many other bottoms of the barrel. Let's not forget how low we've been. In fact, the last day I did before the long vacation was a pretty bottom of the barrel moment. They were 6 games under, and Nick Ahmed had just driven a dagger into the season.
We were saying that the season was over when Nick Ahmed went deep.
And by the way, we might have been right.
Yeah, I mean, we're not
right,
Nostradamus out here predicting the future or anything, but since then, they did play better over that stretch of baseball.
Yeah,
we
but
talked
where are they
about
now?
all the bad teams they played, and then they faced a team like the Braves. And to their credit, they were competitive in the first 2 games of the series, lost back-to-back games in extra innings, but now they're on the verge of being swept if Logan Webb doesn't save the day today. It's just been bad baseball the last 3 days, and it feels worse coming off the series, coming off the 12-4 span in our absence.
Like we say, Nick Ahmed ended the season. They're 61 and 62, guys. And by the way, Max Fried going for the Braves today.
Yeah, that's a
He's
hell
no
of a
bargain.
pitching matchup.
Yeah, he's no bargain.
He's one of the
Fried
best
against
in
Webb.
baseball.
12:45.
Yeah.
So 11:45 pregame, and we'll be down there.
Yeah.
To relish in the festivities.
Yeah, to go check out the bottom of the barrel. But I don't know. It felt like we were in the bottom of the barrel last year when Gabe Kapler got fired when they collapsed down the second half of the season.
That's why my answer to John Joe was no. There's been so many bottom of the barrel moments. This one's like low mid barrel because they can actually get back to 500 today. You know, I'm not saying they will, but the first 2, to your point, the first 2 were competitive Monday, Tuesday. Last night was one of those ones you got to be kidding me. By the way, the Braves hit 4 homers last night. We are still actively seeking. We're a professional radio sports organization. We do not have the information. Have the Giants hit 4 homers in a home game this year?
It's a great question.
The Giants hit 4 homers in a home game this year. And by the way, how do you find that info? Is there a way to... Are you one of those guys who can navigate Baseball Reference?
No, I do not
Those
have
search windows.
Like I'm a stat muse guy.
Yeah.
We've been through this before. Like I just like to simply type in the question and let Stat Muse do the work for me. I'm not doing like hours of research, diving through fan graphs and Baseball Reference. But I went on Stat Muse this morning, and they don't have data for stadiums yet. They're not that advanced in their AI, I guess.
I just asked Google, and says, well, have the Giants hit... no, it just doesn't give it to me.
808 KNBR. We need a research team.
By the way, you know why Google's not working? See, that guy got in trouble for saying Google's falling behind because guys are working from home. How about that? See, that's a big controversy. Some guy used to run Google was doing a symposium at Stanford, and he said they're losing in the AI race because too many people are working from home, to which one of the workers in the back stood up and said, I strenuously disagree, and my name is... Creative Tony Ryan. All right. Thank you very much. So, just had to get that riff off, guys. Sorry.
It's a good riff.
Hey, and just on top of everything else, Marco Luciano got sent down.
Oh, great. Let's dive into that.
I mean, welcome Grant McCray. Nice kid, but tiny kid. That's the one thing that struck me. He's tiny. He looked like a young Tony at the plate.
Tiny guy, but some
yeah.
sneaky pops and sneaky power. I saw him a lot down in San Jose.
You did? What'd you think?
Oh, he was a 20-20 guy down in San Jose. 20 bombs, 20 stolen bags. He's got a nice little power speed combo, good contact hitter. Interesting to see what he can do. I mean, he reminds me a little bit of like a guy like Wade Meckler, to be honest with you.
Yeah. By the way, so you call up a defensive center field. It wasn't Luis Matos. Why didn't they call him up?
It's a great question.
I mean, I'm not no shade on McCray. His dad was very happy last night. There was a lot of TV shots of him. His first at bat, that kid was so overwhelmed. My God. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. He was terrified. His at bats improved as the evening went on. Hit a fly ball to the warning track later in the game, but still, welcome Grant McCray. Another one of these prospects. You mentioned Meckler. I mentioned Matos. They got all these guys just kind of bubbling around. Casey Schmidt, Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald, who goes yard again last night.
Another one.
This kid's unbelievable. But there's just no cohesive message here. So, is it the bottom of the barrel? I don't know. It ain't good. I'll just tell you that. They're 61 and 62. And again, if you thought, I go back to that quote from Blake Snell on Monday when he's like, yeah, we're going to make the playoffs. He goes, the fans believe it. And I said Tuesday morning, I said, do they? Do they really? I mean, let's be honest. I go back to the trade deadline, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't like it. I thought it wasn't happening. I thought we could get some assets for Blake Snell. Farhan chose otherwise. And I'm beginning to start to think, just throwing this out there, just rolling this ball out there. I know we got a break. I've said to you, Greg Johnson will not make a move on Farhan. That's just my conviction that if the Giants miss the playoffs, and I fully expect them to miss the playoffs, that he won't make a move. Last night got my brain thinking, like, if there's like a fan revolt, that might change things. But attendance has been pretty decent.
Yeah, attendance has been good, but the fans have Farhan fatigue.
Yes.
Whether it's not trading Blake Snell at the trade deadline or his comments about how the Giants have the best rotation in baseball, and then Robbie Ray goes out last night and does that.
Let's flatly state, they do not have the best rotation in baseball, all right? Do they have the best rotation in the division? I'm not even sure about that, buddy. We'll do some decent deep
Let me
dive
think
on
about that for a second.
All right,
Dodgers are banged up.
49ers play Sunday. Steve Kerr came on KNBR yesterday, first time since Paris. So we do have some fun stuff to talk about, and we'll get the guest list from Tony next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is really the bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the barrel.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi and Kyle Shanahan are both set to join Tobin and Copes this afternoon. What a guest list. Farhan will join the show at 4:50. Kyle will follow at 5:30 this evening, and you can hear both interviews on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Markus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
1-2 pitch. Look out, and that hit another one. That was a fastball that came way inside. Well, 2 straight hitters he's gotten 2 strikes against, and then hit them both. 3-2 pitch. And he walks in a run. Fastball is too high. Soler comes around to score. 1 strike offering. A smash to right field deep, and that's going to be a grand slam, and it is going into San Francisco Bay. That's the first hit of the inning.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I felt really good warming up before the game, and just came out the first inning and was just a little off. That was one of those ones where it's, kind of an anomaly, because I felt so good, and the results weren't there at all. So just move past it and look forward to the next one.
Oh, here's the problem, Robbie Ray. We thought you were ready for this. We thought we got a guy for that. We thought it was you, but it wasn't. Song's been in my head. Song's been in my head.
We got a guy for that.
It hit yesterday on the radio, and it has been in my dome for 24 hours. I walked through the bullpen singing it. And young Tony's now just lodging it in my head now for the next 2 days.
Well, this is great because we were talking about yesterday, like the heckling of a fan when someone drives one deep to the warning track and a guy makes a catch and they always yell, "We got a guy for that." Well, it turns out the Giants got a guy for the Braves. It's McCovey Cove Dave catching the home run, the grand slam, I should say, from Michael Harris II.
We have McCovey Cove Dave Mafia out defending him on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
I know, I got to be careful. Next thing I know, my kayak's going to have like holes in it. I'm going to be sinking to the bottom of the cove.
Don't mess with McCovey Cove Dave and his Mafia.
He's swimming with the fishes.
They said that it's his first career splash hit grand slam, so he treasures it too.
Yeah, but it was also Michael Harris's first career grand slam and also a splash hit.
So anyway, McCovey Cove Dave is like, I was like, he's a player. Well, it's my first grand slam. I'm keeping it. It's like, yo, dude, you're in a kayak. The other guy's in the show. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe he'll come to today and give it to Michael Harris. Would you, by the way? I remember this big controversy back in 1998 when McGuire broke Roger Maris's record, which was a big, obviously, gigantic deal. What is young Tony? Say good morning to young Tony. Good morning, young Tone. How are you?
Good morning.
And thanks for that tune. Is that also in your dome? Also?
Dude, huge hit. And by the way, new Post album coming out in like 14 hours.
By the way, somebody showed me a hit from his Outside Lands, and when he was doing all the country, were the fans baffled/disappointed when he was doing it?
He played a lot of covers.
I know, but were you guys upset about this?
No, I mean, it was a country set. It was,
you knew that going.
advertised.
You knew that. Oh,
and they advertised it as Post Malone doing a
I
special
thought you guys all
country
showed
set.
up looking. You wanted White Iverson, and you weren't. And you're like, what the hell? You start throwing your beer bottle.
Yeah,
at
where's
the stage.
congratulations at Post?
Exactly. So, so new album dropping. We'll be playing more tomorrow, I guess. That's what we'll be doing. But anyway, where were we on? Oh, do you know about the 1998 Sosa McGuire race? Are you familiar with this
Yes.
kid? Okay.
Yeah.
The young Tony doesn't need to learn that today. But I remember the controversy was McGuire, his 62nd homer was, because Maris had 61. My brain now, because Bonds has 73. And the fan who caught it, I think, gave it back to McGuire. And I remember John Wilner, who's a great college football, basketball writer for the Mercury News, and he's fantastic. We've had him on the show. And I remember he was at Niner practice that day for some reason. He was filling in. He wasn't usually the Niner guy. And he's like, that guy is the dumbest person in America. And I was like, no, man. He's like, no, you have an asset. You maximize your asset. Me, I was like, bro, that ball doesn't belong to him. Give the ball back to McGuire. Give it to baseball history. We had a big old spat right there. So where do you come down on that?
I wouldn't give the ball back. I would sell the ball back. Like, you'd have to rip that ball out of my cold, dead hands. Like, I get it if it's a guy like first career hit or home run, you get like an autographed bat or something. But if we're talking about a milestone. A record-breaking home run, no, I'm keeping that ball and getting every last penny that I can.
And you would do that for McGuire or for just put it up for auction? Or
for anybody. I don't care who the hell hits the home run.
Yeah.
I'm taking that ball. I'm going straight to eBay. I'm hosting an auction. I'm getting every single cent for that ball.
And me, I'm giving it back to the game, to the country. Of course, don't forget, I'm the guy who sold a TV for $5. Not exactly the hardest negotiator in the world. But anyway, so McCovey Cove Dave has. This is more fun than talking about the Giants. I'll tell you that.
It is for sure.
McCovey Cove Dave having Michael Harris's grand slam ball. But anyway, you heard Robbie Ray, and dude, let's just talk about it for just a second. I mean, so his last 2 outings were pretty good. I wrote him down here. He last time you saw him was against Detroit. He went 6 innings and 2 earnings and a win. Okay, so that was good.
Yeah, it's the Tigers.
Prior to that, it was in Cincinnati, and he went 5 innings, 2 earnings. So his last 2 outings, the Giants had won the games. He had gone at least 5. He had minimized damage.
Yeah, but even in those games, it felt like he was kind of effectively wild.
Okay.
Like, he hasn't been locked in on the strike zone. And yesterday, he was not effective. He was just wild, which is why he ran into so many problems in the first inning with all those free 90s that he was giving away.
So it was very reminiscent of his first inning in Dodger Stadium when he came off the DL after 13 months and hadn't pitched.
Yeah, but he actually settled in after that.
I remember sending out a tweet saying he's spraying balls all over Chavez Ravine, man. And then he settled in incredibly well, which makes me ask you, were you surprised that Melvin went and got him?
No, not after 39 pitches in the first inning, a guy coming off of his second Tommy John surgery.
Okay.
Like, there's a point where you can't leave him out there to die, so I'm fine with him getting
I was
pulled.
wondering if he just needed him to eat innings. You know, go ahead and give me 80, give me 90.
It's tough to ask that from a guy who is returning from injury.
Well, Melvin addressed that, actually, after the game. Young Tone, it was about he couldn't let him cut L. Why did he go get him in the first inning?
Coming off a long time off, and you're going to have some tough ones. I couldn't let him go any more than that. I couldn't let him throw over 40 pitches with what he's been through, but sometimes there's going to be some soft spots, and today it was more about his command. The velo was down a little bit. As the inning went along, it picked up some, but yeah.
Yeah. So let's be honest now. We were just saying this best rotation in baseball thing. When Farhan said it, it was, it's one of the more bold statements he's made. It's also a false statement. It's not the best rotation in baseball. We were saying even in their own division, the Padres might have a better division with Dylan Cease and Joe Musgrove and Yu Darvish, but he's banged up.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
banged up right now. And then you even look at the D-backs with Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen and Brandon Pfaadt. Tony's boy out of Kentucky, he's been great this season. I mean, the Dodgers have a good rotation too. I know Yamamoto's on the IL right now. But I think in Farhan's case, he said those comments after Robbie Ray's first or second start, where everybody's like, oh, Robbie Ray's back in Cy Young form. And then you pair a Robbie Ray with Logan Webb and Blake Snell. And with the way that Blake Snell's been pitching recently, when you have the top 2 guys who finished 1 and 2 last year in the National League Cy Young, you start looking at maybe the best 1-2 combo in baseball, and that would put you in the conversation for having one of the best rotations in baseball. But there's still a lot of questions on the back end with Kyle Harrison's velocity dip, with Hayden Birdsong
no fifth,
getting a book being out there on him now. So it's not the best rotation by any means.
1-2. Basically, he has among the best 1-2 punches in baseball, and that's it.
I'd agree
you talk
with that.
rotation. I mean, even with Robbie Ray, God bless him. I mean, he won the Cy Young in 2021, but since then, I mean, he went 12-12 with a 3.71 in 2022, pitched 189 innings. It's nice, real nice, but not the best in baseball. And then he goes on the IL with Tommy John. So that's a dramatic statement by Farhan to say he had the best rotation in baseball. You have a good rotation. You have a rotation that theoretically gives you a chance every night, and you would think Robbie Ray gives you a chance. Those last 2 outings, even though he was effectively wild, he gave you a chance to win, and they did win on August 4th in Cincy and August 9th in Detroit. So here we go again. Now tonight, Logan Webb, this afternoon, day game. See you out there. By the way, somebody texted in and said they saw you at the game last night, Marcus.
Oh, what's up? That might be my guy, Troy. We hung out for a couple innings, watched the game yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were both at the game solo.
Strangers,
Yeah, exactly. We were just at the game. Hey, what's up, man? Waterboy, can I sit down for a couple innings?
God, that's a bold move now to let a guy sit down.
Yeah, it's true. But he was in the demo. He's around my age.
In the demo, that's key.
He's from the South Bay, so we sat down.
Did you ask him if he had a meter?
I should have. I should have snuck one in his pocket.
So the other thing I would say, too, guys, is that the Robbie Ray situation is one where I'm not even sure going forward what you're going to get from him. You know, more Bob Melvin from last night about was the game over in the first inning. Cut M here. Mm-hmm.
I think it was more just about Robbie being, we want to make sure he's okay and healthy. So, he would have wanted to try to grind through it. But no, we come back and, Tyler hits a home run right away, and now it's all up 5-1. So, no, not at all, especially after the homer.
By the way, then they had the bases loaded. It was 6-1. They had the bases juiced and Matt Chapman up. And he actually stung the ball. Hit a ball hard on a line shot, but right to the right fielder. I mean, that was when I actually held out a little. I was like 6-1, third inning, bases juiced. If Chapman puts in the gap here, maybe we got a ball game. Mm-hmm. And instead he lined out.
Did you have any hope after Tyler Fitzgerald went deep on the first pitch of the game you saw?
I mean, I wouldn't say hope, but I would say, hey, it's the first inning. Let's see what happens.
A lot of baseball left.
Yeah,
and shout out to Tyler Fitz for being one of the hottest hitters on the damn planet, showing you why you probably shouldn't try to bunt with him in extra innings.
You are correct. And then Bob Melvin, just on the big picture about, listen, you got to win today, and then you start all over again here. Cut in.
Yeah, I mean, look, the first two obviously are real tough ones for us, but this team's had a way of bouncing back. Today we just got behind it early and, just gave up a bunch of runs. So it was, once you take some guys out of the game, it's a little bit settled for the outcome. But this is one we really need to come back and try to win. Tomorrow's, I don't want to say anything's a must game, but we need to get back to 500 tomorrow and then have an off day and regroup.
Yeah, I might call it a must. Yeah. At this point, as he said, ever since he said they're all important now, they've lost every one of them.
It's extremely important when the team's ahead of you in the standings for the wild card.
All right, guest list on a Thursday, 8/15/24, the mid-August, dog days of August 15. Young Tone, good morning. What you got, buddy?
All right, well, we have an incredible guest list to get you through your morning for Giants baseball. Tom Glavine is going to join the show at 6:50, the Hall of Famer.
That's outstanding. We booked him just because the Braves are in town, and it's cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Hall of
Coming
Fame
up here in about 20 minutes. Susan Slusser is going to be at 7:30. The Big Hit at 7:50. Cooler Content at 8:15. Matt Maiocco at 8:50. And then Tony Gemignani at 9:15 to promote the inaugural Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival in North Beach this weekend.
Wow. All right.
We're tossing some pies at 9:15.
I can't wait.
We think it's the inaugural.
I think it's actually happened. It's happened maybe one or two other times. Let's just go ahead and just say it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be sick.
Any way you like it. All right. All right. Hey, two things that we can talk about next segment. One, Mike Yastrzemski pitching. And two, Steve Kerr back from Paris talking on KNBR. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We feel like we have the best rotation in baseball.
Dub Nation. Murph and Markus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
For him to do that at 36 with the gold medal on the line, on the same floor as Kevin Durant and LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Devin Booker. I mean, these other icons of the league. Man, what a finish! And I think it'll be right up there, for Steph when he looks back at his career. Maybe it's the number one moment based on playing for his country, instead of just playing for his team.
Steve Kerr on KNBR yesterday. That's pretty cool, man. First time he's spoken really at length since the gold medal triumph in Paris last weekend, which still remains just an incredible memory and incredible moment for Steph Curry. It's interesting, there's enough people out there with microphones and takes that you've seen. And I think it was Mad Dog Russo, of all people, our buddy, who took an anti-USA basketball stance saying they should have won every game by more. This isn't a big deal, et cetera. I completely disagree. There's so much that goes into an Olympic showdown and matchup that creates tension and pressure, not to mention the fact that these guys don't play together. That's the number one thing, is they don't play together except for 3 to 4 weeks before this whole thing begins. And also, I got respect for the world. I do. I think there's great teams and great players out there. And then when competition begins, man, competition is competition, and there's great players going at it. So I would not diminish this in any way. That's my take.
Well, it sounds to me like maybe our guy Mad Dog had a few shekels on the spread. Maybe that's
16.
why. Maybe that's why he was upset.
It was 16.5, which I was shocked by. At least that's what I saw.
A big spread. But I've heard that argument a bunch. They should win more. But also, I'm not a huge fan of the argument of, Team USA doesn't play together. They have to have time to gel together. Because Anthony Davis and LeBron James are teammates. Steph Curry and Kevin Durant have played together before. These guys have played together in all-star games and stuff like that. It's not like the Joker's out playing Summer League with Serbia. It's not like Wemby's out playing basketball with France. So those teams, those countries have to deal with those issues also. I'm not a huge fan of that argument for Team USA.
Most of those teams, though, do play together more often than the Giants, than USA does. First of all, we don't send that team to the FIBA World Cup. They generally send the same teams to the FIBA World Cup.
It's a more familiar team, but I just these guys are so talented. They should figure out how to play together.
Right, and also maybe, unless these other guys are extremely talented too. Like you look at Canada's team. We talked about, is Canada's backcourt better than the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jamal Murray? Although Jamal Murray, I read John Hollinger said, did not have he's showing signs of decline, Jamal Murray. He's still banged up.
Uh-oh.
But anyway, in Australia with guys like Josh Giddey and there's really, really, really good NBA, almost all-star level players playing for these other teams, Jokic and Wemby and all that stuff. But so, and then you get into an arena in France where France is the home team, and there's apparently, just from all accounts, that Olympics was France just elevated during that Olympics. People just lost their minds, and human beings do incredible things when they're supported by spirit or particles, as we've called them through the years.
And think about the atmosphere and the vibe after the 2020/2021 Olympics out in Tokyo, where there were just no fans because of COVID. So having everybody back in the building, I think, added to that atmosphere. And then Steph Curry puts on one of the greatest stretches in Olympic history, and that just takes it to a whole new level.
So Kerr, I just want to get to Kerr. He came on. I think it's cool to hear from the guy who had to be on the sidelines, took some criticism, and had to win the gold. He only had one option, buddy. He only had one option. There was zero other options than a gold medal. So he talked about the pressure of the one game. Fitz talked about this too. These NBA guys are used to 7-game series too, unless you're talking play-in games, which we're a little too familiar with, by the way.
We've had a couple of
But
those.
anyway, Kerr talks about that one and done, the elimination pressure here.
In our coaches meetings, I told our coaches, if we played a best-of-7 series, nobody could touch us.
Yeah.
But one game, one 40-minute game, these teams are all really good. But, if it were a series, it wouldn't matter. Nobody would care if we lost one game, But because it's not a series, because it's a one-and-done 40-minute game, there's the dynamic that adds is it gives our opponents confidence because they know they just have to have one good game. And then, number two, it puts way more pressure on us because we know how fragile the whole thing is. So it's a really interesting dynamic and a scary one, and I'm really glad I'm never doing this again.
I think he said that very, very well. If you're France or Serbia or whoever, you have one game. Dude, shout out Kurt Russell. one game. The legendary scene in Miracle. We play them 10 times, maybe they beat us 9. Not tonight. Tonight, we skate with them, right? So that's the same kind of thing Kerr's talking about. That adds to why I would not diminish what Team USA and Steph did.
Yeah, they're always going to have the bullseyes on their back. And they're literally the best NBA players in the world.
How about Kerr going, that's why I'm never going to do this ever again?
I guess we can not count on Steve Kerr for the 2028 Olympics.
He was talking about, if we play him in a series, no way we lose. We play him in one game, we lose, we're out. Can you imagine if Draymond was on the team and they lost the semifinal to Serbia?
No, it's fine.
We're playing for bronze. It's fine. What are you guys talking about?
That was after game one. Young Tony, that was after they lost game one to the Celtics. At home?
No, it's fine.
We were like, whoa, what? You just lost game one at home to the Celtics. And
no, it's fine.
And he was like, no, it's no big deal. We destroyed him. Of course, spoiler alert, it was fine. They won the championship.
They ended up winning their 4th title. Yeah.
Now, Kerr talks about the Serbia game. We all talk about Curry against France. I think it kind of overshadows what the Serbia game, where they were down 17, dude. So here's Kerr's long answer about the Serbia near loss here.
Well, it was discouraging because we had made a really good run in the third quarter.
Yep.
And I thought played much better and, cut it to 6. I think we had an open 3 that would have cut it to 3 kind of midway through the third. And that would have felt totally different. Like, all right, we're right where we need to be. And somehow they, snuck it back to 13 at the end of the quarter.
Yep.
And it just didn't seem like the score reflected how we had just played in the quarter. And so definitely demoralizing, discouraging, but, the guys knew there was enough time to get back. And you're right. I mean, looking at Jokic across the way, that's a tough one. You're trying to make a comeback because that guy's so good. But, the whole theme all tournament was we're going to wear teams down with our depth and with our defense. And I think in a lot of ways we did wear Serbia down, but there needed to be a lot of heroics down the stretch, and our guys provided all of those. It was amazing to watch.
Super thrilling. I mean, you forget, we weren't on the air then, but KD hit the shot of that game.
I mean, Kevin Durant is pretty much regarded as the greatest Olympic basketball player of all time.
Not Melo?
He's got the most points. He broke Melo's record.
Oh, okay.
So he's now got the most points and most rebounds. Melo does have the most points ever scored in a game, 37. Steph almost broke that with 36 against Serbia. But yeah, this tournament, KD passed Melo in points and in rebounds.
Okay, KD. Is he coming back, by the way? Coming back maybe February, trade deadline?
Bring him back, KD.
Add some power.
Come back
Add some firepower. And then the big one. I was in Boston, man, and it was on the talk radio, and then we watched the local, because we watched you get back to your hotel room with the family on a family vacation, and the Olympics are on.
Oh.
Just put on the Olympics, kids, shut up, all right? We're going to pat it, and then mom and dad start pouring the wine. That's what we start doing.
Oh, 100%. The entire time I was in Tahoe, we didn't change the channel on the TV. It was on the Olympics the entire time.
As Candace said, perfect wallpaper for a summer vacation.
It's perfect. Like, you come back from the bar at like 3 in the morning.
And something's on.
There's like team handball in the middle of the night. It's like, ooh, now I don't want to go to sleep.
But anyway, so what happens is local NBC affiliates get huge boosts from this because you leave it on and it goes right into the local news from 11 to 11:30, and then it comes back to 11:30 with the late night with Maria Taylor, right, which I watch. But anyway, so we stumbled into the Boston local news, and they did a long segment on how pissed Boston was about the Jason Tatum thing. They were interviewing fans on the street. They're like, this guy better not show his face here. What's he doing? It's a disaster. Some people were like, I hope they lose, all this stuff. So Kerr on having to sit Tatum and Joel Embiid with Tolbert yesterday.
We talked about it. We have the elephant in the room is that every guy in here is going to go to the Hall of Fame someday, and so how do we figure out, how to play minutes, how to, put together combinations. And I said, I'm going to ask all of you to commit to just winning and to set everything else aside, all the usual NBA BS that, often comes from the outside noise, not from the players themselves. But the guys all handled it really well. Other players were really good about, supporting Jason and Joel. But these are guys who are world-class players, and nobody's used to seeing them playing few minutes. And so it's just a weird spectacle. And so I get it.
Okay, man. Kerr, hey, you got to give him credit, man. He put his cojones out there, said, this is what I'm going to do. You guys got to commit to it. If you don't play, all we care about is winning. Happiness begins where selfishness ends, but that's a tough thing to do when you're Jason Tatum and you're Joel Embiid That's a tough sit.
It is, but the bottom line is you're trying to win gold, so you have to kind of buy into Steve Kerr's plan, even if it does piss off a bunch of Boston fans.
What if the plan is you're sitting your A on the game? You're not playing in the game.
Well, it's too damn bad. They didn't lose a single game, so we can't say, oh, Steve Kerr blew it. Boston fans need to chill the hell out the way they're coming after Steve Kerr. Enjoy your title. Enjoy the gold medal. But what else do you expect, Murph, from fans that just made Jaron Duran have the most popular jersey in the MLB?
It's a true story.
Yeah, how about that?
True story.
Yeah,
That
Boston
is.
fans.
How about that? Yeah, here comes the Yankees, Red Sox.
Yeah,
There we go, man.
Bostonians. What
Anyway,
a surprise.
I know, right? Anyway, well, listen, guys, it was great to have Kerr on. We can revisit that later in the show, too. Cool that Tolbert has that relationship to get those awesome quotes, because that's a global story, man. That's a global story. Speaking of great guests, stay tuned in the afternoon. How about Farhan at 4:50, Kyle at 5:30? Boom, boom. There you go. Two of the biggest names in the Bay on KNBR this afternoon. And another big name, Tom Glavine, Hall of Famer. So I tell you that I was on some Twitter rabbit hole, and I saw Morgan Wallen has a song about the 98 Braves. It's a pretty cute little song because it's about how they didn't win it that year, and he didn't get the girl that year. And he's like, just like the 98 Braves, I didn't get a ring on my finger. It's kind of a cute little song there. The Braves, there's a video with the Braves all singing it with him. So Tom Glavine's in it, but it's kind of cool. Maybe we'll come back with it.
Is Bruce Bochy in the music video?
Yeah, because the Padres knocked him out.
Baby, 98.
In the song, Morgan Wallen name checks the Padres knocking him out. But anyway, point is that Tom Glavine with the Braves in town. Good booking by John Joe. We'll talk awesome baseball history and current baseball with Tom Glavine, Hall of Famer, next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Markus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, this is cool. This is that Morgan Wallen song we were talking about, 98 Braves, which we'll talk about with our next guest, Tom Glavine. After I remind you, the 49ers Season Pass giveaway contest today through next Friday. Again, you're going to call 415-896-KNBR when you hear the Tim Ryan special cue to call. And that's at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. hour, and you'll qualify to win 2 tickets to every Niners regular season home game. At the least, you're going to have a $50 gift card just for entering the drawing. So once again, 8 a.m. hour, 415-896-KNBR. What a treat. Our producer, John Curley, said, let's get a Braves great on, and he chased down Hall of Famer, 305 wins, and, of course, a member of this team that Morgan Wallen's singing about, the 98 Braves. So, Tom Glavine, it's a real pleasure to have you out here in San Francisco on the morning show of the Giants flagship KNBR. Brian Murphy, Markus Boucher, Murph, and Markus. How you doing, Tom?
Hey, morning, Tom.
Hey, good morning. I'm doing good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. I was thinking a couple things. I'm thinking San Francisco. I mean, you pitched when San Francisco was in the NL West. You probably know every nook and cranny of this. You guys were out here a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy to think back when I first broke in that, we were actually in the Western Division with L.A. and San Francisco, and making that trip out there a whole bunch of times every year. And, it was always interesting. It's it was always, I think you always looked, at least I did, I would always look at the schedule, and even when we were no longer in the West, like for the Braves right now, this is a perfect time to be in San Francisco because it's so hot in Atlanta on the East Coast. So to get out there to San Francisco and get a little break from the weather was always a welcome thing.
Yeah, and Tom, it's cool because this morning I was actually looking up some of your career numbers against the San Francisco Giants, and then I wanted to dive into the matchups between you and Barry Bonds. So if you can just talk to us about what it was like stepping into the box against Barry Bonds and actually having 10 strikeouts against him.
I don't even know what my numbers are against Barry. I know that at times they were good, and at times he got me, and I think that was, just kind of the nature of it. I mean, we faced each other so many times over the course of the years, and Barry obviously was that guy that you would look at when you were getting ready to play the Giants and try to identify him as a guy you didn't want to let beat you. And you do your best, obviously, to make that happen. It doesn't always work out that way. There are times where you don't have a choice but to pitch to him. But, I think Barry was obviously a great hitter, one of those guys that if he was swinging it, then, you felt pretty good about just keeping him in the ballpark. If you gave up a single or a double, okay, I'll give you that. Don't want to give up a home run. But then there were other times where, if he was a little struggling a little overly aggressive, you might go after him a little bit more, a little bit differently. But those are always the kind of matchups that bring the best out in you because, that's the best of who you're playing. So it always brings the best out in you.
Great to hear Tom Glavine hopping on. We have the Braves in town. We thought we'd talk a little Braves-Giants history and some current stuff, too, with Tom Glavine, the 305-win Hall of Famer, here on the UMA guest line on the Murph and Markus show. So, Tom, just a little bit about the current Braves. It's funny, Charlie Morton pitched Tuesday night, and we were commenting on the show. We said, wait a minute, this guy's 40 years old. And I looked it up. He broke in 20, I believe you guys played together? You and Charlie Morton played together, right?
Yeah, we had a little overlap there. 2008 was my last year back in Atlanta, and Charlie was just breaking in. So, and look, it's been fun to watch his progress. I mean, he was not the style of pitcher that he is now. He certainly went to Houston, I believe, is where it all kind of clicked for him. I mean, he did well when he went to Pittsburgh, but in Houston really learned, I think, dropped his arm angle a little bit, really added that power sinker and just that devastating breaking ball. And look, he's been fun to watch. I mean, to see him do his thing into his 40s speaks to Charlie and how hard he works. Unfortunately for you guys, you got to see the best of Charlie. He was pretty good that night. But, I think he's kind of going through what a lot of us pitchers went through at a little bit of a seasoned age, so to speak, is, you tend to have a little bit more of those ebbs and flows in your season where things are kind of up and down a little bit more. And, I think this year, Charlie, when he hasn't been good, it hasn't been good. But when he's been good, it's been really good.
Yeah, the Giants definitely saw the best of Charlie Morton earlier this week, and they also saw the best of Chris Sale. Him and Blake Snell set a record for the most strikeouts ever combined at Oracle Park. Just talk to us about how big of an addition Chris Sale has been to the rotation this season.
Well, he's been huge, and I think one of those, Alex Anthopoulos has done a really good job as the Braves GM as kind of doing those under the radar moves that at the time you don't think a lot about it, but then as you get into the season and these guys pan out, you see what great additions they are. I think of Chris Sale right now. Obviously, you look at Josh Donaldson a couple years ago when he signed the 1-year deal to play with the Braves and had a great year, and even the Lopez kid who's in their rotation but he's hurt right now was another under the radar thing. But look, when they got Chris Sale, I mean, obviously for me anyway, and I think for a lot of baseball fans, Braves fans, you knew the history of Chris Sale, the good and the bad, right? And the good, obviously, solid pitcher, really good pitcher, one of the best in the game when he's healthy, but health has always been a question. And I think, for the Braves part, they were willing to take a chance on Chris because if you look at his injuries, aside from having the Tommy John, a lot of the other stuff has kind of been non-pitching related. He had came back from Tommy John, broke his finger on a line drive that was hit back at him. I think he broke did something to his wrist in a non-baseball injury. So even though he's been hurt, it's really only been the Tommy John that he came back from. So I think it was worth a flyer for the Braves to see if they could get him healthy and get him through the year. And man, what an addition he's had. He's been unbelievable. I mean, the kind of guy that
at least I don't watch a ton of baseball on a nightly basis anymore, but when Chris is pitching, I try to watch just because you're going to see most nights you're going to see something really good. And again, you guys got to see it out there the other night.
Chris Sale, Charlie Morton, we're seeing all the good stuff, unfortunately. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And you're hearing the voice of Tom Glavine, the Hall of Famer, 305 wins, 2-time Cy Young Award winner and World Series MVP, who's kind enough to check in when we just want to talk a little Giants, Braves baseball and just baseball in general. It's funny, we talked about you coming out to San Francisco, enjoying the cool air. Also, I was thinking you span both parks. You're one of the few. You pitched at Candlestick Park. You've also pitched down here at Oracle Park, or what they used to call Pac Bell when you were playing. So, question, a difference. It's always considered to be a great pitching town. You love, that heavy sea air. Pitchers love that. Helps the ERA, helps keep the ball in the park. But for you, what was the substantive difference between pitching at Candlestick and pitching at Pac Bell?
I felt like Candlestick was maybe even a little bit more of a pitcher's park because I felt like that air over there was a little bit heavier, and the wind was a little bit more of a factor, particularly in day games. But I feel like the new ballpark certainly still a good pitcher's ballpark, particularly in that cool air, but also a lot more intimate. Candlestick was that prototypical multi-purpose stadium that there were so many of them in baseball at that time. In fact, I played in one in Atlanta in Fulton County Stadium, so it was not, there was not the intimacy that you have now in the new ballpark. Now, having said that, listen, you warm up in that visitor's bullpen and you're getting worn out by those fans. I can tell you that. So you didn't really have to deal with that too much in Candlestick, but a great ballpark for all the reasons, right? The quaintness of it, the aesthetics of it outside, the amenities for the players on the inside. Just a really good place. And again, on top of all that, it was a good place to pitch. So, but I think for me personally, I think Candlestick was probably a little bit better just because that air seemed to be a little bit heavier over there.
Now, Tom, there also is a third stadium in the Bay Area that you've pitched in before. That would be the Oakland Coliseum. And this weekend, it's the final Bay Bridge series between the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's. I would just love to get your thoughts on the Oakland A's leaving the city of Oakland and eventually playing their last games at the Coliseum this season.
Yeah, that whole situation seems to have been, I don't know. I hesitate to use the word mess, but I don't know what else to say. I think it would have been nice to see them find a way to stay in Oakland, but even given that, it's still the uncertainty of, for so long, okay, well, they're going to San Jose, are they going to Vegas, what are they doing? But listen, anytime I think you have a history with a team and a city and an area, it's always hard when that comes to an end, regardless of how good it is either for the organization or for baseball itself. It's going to be a sad day when there's no longer baseball at Oakland Coliseum. So whether that's, like I said, best for the A's or best for baseball or both, it's still a sad thing to see happen. I think you try to do everything you possibly can to avoid from having that happen, and sometimes it's just there's no avoiding it. It becomes inevitable. But it'll be a sad day when that last game is played there, regardless of what the future holds.
Another good one to pitch in too, right, Oakland?
Yeah, I never pitched there though. I went there in a couple times in interleague play, but I forgot to pitch there.
I thought maybe you got an interleague assignment because you played so long, and interleague ball came around in '97, but you never got the draw. A few more minutes here with Tom Glavine here as the Braves off to a phenomenal, a little too good of a start, 3 wins in a row over the Giants, and the Giants trying to scrape one out today with Logan Webb getting it done here. Just fun baseball history. We were talking about the Charlie Morton having played, because I looked back and saw that he played with you in 08. And then I thought, well, where did Tom Glavine start? You started in 1987. I looked at who was on the team when you played. You can play this kind of domino game of guys. And so I'm thinking with the two old heads when you were on the team, obviously Phil Niekro was 48. But I was surprised to see Greg Nettles, who I always associate with like the 77 Yankees, was on that 08 Braves team, 87 Braves team. Is that your memory, like the way the dominoes hit, and were those guys the ones who taught you the way, kind of?
Well, I'll even take it a step further than that, right? I had my left fielder was Ken Griffey Sr., and Ken Griffey Jr. was in the locker room all the time. So that'll tell you how long ago that was. But yeah, no, it's funny because look, when you get called up to the big leagues, right? You're going through that. Oh my God, it's a dream come true. I'm in the big leagues. That first year, not only dealing with guys on my own team, like, look, I grew up in Boston. I was a big Red Sox fan. I hated the Yankees. So to be on a team with Greg Nettles was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, he's my teammate now, so I got to kind of let that go. But then, like you said, Ken Griffey and Dale Murphy and Phil Niekro came back and ended his career as a Brave. I mean, all these guys that, I grew up watching on TV, and then every time I would pitch, there'd be somebody that got in the batter's box, a Mike Schmidt or Darryl Strawberry or these guys, and I'm like, 3 weeks ago I was watching these guys on TV, and now here I am pitching against these guys. So it's a lot of that, that you go through. But, yeah, I mean, being in Atlanta around those veteran guys, look, we weren't very good, obviously, at the time. But, the things I learned being around Dale Murphy or, like Bruce Benedict and Ted Simmons, catchers that taught me a lot about pitching and how to go about pitching and things like that. It was a lot of fun being around those guys because there was just so much knowledge. Like Greg Nettles was bar none, hands down, the best I've ever seen at sitting in the dugout and watching a game and having a pitcher's pitches within the first 2 innings of the game. He would have something on every guy that was out there. Hey, he's doing this or he's doing that. And it was just unbelievable. But those are the kinds of things that when you're sitting in the dugout not playing and you're around those guys, those are the kinds of things that you learn and look for during the course of a game, which was not the way my brain ever worked before that time. So it was really interesting.
That is cool. It's funny you mentioned Greg Nettles. So Bill the Spaceman Lee, who you probably idolized growing up, did you, in Boston?
A little bit. Yeah, he was a little bit too spacey, but I liked him.
Well, lefty for the Red Sox. He's from the Northern California area, so I've actually met him a few times. He's, as you know, he's so funny. He pulled out his wallet one time. He showed me. He goes, "You see what's in my wallet?" He goes, "I have a baseball card of Greg Nettles." He goes, "I hate Greg Nettles. We had the biggest fights of all time." He goes, "I keep this in my wallet so that every day he can kiss my ass," is what he said.
That sounds like Bill, for sure.
We can talk to you forever, Tom, just about baseball in general. I mean, hey, one of the last things just to ask you is just on the art of pitching. I mean, I looked it up. I think did you live at like 92, 93? Is that about your radar? Was that your fastball?
When I got to the big leagues, I was 90, 92 with a curveball. I really didn't have much of a changeup, but I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't throw enough strikes. And I think after my first full year in the big leagues, I lost 17 games, but I realized that, okay, when I had my A game, I pitched well and I could win. When I had a B game or a C game, I had no chance. And most of the A game to B game had everything to do with my command and particularly my fastball. So, I went home that next winter and all I did was worked on fastball command. And in the process, I learned how to take it down a notch so that every pitch wasn't max effort. And I learned how to pitch at 88 to 90. And when I wanted to go to 92, I could. But I didn't pitch. I learned how to not pitch at max effort and learn how to throw the ball where I want to and make it move and do some of those things. And then, about a year or so later, I developed my changeup and then everything kind of took off. But, I think that's my biggest rub with watching guys pitch today is that everything is max effort. And there's very little attention paid to, particularly with fastballs. There's very little attention paid to command and actually keeping the ball out of the middle of the plate. Everybody just tries to get away with velocity. If I throw it down the middle, then it's a 95. Hopefully they miss it, and that's just not a style of pitching that I generally love to watch.
That's what I was, going to get to, the velo, and you're just like, hey, I won 305. When you win 305, give me a call with your 99, right? I mean, it's like.
Well, you know what you're seeing more and more, right, of guys throwing particularly sliders or sweepers, whatever you want to call them now, when they're behind in the count. And to me, it's like, well, what good is 95 to 100 if you're not going to throw it when you're behind in the count? Yeah. You're going to throw all sliders. I mean, what difference does it make?
Your career spoke for itself. Last two to quick. I know you've been spending generous with your time. Number one, 1993. Tom, we're still not over it. 31 years. 31 years.
Hey, listen, you can blame Barry for that. That was Barry's fault.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, so we were at the All-Star game that year, and I think that was right around the time. I think it might have been when we traded for Freddie McGriff.
Yeah.
And when we got done with the All-Star game, there was a bunch of us Braves guys on the bus, and Barry got on the bus and made a comment like, hey, boys, too little, too late. You're not catching us. And the rest is history. So blame it on Barry.
I'd never heard that story. Now we know. He lit the fire. He lit the fire.
He did light the fire, yes.
So good. And then finally, just when it comes to San Francisco, just how many rounds of golf? You, Smoltzy, and Maddux at maybe Olympic Club, San Francisco. Like, this was your spot, wasn't it?
Oh, my God, yeah. Look, there was, we started playing a lot, obviously, when we got to the big leagues, and Smoltzy was the greatest at organizing golf trips. And I can promise you that as much as I would look at the schedule and look at San Francisco for what time of year we were going there, it was also the anticipation of where we were going to play golf. So whether it was Olympic Club, San Francisco Golf Club, Lake Merced, I mean, if we had an off day, you'd go down to Pebble Beach. So it was a well looked forward to golf trip.
You guys took a bite out of our best golf courses for sure. I know that. And how about your guy Smoltzy blowing up in the fuck? I mean, are you proud of him, seeing him in the booth out there?
He's done a good job for sure. I mean, listen, John always has had the gift of gab, and he's always been a very intelligent conversation. So I'm not super surprised that he's raised to the level that he is. But yeah, he does a good job. I enjoy watching him. And look, I know he'll complain to me, or not complain to me, I should say, vent every once in a while, because it's like, I try to do these series and everybody's always accusing me of being a homer, and I'm like, John, that's just the way it is. I said every time we watched the playoff series, we swore the guys that were announcing it didn't like us. I mean, that's just the way that it is. So you're not going to please everybody.
So good. Hey, with us, we could talk forever. You've been very generous. Just fun talking current baseball and historic baseball. And you're always somebody we salute for your incredible Hall of Fame career. So thanks for hopping on KNBR, Tom, and have a wonderful summer.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
All right, I enjoyed it. You guys have a great day.
There is Tom Glavine, 305 wins, Hall of Fame career. Good booking, John Joe. Good conversationalist.
I mean, after John Joe went over yesterday, booking Nada.
Coming back strong.
A great Hall of Fame guest this morning.
Coming back strong. I never heard that story about Bonds. I've heard them all, but I remember Dusty Baker said publicly, he said, it's my opinion, because the Braves got Fred McGriff. It was like, uh-oh. And I remember Dusty said publicly, it's my opinion they got him too late. But I didn't know Barry said it to the Braves at the All-Star game.
Barry went face-to-face saying it's a little too late.
Glavine just said flat out, blame Barry.
Blame Bonds.
Blame Bonds. Which, by the way,
KNBR.
Speaking of Bonds and the Braves, we have some cooler content. Bonds and the Braves teasing for next hour.
Good tease.
All right.
Look
So we can recap some of that stuff, what he had to say, too. But also, big news, Marco Luciano sent down. We got to react to that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, we love Bigelow tea. Come on, man. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. And one of the first things we do every day here, reach for the mug of English breakfast to get me going. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. We really do. We have them in the break room. It's perfect for someone who makes his living behind a microphone. Got to take care of the vocal cords. You want to know what keeps me going? Look no further than my cup of Bigelow tea next to me in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Markus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's always tough when we're talking about our belief in what we can do down the stretch. It's always tough to trade out of your major league clubhouse. But obviously bringing Mark in helps. Getting a chance to give Marco Luciano some at-bats is something we're all excited about. So I think it's a totally fair question, but again, it's part of the business, and I still think on the grand, in the big picture, guys are really happy here, really enjoy playing here, and that's, I think, a reputation we want to see continue.
A chance to give Luciano more at-bats, said Farhan Zaidi on July 30th. It's August 15th, and Marco Luciano just got sent back to AAA Sacramento.
Where you see?
More woes for the Giants where they just can't make the puzzle pieces fit. They lose again last night. And first of all, good morning, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed Tom Glavine. We did. Thought it was great. I forgot to ask about the 98 Braves song in the Morgan Wallen.
Oh.
Anyway, next time.
And I just had Young Tony rejoin with Award Tour by Tribe Called Quest, where Phife Dawg makes a reference to the Braves and the Yankees and their World Series battles in the late 90s.
He does? What's the lyric?
Coming with more hits than the Braves and the Yankees.
All right, very good. 98 Braves did not go to the World Series. Bruce Bochy's Padres beat them.
Mm-hmm.
And so Morgan Wallen compares it to losing a gal back then. But anyway, fun conversation with Tom spanning the current Braves. And but he mentioned Alex Anthopoulos picking up Chris Sale and Charlie Morton. And all I was thinking was, where's my Alex Anthopoulos? You know what I mean? I mean, listen, he's talking about these moves that the Braves are making that are hitting, right?
Yeah.
Traded for Matt Olson, right? Traded for Sean Murphy, right? What else do you want? Drafting and developing Austin Riley, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is how you do it, right? This is how you build it. Ronald Acuna.
I mean, think about the Braves a couple years ago winning a World Series without Ronald Acuna because Jorge Soler stepped up and was the MVP of the World Series, and Jock Peterson had a career year.
Adam Duvall.
Two guys who did not perform that well in San Francisco.
Adam Duvall.
Yeah.
I mean, on and on. Drafting and developing Spencer Strider, who's out right now, but still.
Max Fried is one of the best pitchers in baseball.
I mean,
he throws today against Webby.
Everything Alex Anthopoulos does just runs circles around Farhan Zaidi. I mean, Farhan Zaidi's in year 6, and as a buddy of mine was saying last night, he was texting me saying, what is this? He goes, it's year 4, year 6? He goes, I lose track. I said, it's year 6, but it feels like year 16. And the Giants lose last night 13-2 to the Braves. They go today at 12:45 trying to get back to 500. But I think this Luciano thing we got to talk about because it sort of symbolizes this sort of going in circles, going nowhere, this road to nowhere the Giants seem to be on with all these prospects. Now, no shade on Grant McCray, young man trying to make it. Congrats to him. Made it to the show. His dad was happy last night. He went 0 for 4, but, his at-bats improved as the night went on, and he can clearly run, no question. And you saw him. He can play some defense, too, right?
Yeah, I saw him down at San Jose. He was a 20-20 guy, has some pop, has some speed, can play a great defensive center field. And this isn't a segment to kind of trash on Grant McCray, but it's just interesting kind of the rotation of prospects that Farhan will call up and then send back down right away.
Wade Meckler last year. Now, I know Meckler got hurt this year, but he just kind of flared up and then, boom, he's gone.
Well, think about it, whether it's Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, Marcos Luciano.
Matos.
Yeah, where the hell is Luis Matos?
I mean, he was supposed to be featured, right? And now you're calling up Grant McCray ahead of him, and I mean, I'm confused, right?
I think everybody's confused, especially with Marco Luciano after we just heard the comments about trading Jorge Soler was an avenue to open up at-bats for Marco Luciano. So Marco Luciano had 21 at-bats before they sent him back down.
21 at-bats.
He had 6 starts.
Now, 4 for 21 with 9 strikeouts. Does that matter? I mean, you got to be a little more patient than that.
You
right?
have to be able to produce, but you have to be able to give your top prospects the opportunity. You look at a team like the Baltimore Orioles. They called up Jackson Holiday. Probably a little bit too early. He struggled. They sent him back down. He comes back up, and they give him an everyday chance to play. That's what you have to do with your top prospects. Let them sink or let them swim. We saw the same thing happen with a guy like Joey Bart, where I felt like the Giants botched his development. It feels like we're going down that same path with Marco Luciano.
You know, it's funny. When Farhan got hired, one of the things I read was that he's really good with prospects. He'll speed them up, and they'll give him a chance. But it's been the opposite. He's been a mishmash of bad timing and jerky yo-yo moves with all his prospects. So here's Bob Melvin last night. This was to the writers, so we don't have the actual audio. But they talked about, wait a minute, you just sent Luciano down 2 weeks after you said Farhan said he was trying to get at bats. So the two guys that they're playing ahead of him are Mark Canha, who, listen, not Bellarmine guy, Cal, all that great. There's really no need for Mark Canha to be on the roster, right? And then Gerard Encarnacion, who, whatever, former Marlin, Mexican League guy. Dude, so you're playing those. So here's the quote from Melvin. Quote, Encarnacion was swinging better at the time, and Canha got here too. He was a potential DH as well, so things can change in a hurry, Melvin said. This is in the Chronicle. And we're trying to run our best lineup out there and best complement on any given day. It was easier at that point in time to envision more at-bats for Luciano, but it dried up. Ooh. By the way, you hate to hear the dried up.
Yeah, it dried up quick.
Yeah. How was that segment? I don't know. It dried up.
It dried up. Ran out of content. Ran out of meat on the bone.
So again, you rocketed Encarnacion and Canha. So again, he said we're trying to run our best lineup out there every day. This is what I meant about the mishmash of messages at the trade deadline.
Well, that's the problem.
Traded Cobb and Soler, and I'm like, oh, so you're doing it, but then you bring in Canha to bump Luciano. The mishmash of mixed messages.
I mean, it's even worse than what we saw with the Warriors a couple years ago with the 2-timeline plan, because at least it felt like you knew what the plan was.
Well, at least in that timeline, you have Steph Curry on one of those timelines.
Exactly. You have other guys who can carry your roster. Yeah. So just tell us what the hell the plan is. Are you going to play your prospects, or are you going to try to make a wild card run? Because if you're trying to make this wild card run, you probably should have kept Jorge Soler.
Exactly. Or if you're not, then play Luciano. Mm-hmm. And he didn't either. He traded Soler, and he didn't play Luciano.
No.
So now Grant McCrae's up, and who knows how long he's going to stay. I mean, he doesn't have the feel of a guy. I don't think McCrae's manning center field from here until the last game of the season.
And it's the constant cycle of prospects. And we've talked to Susan Slusser about this before, who we'll talk to in a few minutes. And we've talked about the options that Farhan loves to use so much. And she usually tells us the messages, oh, don't worry about options. People don't run out of options. Guess what? This year, Joey Bart ran out of options. You ended up DFAing him and sent him to the Pittsburgh Pirates, where he's now hitting .273 with 11 bombs on the year with an .858 OPS.
I mean, I'll take it.
And look, let's be clear as day, because every time I bring up Joey Bart, someone's like, oh, Waterboy Patrick Bailey's a better catcher defensively. I'm like, yeah, no blank, Sherlock. Tell me something I don't know. Right. Patrick Bailey earned the right to be the catcher of this team. But to give up on the bat of Joey Bart and not even give him the opportunity at DH or even at first base because he was one of your biggest power prospects in your entire farm system, and just to DFA a first-round draft pick because you ran out of options because of the constant up and down, that's just bad development of your top prospects.
You are speaking truth, brother. 415 does say it's on Luciano for playing bad defense. Also, don't forget the no-hustle play.
Yeah, that's not a good look either.
Yeah, but we're not looking to send him down because of that. This same guy says, remember, they sent Fitz back down for getting picked off on that, too. So, 707 says, the Farhan merry-go-round continues for the past 6 years. It's a merry-go-round. It's what it is. But at least a merry-go-round's kind of fun. You know what I mean?
At least you're on a horse. You're having a good time.
It's insanity to get him out here. Somebody just wrote in on the text line and said, why did you trade Soler? It made no sense. This is 916. Why trade Soler? It made no sense.
Money.
And are we salary dumping now, bro? You're one of the top 10 whatever valued franchises in baseball. What are we doing here right now, too? 707 says, Farhan gaslights us. Dude, that's a phrase I always had trouble understanding. It just basically means lies. It means you tell you something that's not true. So he says, yeah, we're going to get Luciano more at-bats, and then we're going to send him down. I guess that's gaslighting.
Were we gaslit with him telling us the Giants had the best rotation in baseball?
Yes, dude, yes. And then also, I'm wondering, what role should Melvin have played Luciano more? And does this tell you that Melvin's not making the lineups? You know?
I mean, it's a fair question, but again, what's the development plan for Bob Melvin and his long-term plan? Like, it's a great thing that Tyler Fitzgerald looks like he's a dude at shortstop, and he's now around 175 at-bats, so he looks like he's the real deal. But you would think that you would try to find more avenues when your offense is struggling so much this season, whether it has runners in scoring positions or not.
Yeah, so that's the situation, guys. We wanted to address it. It's more confusion. It's more mixed messages. It's more mishmash. And next thing you know, you're in 10th place in the National League.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on. Other than that, have a great Thursday morning, everybody. And I'll be at the ball game today.
That's it. We'll be down there.
I'm getting a hot dog. Maybe I'll get an Augie's. Maybe I'll get a pastrami at whatchamacallit.
Go grab one of your $9 beers.
The Montreal.
Yeah, we got to check in with Lex.
Whatever happened to that?
Yeah, Lex told us they were going to get hot in the second half.
Well,
they did for a couple
they
games.
Did for a minute there, yeah. All right. Well, Susan Slusser will talk to us about the mishmash merry-go-round that is Farhan Zaidi's San Francisco Giants. But it is time to do that on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, bright and early on a Thursday, we have Steve Moskowitz on the line talking about what to do when you cannot pay your taxes. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. And what you do is you call us. You know, first of all, you may not even owe what the IRS says. The IRS sends out a tremendous amount of bills. A lot of them are just wrong. And that's especially true if you haven't filed a tax return, because the IRS makes one up for you. It's a punishment return. It's called an SFR, substitute for returns. A lot of times it's way more than you really owe. Or what if your taxes were caused by somebody else, like a former spouse or somebody in business, and it wasn't your fault? There's a way to shift the taxes away from you onto them. But suppose you really do owe the taxes. There's all kinds of deals to be made. Whether we can ask the government, let's just pay a small part and forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties, or getting you monthly payments that you can afford, not what the IRS agent says you can afford. And a lot of times there's a big difference of opinion there. I could go on and on and on, but the bottom line is, if you have a tax bill, call us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all this to you and a lot of other things we don't have enough time to talk about on air. And then if you want us to, we'll just go and do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is call us for our free consultation.
That's the deal. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Markus on KNBR. Now.
All right, let's talk Giants baseball with Susan Slusser, sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River with its lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start yours today at riverislands.com. Yes, Tony, what do you got, buddy? Thanks. Yeah, a little late on the... Look, you want to come on the mic right now and explain yourself, buddy?
Yeah, we were doing a couple things. I didn't have it loaded up.
Okay,
we had to wait
all
for some
right.
ads.
You want to say my bad right now on the air, buddy?
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, there you go. Now I feel better. All right. See, as long as we take responsibility. Bright and early, Susan, on a day game. Good morning, Susan. I want to come at you with some pleasantries and some nice morning greetings. But I loathe to tell you that Giants fans are furious this morning. So good morning, Susan.
Yeah, morning, Susan.
Yeah, the series hasn't gone quite as well as I think the Giants had hoped, wanted, needed. You know, you use the verb there.
Hope, want, need, desire. What do you require? I don't know. We can go on and on and on. But
yeah, and the first two games was, you look at it and you go like, wow, these teams look actually really evenly matched. This could potentially, down the line be a really good playoff series. And then last night it's going to happen with a guy coming back from Tommy John, right? I mean, they're not all going to be smooth sailing. Going to be some bumps. He was essentially baffled about what happened, and that's normal for a guy coming back from Tommy John. But timing is just very poor for this.
Yeah, it is really, really poor. Giants fall one game under 500. They can get back to 500 today, but it seems, again, Giants fans not too happy. They're 61-62. Okay, big picture, Susan. Like, do you still see this as a team? Like Blake Snell said Monday night after that great duel with Chris Sale, quote, I still believe we're going to the playoffs. I think the fans believe it. It was all sorts of optimism. For you, you've been around many press boxes and many clubs. Does this look like a playoff team to you?
At times, the pitching, I still think if they somehow make it, and I do think that they're capable of squeaking in, the pitching looks like one that could really be dangerous in a playoff situation. The offense is lacking. How long have we been saying they need a big bat? It's what they needed to do at the, you guys know I kept saying bye, and that's because they needed a big bat. Mark Canha is a wonderful guy. I've covered him with the A's, one of my favorite people I've covered, but they needed a bigger bat than I'm pro Mark Canha. But they needed another big bat, like a real big bat.
And at the trade deadline, they decided to ship out Jorge Soler, who was heated up a little bit with the Atlanta Braves. But a big reason why they made that move was because Farhan Zaidi told us it was going to open up at-bats for a guy like Marco Luciano. Now, before the game yesterday, they sent Marco Luciano back to AAA. So what were your thoughts on that decision and overall the amount of at-bats he got before he was sent down?
Yeah, as situations change. I'm not going to hold Zaidi's feet to the fire on that one. They really what they had with Gerard Encarnacion, and very good at bats. Obviously, especially the first week or so when he came up, he was hitting the snot out of the ball. I like him as a player, and they just didn't know. I think they'd only signed him like a couple months ago from the Mexican League. It's hard to extrapolate what a guy might do from AAA stats, especially in the hitters league. And he came up and looked good, and that changed the equation, as did getting Canha, really. That's two guys then that you can have circle through that DH spot. I obviously time at DH, so Luciano winds up on the bench. At some point, this one I'm not putting on Luciano. He really didn't get the opportunities through no fault of his own. But at some point when he gets one of these opportunities, I hope he really runs with it, because it's also on him too, right? We haven't seen him be consistent, certainly in the field. And I don't think they really look at him as a shortstop of the future anymore. But he has had flashes where he's hit, but he needs to come up and really contribute to stay.
We're talking to Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. We do it every Thursday at this time. Giants with a crushing loss last night, 13-2. Mike Yastrzemski wound up pitching the ninth inning. Logan Webb, a little better pitcher, goes today at 12:45 against Max Fried, another tough customer for the Braves. Susan, it's our perception here as we talk every day about him is that there's this ongoing shuttle of prospects that whether it's Luis Matos or Marco Luciano or even Tyler Fitzgerald got sent down earlier until he forced his way to stay. And then we talked about Joey Bart earlier. Have you sensed at all in the clubhouse that the players are confused by Farhan's shuttle and options and messaging? Is there a sense that there's no consistent messaging? Do you think the players are confused?
Well, I think it's probably on a case-by-case basis. This is, by and large, the way baseball has been for a while. Certainly, hey, look, I covered the A's for a million years. This is how the A's have always operated. Guys up and down and trying to find value in margins and getting guys on waivers, all that kind of stuff. There are only a few teams now that are good enough and healthy enough to not have to do this over the course of the season. But that's why in the most recent CBA, they restricted the number of times you can send a guy up and down without potentially losing him, because so many teams were doing that. I think I've mentioned this before, that Matt Olson, his rookie year and really even the next year, he was on the shuttle. Matt Olson had him playing left at times. This is pretty normal in baseball. I know fans don't love it, and if you say things like, Marco, we're doing this because of Marco Luciano, and then you don't, yes, that messaging looks very weird. I understand why, and obviously things do change, but you're better off just saying, like, hey, we're going to try a different way, and we're going to give some different guys a chance to win a job because we're creating this roster spot, rather than just every time poor David VR anointed the third baseman, whereas he, Joey Bart, he's the heir apparent to Buster Posey. It's, look, as reporters, we love stuff like this. Go ahead, make a big declaration. We love it. It's good coffee, right? It's not necessarily the best way to go when you're creating fan expectations that aren't particularly realistic.
Yeah, and just to follow up on Murph's points about Tyler Fitzgerald, about how he was sent down earlier this year. Now he's back and looking like one of the best players on the roster. You had a comment about Marco Luciano and how the Giants might not believe that he's the shortstop of the future. After 179 at-bats and 14 home runs from Tyler Fitzgerald, has he locked himself in as the shortstop of the future for the Giants?
Yeah, I certainly think so. Yeah. And that's, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, as a player, at some point, you have to, really grab things yourself. You have to be the one that's in control of your destiny. And Tyler Fitzgerald's done that. You need the opportunity, and that's where the team has to create it and make sure that it's a good one. And, you don't want to bring somebody up and have them immediately face, Chris Sale or something like that. You want to give them a little bit of an easy go initially, if at all possible. But at some point, it's up to the player. And Tyler Fitzgerald, man, he's just been magnificent. During this, we were like, oh, this kid's good. He's got a lot of speed. He's pretty good. He looks kind of useful. But you think kind of as a utility type guy, right? He can play center. He can play short. Wow, that's ideal for a utility guy. He can run, so he can come off the bench and pinch hit. I don't think any him grabbing the shortstop job and holding on to it like this.
Last few minutes here with Susan Slusser, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Susan, you've been around Bob Melvin a long time, and he's had a lot of success. He's won 90-plus games many times with the A's. However, this is not going according to Hoyle, as the old phrase used to be. They're 61 and 62. It's hard to judge baseball managers sometimes, but you're around him all the time. Is there something Bob Melvin's not doing this summer? What's the deal?
Well, he's a very, and I think this is probably the best way for most coaches in pro sports to be. He's pretty even keel. Baseball, 162, you kind of have to be. But one of the things that I like about him is he will let teams have it when they deserve it. I'm not sure that right now is the time, but he has at other points this year, You talk to him after a tough loss, and he is not happy the players feel it. I think that's a good thing. He holds people accountable, as even keel as he is. Certainly, there were many times in Oakland where they did not have teams that were playing up to the standard really that they should have, and he handled that pretty well. I'm not sure this is necessarily a managerial thing. I think this is a personal thing. I don't know. I sometimes on Twitter or emails, people complain about the lineups and this and that. If anybody has some better options, on a given day, let me know. I mean, was Luciano really the answer here? I don't think so. I think they really just needed a bigger bat, or maybe not trade Soler when he is starting to heat up. I hate to second guess, and it's hindsight, blah, blah, blah. But what they needed was offense, not less offense.
Susan, we can't let you go about asking about this weekend's final Bay Bird series between the Giants and the A's. I know we've talked a lot about the A's leaving Oakland, but what are your thoughts on the Giants' final trip to the Coliseum?
Oh, it's sad. It's really sad. And what makes it worse is, the next 3 times that the Giants and A's play will be in Sacramento on that, artificial turf, potentially very hot if they play day games in the series. It's just not. That's not great. I really do kind of wish that MLB would step in at some point and say, like, this is not going to be a major league situation. You have to keep playing at Oakland and figure out a way to make it happen. So I hold out a little bit of hope. Maybe this isn't quite the end. Hey, maybe they go up to Sacramento and try it for a while and then go like, But if this is it, it's very sad. What a great series. So many great moments for both teams and fun. It's just a fun rivalry, and we've always looked forward to the spring ones and then, of course, the in-season ones, and you kind of hate to see things coming to an end, just in general, coming to an end in Oakland. But this series also really extra hurts.
It's going to be emotional, for sure. All right, Susan, we will see you out there. Are you going today, or are you off?
I will not be out there today.
We'll miss you. I'll miss you.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Someone will.
Always miss you, Sluss. All right, be good. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks,
awesome.
Susan.
All right, fantastic.
Susan Slusser said some interesting things there about the way Farhan runs the operation, about Marco Luciano, and that's our big hit, guys. Everybody's pissed. That's the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627. How pissed are you? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi and Kyle Shanahan are both set to join Tobin & Copes this afternoon. Quite the guest list. Farhan will join the show at 4:50, and Kyle will follow at 5:30 this evening. You can hear both interviews on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is the Waterboy Markus Boucher. And even though the Giants are dropping games, I'm dropping pounds with Abundant Life Weight Loss. And just in case you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections, you should check out AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program about 3 weeks ago, and guess what? I've already dropped 15 pounds. I'm only 5 pounds away from reaching my goal of 20 pounds this summer. There's no counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So, if you want to find out and get more information, schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Hold it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, I think it's probably on a case-by-case basis. This is, by and large, the way baseball has been for a while. Certainly, hey, look, I covered the A's for a million years. This is how the A's have always operated. Guys up and down and trying to find value in margins and getting guys on waivers, all that kind of stuff. There are only a few teams now that are good enough and healthy enough to not have to do this over the course of the season.
Well, there was Susan Slusser uttering the words that sent chills down everyone's spine. Yeah, this is how he ran the A's. Farhan Zaidi. Oh, man. And by the way, Farhan joins Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. I don't know if Copes is back, though. Just the afternoon show at 4:50, and then Kyle Shanahan at 5:30 with the afternoon show today. So Farhan and Kyle, 4:50 and 5:30. But good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Markus show. Brian Murphy, Markus Boucher, Young Tony is here. John Joe Curley is here. We already had a really pleasant conversation with Tom Glavine. If you missed that, that's on KNBR.com. That was awesome. That was fun talking current and past baseball with the Baseball Hall of Famer, Tom Glavine, with the Braves in town. And then we had a conversation with Susan Slusser that just pissed everyone off. Not Susan. It was just talking Giants baseball and talking about the never-ending cycle of the road to nowhere. That is the Farhan Zaidi Giants, losing 3 in a row to the Braves, losing 4 in a row overall. The moment they got your hopes up that it was starting to come together, they reminded you of who they are, which is inconsistent, incomplete. And then as a symbolic move, Marcus, they send Marco Luciano down, which, listen, I'm not telling you Marco Luciano was burning up the league. He was 4 for 21 with 9 strikeouts since he got called up on July 30th. But it's just another symbol of this never-ending cycle of sort of Farhan, whether you want to call it gaslighting or mixed messages or mishmash, because on July 30th, he told us they traded Soler to open up more at-bats for Luciano. Then he went and got Mark Canha and called up Gerard Encarnacion to block Luciano. And again, Luciano's not frickin' Bryce Harper. He's not going to save the season. What we're frustrated about is the constant, and when you're losing, this shines a light on it, is the constant spin of nothingness and margins. And Susan said it. Waivers, margins. Grant McCray is up. God bless him. He's 23 years old. He's got some speed. He's got some defense. But why isn't Luis Matos up? Why is Marco Luciano down? What's the plan? What's going on? Are you trying to win today? That's what Bob Melvin said. Yeah, we got Canha and Encarnacion gave us a chance to win today. Well, then why did you say you were getting at-bats for Luciano? So bottom line, the big hit is we're pissed. How pissed are you? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Did I say that right, Marcus?
Murph, you said it perfectly. And the number one question you asked, what's the plan? And it feels like we've been asking that question now 6 years into the tenure of Farhan Zaidi. What is your plan? Because every year at the trade deadline, they're stuck in the middle. They're not selling. They're not buying. They're bringing in A.J. Pollock. They're bringing in Mark Canha. And this year they ship out Jorge Soler. So you're giving up on one of your big bets, which tells you that you're probably giving up on a wild card run. But wait. We're going to keep Blake Snell and keep him on the roster because we have one of the best rotations in baseball. The best rotation in baseball, excuse me. Well, outside of Webby and Snell, Robbie Ray is going back to what we saw, the reason why the Seattle Mariners wanted to trade him. Kyle Harrison's velo's going down. There's a book on Hayden Birdsong. So that's a whole other story right there. But it's always the mixed messages. Oh, we're going to let the young kids play. Really? Are you? Because here we are again with Marco Luciano getting on the elevator, going up and down and up and down. And whether it's Luciano, whether it's Casey Schmidt, whether it's Luis Matos, whether it's Wade Meckler, whether it's going to be Grant McCray in a couple of days, whether it was Elliot Ramos in the first stint of his career.
David VR.
This happens every single time. And yeah, David VR is another guy. And that's why it's frustrating. Again, it's not based on just like what Marco Luciano has done in these 21 at-bats over the 6 games he started since the trade deadline. It's the fact that this offseason, after the season ended last year, when you said, okay, we're moving on from Brandon Crawford, Marco Luciano is going to get the opportunity to be the everyday shortstop. Did he really get that opportunity? No, because you bring in Nick Ahmed. It's the same thing that happened last season when they told David VR, you're going to be our everyday third baseman. And then opening day at Yankee Stadium, there's Wilmer Flores at third base instead of David VR. I think it sends a terrible message. You don't give a vote of confidence to your prospects. We mentioned Joey Bart and what he's doing this year with the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's the same thing last year. You know who was the starting catcher on opening day at Yankee Stadium? Roberto Perez. Roberto Blanken Perez. So again, that to me is another misstep in your developing and prospects. You got to install confidence in these guys. And if I'm Marco Luciano getting sent up and sent down, it doesn't feel like the franchise has confidence in me.
Absolutely. By the way, incredible Roberto Perez pull.
Roberto Blanken Perez, forever Giant, bro. Gets the start at Yankee Stadium because, he's a veteran and he earned it. What the hell did he earn? He played 3 games on the Giants.
And that was the Gabe Kapler Giants. Everybody's blaming Melvin. Kapler's better than Melvin. It was the same thing under Kapler. Everybody acts like Kapler was freaking Earl Weaver. Yeah, they went 80 and 82 and 81 and 81 and 29 and 31. And then they had one of the greatest outlier seasons in the history of sports, the 2021 Giants. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And I told you earlier that I didn't think Greg Johnson would have the kind of personality or cojones or spine to blow Farhan out at the end of the year. But I'm telling you, after the last 3 nights and the way fans are reacting and the way people are turned off, actively turned off by this team, I would reconsider. I'm going to see how this next 6 weeks go. And I know they would have to eat some of his contract, but it's not like he's making $50 million a year. But and do you have a plan on who you would bring in? But we had Tom Glavine on earlier today, and he was talking about Alex Anthopoulos, the GM for the Braves, going and getting Chris Sale. I know he was injury prone, but he went and got him. Got him for nothing. Well, actually, trade the Vaughn Grissom, the kid. Or picking up a Charlie Morton. And I know it's not part of the future, but if you're trying to win now, he just these little moves here and there, and I was thinking, where's my Alex Anthopoulos? I mean, the Braves just run. Look at how the Braves are built and the moves they make, and they're just running. I mean, circles doesn't even begin to describe it. Like global circles around the Giants, like equator circles around the Giants.
I mean, the Braves are able to pick up Jorge Soler and Jock Peterson, and they're helping them win World Series. The Giants pick up those guys, and they look like they're absolutely nothing.
All right, we asked for you guys to call in. You are calling in. X is in Sacramento to start us off. X, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Murph, Markus, Young Tone, JJK, my man in the back, and all the sickos in YouTube chat. What's up? X going to give it to you right here. So we had the trade deadline pass. We were told all about this starting rotation. And yes, Robbie Ray and Blake Snell have looked good. The other part of the rotation is failing us right now. And now that we have lost these 3 games against the Braves, we have lost the tiebreaker in the division. We are another year back where we have nothing to show for all of our signings. And I know that there was no good deal for Blake Snell. That's what we were told. But eventually we have to suck this up and say we are going to start rebuilding. We are going to start getting pieces. Because if not, we're just going to be settling for this mediocrity year after year after year. And I think that's it's a not correct quoted quote, but there's a quote that's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I feel like that's what we've been doing for the last 3-4 years, not getting anything for our big signings.
I agree with you, X. Everything you said, I completely agree. X brought it to us. And yes, we've talked about that. Before we left, and thanks for the call, X, we got to get to more. Before I left on the vacation, I said to you, you got to sell, because if you don't sell, we're doing the same thing over and over again, and you guys know what that is, right? I think it was Einstein who said that. Believe me, we could use Einstein down there. They sold us that he was an Einstein.
Yeah.
But we're not getting that. Alex is in San Jose. He's next up. Alex in San Jose at 808 KNBR. Alex, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Thanks, Murph, Markus. Thanks for having me, guys. I was at the game on Monday. My family's had season tickets for, 20 years. Got rid of them probably 4 years ago. I can't even put into words how depressing or not exciting the offense was. It was great seeing Blake obviously shove on the mound, but I can't deal with Farhan. We're talking 5 out of the last 6 years with a missed playoff appearance. I'm not a mathematician, but that's 83%. How this guy can still be employed and just try to pick up guys that get DFA'd with one of the biggest names in baseball is just beyond me, and I cannot wait for the off season when people think that we're going to actually get Juan Soto, and we're going to get absolutely nobody. And it's just I want them to do something drastic. I think we just got to cut Farhan and start over.
Alex, great call. Appreciate you, man. And I hear you, man, giving up season tickets. Now you're talking turkey. Like Gary Radnish used to always say, nothing means anything until you get to the money, right? And when the Giants start losing season ticket base, now the catch is their attendance has been a tick up because of Chapman and Snell and Jung-Hoo Lee, who you hoped for. But as I'm looking at the text line, which is blowing up, by the way, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 510 just says the Farhan tagline, directionless mediocrity. I was like, yeah. That's it. You just said it there, buddy.
There's our 2025 motto for the Giants on the left field wall.
Are those on those flags that hang off the Muni line down the Embarcadero?
Exactly. You're going to see that next year.
Mediocrity. Richard is up in Chico, hopefully staying safe from the park fire, Richard. Hey, Richard, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Yeah, that thing started 4 miles from my house.
Dude.
And luckily for me, not everybody else, the wind blew in the other direction.
Oh, my God. Just these twists of Mother Nature fate. I know way too much stress and anxiety up there for you guys. So just please.
Fact, man. This town would have turned into paradise if that would have happened.
Yeah, dude.
But anyway, you know, I John Joe Curley, man, I like that guy. He was pretty cool. He answered my call.
What'd you guys? You guys chopped it up a little bit on the line.
You talk quarters.
Oh yeah, we did. He actually wrote down one of my quotes. I'll give it to you, man. I think. You know, one thing about Farhan, man, you got to give him – he's a hell of a salesman because he sold you guys a bill of goods, man. Yeah. I mean, nobody is going to confuse him with COFC. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Not at all. I mean, and Bruce Jenkins told you what a couple months ago, you know, that 6 years it's been a failure. And, you know, and I'm just tired of it. He needs to go hang out or at Harvard or Yale, and with all the other propeller heads, and talk about metrics and analytics and all that other good stuff, because he's not a good GM or president of baseball operations, period.
Richard, buddy, you just hit on something right there, and thanks for the call. We got more to get to, and again, stay safe up there. Buddy, so I've come to this conclusion now after multiple encounters with Farhan. He's not a terrible baseball man. What he is he's a number 2. He should be the number 2 guy. There needs to be the Alex Anthopoulos, the Brian Sabian, the vision guy with the balls to make the move. And then when you need the number 2 guy to find you the guy in the margin, to find you that guy, to find you the, I don't know, who's been a success. Give me a
We're talking Mikey Yaz. We're talking Lamont Wade Jr.
To find those guys, that's your number 2 guy. He's not a number 1.
Farhan is great at thrift shopping.
Yeah.
It's a bit we've been doing for years on this show.
We used to play the Macklemore. When 2019 came along and we were like, wait, is this who we're going to be? Because 2019 was the first year we were like, okay, what do we got? And then all these moves are being made. And I was like, bro, are we Macklemore? Are we going thrift shop? Are we popping tags? We used to drop it, bump. We used to drop that little horn lick from thrift shop.
Well, we should have known ahead of time when we were comparing Farhan to Macklemore or Murph. Maybe we should have known ahead of time when we found out that he read Moneyball while studying at Cal, because you're Cal and you're always going to be Cal, Farhan Zaidi.
You guys are Cal, and you'll forever be Cal. Oh, boy, that gets the Cal crowd going. They're picking up their pitchforks and torches. Bill is out in Fairfield, California. Bill, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning. I mean, Farhan's like a garage sale. Every week we go to look for a bargain that will play him 4 games, and if they don't get a hit, oh, he's a good defensive guy. He can't hit. He's been on 6 teams. They got cut, whatever. So, I mean, it's the same nonsense. Instead of playing mottos all these games to find out, let's say the guy might be able to hit, but you can't tell after 4 games with a young person, but a person that's been around the league, I mean, it's the same ridiculous
Bill, you're
nonsense.
right. You're talking about, how about just in the last 2 weeks, Derek Hill was in your box score and Mike Baumann was warming up in your bullpen.
Yeah, well, that should tell you enough that you need to know. I mean, come on. If you watch baseball, you can see guys that have basically no skills. Another thing that bothers me, not it's Farhan's fault, but why is a Lamont Wade who can't run ever leading off in front of Fitzgerald batting? Someone needs to explain that.
Well, he wasn't the 2-hole yesterday, Bill, but I'll give you that.
But what I'm saying is, half the time you see Lamont Wade leading off, you saw a lot of them leading off. The guy's never been able to run.
Yeah.
So what you do is you put him in base.
I mean, I'll say this: he's an on-base guy.
That's great, but on-base guys are not leadoff hitters that can't run.
Yeah. Well, I even agree with Bill's point to the point where, Bill, I'd say that they should have had Tyler Fitzgerald hitting ahead of Jorge Soler when he was hitting leadoff before they shipped him out of town.
Well, that's obvious. Your speed guy should always lead off, not be a guy that's being held up on the bases, like when the Giants used to lead off Darren Ruff. I mean, really?
Yeah. Hey, Bill, good stuff, man. Thanks for the call. We do appreciate that.
And I love that Bill is essentially saying Farhan Zaidi is Brian Murphy at the garage sale selling Jorge Soler for $5.
I mean, some guys are bad at. That's why I got out of the business. You know what I mean? That's why I got out of the business. He's still in the business. Hey, that's our buddy Sean. You know what's good about Sean in San Rafael? He's our 14-year-old baseball fan up in Marin County. And what was really interesting, I was talking to his dad, and because I met him at the All-Stars, and I was like, Sean's doing great. I go, you gotta measure it. You can't call every day. He goes, I know. He goes, I told Sean, one a month. And you know what? The kid listened because we haven't heard from him in a while. Whoa. And now I'm excited.
And it's a good day to call in,
Now I'm excited.
Sean.
See, it's like he made us miss him. I missed him. So, Sean, good timing, buddy. How are you?
What's up, Sean?
How y'all doing?
What's up, Sean? What do you got today, man? Bring the heat.
Well, I just wanted to say, first of all, Tyler Fitzgerald has been amazing, and I think, he's the type of player right now that you can really build a franchise around. You look at Corbin Carroll in Arizona, a guy who's got speed, can hit, is a really, really a threat anywhere, can play a lot of positions. I just think he's a great, obviously I don't think this season's going to work out, but, I mean, he's a great thing to build off in the future.
Well, wait a minute, Sean, you think you build a franchise around Ronald Acuna Jr., you build a franchise around Shohei Ohtani. I don't know if you build a franchise around Tyler Fitzgerald.
I think you could. I mean, obviously it could just be a hot stretch and a fluke right now, but, Boach, quiet down. The way he's been playing, I think you could build a franchise around him.
Wait. Your dog's name is Boach?
Yeah.
That's all time.
So we've had Andre. He needs to quiet down, and now Boach needs to quiet down, right?
Yep.
All right. So you're optimistic, Sean? Is that what I'm getting here?
Yes, I'm optimistic about the future. I mean, I don't think Farhan should stay. I mean, I think the Dana nerds who can't throw a baseball 10 feet for their life have lost. But then, I mean, I just don't. The math is not mathing, Murph.
The math is not mathing, Sean. Hey, buddy. Hey, you back in school yet or no?
Not yet. I just got back.
Yeah.
I just got back from a 2-week summer camp with. Shout out to my Mill Valley kid, Jackson Blitzer.
Hey, that's my buddy. Hey, he was our O-Dog. He won our Willie Mack Award.
He told me at summer camp we had like no phones or nothing, so we couldn't get Giants games, and somebody found a radio, and we had to have the leader going every morning.
But Sean,
come in and listen to you.
Guess you want? I'm going to drop the mic right now. Guess who I'm taking to the Giants game today? Jackson.
Who?
Jackson.
I'll be out there.
Okay, well, come on by 118.
What's up, Sean?
Jackson and I will be there with Rory. And Rory's bringing Jackson and Jacob to the game. Bringing 3 12-year-olds to the game today.
All right, sweet.
Hell yeah, Sean.
Hey, Sean, give Boach a little ear scratch for us, all right?
Yeah, rub his belly for us. He said, come here. All right.
What kind of dog is Boach?
Golden Retriever.
Oh, what a sweetheart. He just wants to, he's like, get off the phone and throw me something, right? Throw me a ball.
Yeah, he's got this, like, cute little outfit, and it's like the Orange Friday Boats jersey. It's got a Boachie on the back and everything. It's so cute.
Oh, Sean, post that on social, buddy, all right? All right, Sean, be good. That's Sean and San Rafael.
Felt like Sean just saved the segment.
Yeah. And you know what? The big hit is raging, so we're going to keep it going here on the other side. Everybody hang on. Andrew, Anthony, Michael, everybody hang on. We're going to continue.
We see you.
And the big hit is, how pissed are you? How pissed are you? Are you reasonable and rational, and you think there's reason to believe that this team can still make a run? 808 KNBR is the phone number. The big hit goes into part 2 next on the Sports Leader.
John Joe Curley, man, I like that guy. He was pretty cool. He answered my call.
What'd you guys? You guys chopped it up a little bit on the line.
You talk quarter zips?
Oh yeah, we did.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to qualify for the 49ers Season Pass contest. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Stay tuned to KNBR all day, and especially in the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to qualify. Check out all the details on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Markus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And for Luciano, he goes back to the minor leagues, and what will be the plan for him down there?
Yeah, he'll probably play some second and short and DH. You know, unfortunately, we've had to do this a few times with him this year. It looked like he was going to get quite a few at-bats DHing. You know, at the time, Encarnacion was swinging the bat pretty well. Kihn had just showed up, so some of those at-bats dried up for him. And if he's going to be here and not play, then it's better off continuing to develop in the minor leagues.
Well, there's Bob Melvin having to try to explain confounding. Listen, again, I want to make sure everybody knows this. Nobody here is saying Marco Luciano was the answer at all. In fact, he was underperforming, right? We can go through his stats. What we're talking about is this is like, it's not the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back, but it is one of those things where we are just so tired of these shuttles and these mixed messages and these mishmash of mixed messages. And that 2 weeks ago, July 30th on the trade deadline, Farhan said, we traded Jorge Soler to open up. They said this opens up at bats for Luciano. He shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said that. I'm reading Andy Baggerly's piece trying to give, like, what's a plausible explanation for sending Luciano down and calling up Grant McCray, who, congratulations to the kid, but I mean, you're like, wait, what's going on? And if you read Andy's story, he pretty much says at the end, there really is no plan. He says here, it would be easier to feel better about the Giants' ability to develop and graduate talent if they had a more cohesive and consistent approach when it came to incorporating that talent at the big league level. He said instead, they're doing what struggling teams usually do when desperate, trying to remain in contention. They're reacting in the moment. And doing that, they're treating upper-level prospects with the same haphazard, here one day, gone the next churn that has defined the roster in the Farhan era.
Keyword desperate. Because I think Farhan Zaidi is desperate for this team to make the playoffs for the sake of his job, to be honest with you. Because we've talked about it multiple times. After all the money the Giants spent this offseason, with the idea that this was going to be a playoff roster, there's got to be some accountability if they don't make the postseason. But that's what's frustrating as a Giants fan, the mixed message, the selling of Jorge Soler, because you say it's for the opportunity to give Marco Luciano at bats or just young guys in general. Just tell us what it really is. It's a salary dump. You're cutting costs at this point of the season. But he's scared to tell Giants fans that, oh, we're not waving the white flag. Look, we're keeping Blake Snell. Yeah. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, this is Brandon Ayuk all over again with Farhan Zaidi. You got to figure out what the hell you want and what direction the franchise is going to go in.
So I told you guys, if I had been here on trade deadline, but it was taking an epic family vacation, we had to do it. Sorry I missed the trade deadline, but I'm here to tell you, I was pissed. I was pissed that day. I'm like, what is this? And my big phrase I kept saying, nobody cared because we were in upstate New York watching kids play baseball in Cooperstown. But I was like, this is like this mishmash of mixed messages that's going nowhere. It's like this freaking mishmash road that's just going into a brick wall over and over and over again. I said to you right before we left, we left when they were 6 games under 500. I'm like, they got to sell because it's otherwise we're doing the same thing all over again. Definition of freaking insanity, and that's where we're at, guys. And so there we go. The phone lines are blowing up. 808 KNBR. Andrew in Texas has been waiting the longest. We love Giants fans down in Texas. Hey, it was better in 2010. Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
What's up, Andrew?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
The word of the day, and Markus just said it. It's great. He just said it. The word of the day is accountability. And that's the reason why the Giants are failing this year as an organization. And it starts at the top. Greg Johnson does not hold Farhan accountable for his failures. Yeah. In fact, he rewards him for it. He gets guy runs the organization into the ground, gets a 3-year extension. Mm-hmm. So how can Farhan ever go into the clubhouse? How can he ever bring a guy into his office and say, hey, you're not performing and we're going to hold you accountable A, B, and C, when that player can just look at him and say, well, they don't hold you accountable. Well, you get to fail all you want and you get a new contract. So it's this lack of any accountability, this lack of any seeming desire to correct mistakes. It's just like, oh, we failed, we'll try again tomorrow. It's like, no, you're failing consistently in the same way every time. It's time to hold people accountable for these consistent failures, and they're not doing that. Farhan gets his extension. The players, Fitzgerald drops down this horrible bunt against the manager's wishes. He's in the lineup the next day. There's no accountability in this organization. There's no accountability for failure, and that's why they fail. And I'll take my answer off the air.
Andrew, good call, and be good down there in Lone Star State. And that was it. It gets to, you're right, let's go above Farhan. Let's go to Greg Johnson, who doesn't do a lot of media, does like one interview with Susan Slusser a year. And Greg, if you want to come on, we'd love to have you. But Andrew identifies the quiet gangster move that we talked about, and we kind of joked about. It was like, it was a crazy gangster move that Farhan put Gabe's head on the chopping block, chopped it off, showed it to Greg Johnson, said, now give me an extension because this was the problem all along. And it was unbelievable. Like, it was staggering that he fired Gabe, which I was okay with because I didn't like the cut of Gabe's jib, and I didn't like just kind of the mishmash of platoons and all these line changes that I saw at Fenway Park, where, by the way, they're doing the freaking wave.
Oh,
Need to mention that, too.
Fenway.
Yeah, they're doing it at Fenway. They did it. I was like, all right, guys, this is officially the death of the Red Sox. But anyway, the point is that he got that extension. And I've told you guys now all summer, I don't think Greg Johnson would fire Farhan after this. I just don't think he's that kind of guy. I'm starting to, like, this week is creating an energy in the city and in the Bay Area that's, like, making me think, like, this can't go on. And Greg's got to do it the same way Farhan hasn't had the cojones to make the status quo shaking trade. Greg hasn't had the cojones to make the status quo shaking move in the front office. So we'll see. By the way, I say front office. Somebody sent in a text. We have 1 million texts. The one made me laugh. 707. I says, how come nobody's mentioned Pistol Pete Patilla and all this? The guy called him Pistol Pete Patilla. Made me laugh.
Nice.
707.
Nicely done. But, anyway, but it was a great call from Andrew down in Texas.
Yeah.
And he says the word of the day is accountability, which I agree. There should be some accountability for the failure of this season. But I also think the word of the day could be gaslighting. Because we talked about it earlier, how Farhan was trying to gaslight fans into believing that they have the best rotation in baseball, and that's why they kept Blake Snell. He gaslighted fans about how, we're getting rid of Jorge Soler to give the opportunity to Marco Luciano. You should be happy. Your prospect is now getting all these opportunities. Well, those opportunities didn't come, and now he's gone. So maybe Farhan Zaidi's biggest skill set is his ability to gaslight the Johnson family into giving him that contract extension.
You might be on it, buddy. And again, it took me a long time to learn. Gaslighting is basically just lying. It's basically what it is. Andy's interesting piece in The Athletic about why did they send Luciano down. He throws up 3 reasons. One, he says the Soler trade was not to get at-bats for Luciano, hence the gaslighting. He said he thinks the Soler trade was they had buyer's remorse, that it was a 3-year, $42 million. They see it, and he calls it a declining asset. They're like, let's just cut our losses here. I mean, that one makes more sense. If he had come out and said, listen, guys, we took a flyer. We don't like what we're seeing. We have 3 years for a guy who's getting older and worse. We're making the move now.
Just be transparent.
I know, right?
That's all you have to do is be transparent with your fans.
Yes, exactly. And he also says maybe McRae is here to try to help with speed. And that's like throwing it. Just another thing, they're just throwing against the wall, right?
The Giants are going to
let's get fast on Wednesday night.
Yeah, we're going to rebrand as a speed team in the middle of the season when you were the worst base running team to start the entire year.
Anthony is out in Danville. He's waited the longest. Anthony, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Anthony?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I was kind of thinking about something while I was on hold, actually, I wanted to bring up. I didn't know recently, in the last couple of weeks, if you guys have talked about Joey Bart. I mean, he's been tearing it up in Pittsburgh, and Zaidi thought it was a good time just to cut him loose without any compensation. It's possible he could end up being a better hitter than Bailey. And I know that, Farhan didn't draft Bart, so that's one of the reasons he never liked him as well. And, he could have just stayed. You could have DH'd 3 or 4 days a week. You could have, spelled Bailey at catcher 1 or 2 days a week. And instead they spent money on Tom Murphy, who's basically never played. And Murphy got way overpaid, in my opinion.
Anthony, you hit it. I don't know if, I know people are in and out of their cars. They don't listen all the time. But you hit a hot button for Marcus. Yeah. This has been Marcus's rant on Joey Bart all along and how he mismanaged that situation.
I mean, whether it was the up and down, whether it's starting Roberto Perez on opening day at Yankee Stadium last year over Joey Bart, I think they botched the development of Joey. And that's not taking any shots at Patrick Bailey. And I actually agree. Joey Bart has a higher ceiling with his bat than Patrick Bailey does. Patrick Bailey is a better defensive catcher. But in Major League Baseball, we know that catchers don't catch every single game. So Joey Bart could have been your second catcher. You could have given opportunities at DH to Joey Bart. You could have given him a first baseman and stick him at first when you have a big hole with the right-handed bat at first base. My big point is Joey Bart was too good of a power prospect, of a hitting prospect, to just DFA because you ran out of options.
There we go, Anthony. Appreciate the call, man. Next up, waiting the longest, Michael in San Rafael. San Rafael's coming in hot today. Good morning, Michael. How are you?
What's up, Michael?
Good. How you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I'm over the lineups that the Giants have put out for pretty much ever. I mean, even going back to like when Nori Aoki hit over 300, which is a long time ago, and then we got rid of Solano, who is hit always. He got a Silver Slugger. Why are we have 3 people on the team batting over 250 right now. We're so hooked on this home run era, but our ballpark doesn't fit that. We have good pitching. We need to get the ball over the infield. That's it. That's all we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like the lineup to be a little more.
Well, Michael, I'll interrupt a little bit. They have been, I will say this about this year's lineup. It's been more consistent. Chapman at third. They're playing out Yaz. You can say what you want about Yaz, but Yaz and Ramos have always held down 2 of the outfield spots. They've kind of stuck Fitzgerald at short. Bailey's mostly your cat. I mean, they tried to go more consistent this year.
I understand the consistency. I just mean the average because we're just waiting on that long ball all the time.
You're talking about the way you're talking about their approach.
Their approach. I mean, the runner's in scoring position. I mean, that's fundamentally not a home run hitter type of position to put somebody in. You know?
Michael.
We need the ball. We need them to keep going around. So
I hear you, Michael. Thanks for the call. We talked about that, the runner's in scoring position and approach, and how much is that on a hitting coach, or how much of that is on the kind of player you sign.
Yeah, and even the overall team strategy. And Bags' piece this morning about rebranding as a speed team. Yeah, you probably should be a speed team with the dimensions of your ballpark. But it's also a ballpark that the Braves will show up and hit 4 bombs last night. The Phillies will show up and hit home runs. The Yankees will show up and hit home runs. Like the Giants, since moving in the bullpen in center field, they have the second shortest center field wall in Major League Baseball. So I'm tired of hearing about the ballpark and no one can hear because other teams don't have any problems.
It's incredible. When the Yankees came in, and I know they have Judge and Soto, 2 of the most historically great sluggers of our time, but it was insane how small they made the park look. And then last night, the Braves hit 4 bombs, guys. I still haven't gotten the stat. When's the last time the Giants hit 4 homers at home? Maybe I'm forgetting. Maybe they did do it recently. I don't think they did, and I tried to look it up on Baseball Reference, but I had to subscribe to something.
Yeah,
like everything in life.
They hit 5 on the road in Tampa Bay, but I couldn't find the numbers at Oracle.
Rafael is down in San Diego where it's popping. Oh, my God. The Padres are sizzling hot. Bob Melvin leaves, and they get sizzling hot. They're selling out the joint. Rafael and Diego. What's up, Rafael?
Hey, what's up, Murph? I got it's kind of a Dear Abby situation. The new schedule, the Giants are coming to town twice a year. I missed them earlier this year. Been looking forward to it all summer long. We had a couple good series there, Colorado, Cincinnati, Washington, a sour note with that last game in Detroit. We could have had the sweep, and so I'm getting excited again. I'm making plans around that weekend series. It's a couple weeks out, but I'm making plans. I'm getting excited. And then the last couple of days, super deflated. And I got to ask, should I go and make a game on a Friday night, Saturday night at Petco Park, a beautiful place to catch a ball game? Or should I go bowling or something?
First of all, Rafael, great call, because I think you just gave us our What Did Young Tony Learn Today. Tony, there's no way you know Dear Abby, do you? There's no. Here we go. Thank you, Rafael. So Dear Abby was the super popular newspaper column that was like in every newspaper in America, and she was an advice columnist. You wrote in with your problems. You would write like, Dear Abby, I work at a place where my older boss is on my A every day and keeps telling me I'm too young and I don't know enough. What should I do? That would be like the signed frustrated in San Francisco. That's what you would do. So, Rafael, great call. And what I'm going to say is this. We only get baseball for how many months a year? We only have a certain number of days to go to the yard and see the great American game. Not to mention that you, as you said, Petco's popping. It's a great place to bring your family and kids. It's a great chance to at least, I think you kind of like, you ride and die with your laundry. You got to go black and orange till you die. As frustrated as you are, you got to say, Rafael, it's a ball game. I got to go. I can go bowling in the winter. All right?
Yeah, I could also. Yeah, okay.
Signed confused in San Diego.
Well, here's some good news also. In case he gets sick and tired of watching the Giants play, if he does take the trip up to San Francisco, he can just go bowling at the Gotham Club.
There you go, buddy.
You can leave mid-game to go bowling, Raphael.
Go get a hot dog and a beer and see what happens. You might see something. You know what? You might get a memory for a lifetime. So, Raphael in San Diego, Dear Abby, that's a great way to end the big hit. All right, Cooler content coming up. Matt Maiocco at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Boy, Amici's is in Pier 39, and that's sweet. That's really exciting. It's a beautiful new location, Upper Pier. Now, listen, we talked about the new takeout and delivery locations in Hayward and Sacramento. Those are cool, too. But come on, man, Pier 39, the jewel, baby. You got a brand new restaurant up there in the second deck of Pier 39 with great views out of the bay. And then you get Amici's. You get the New York-style thin crust pizzas. You get the pastas. You get the salads. You get those famous lemon chicken wings. You got a... How about this? They're diving into the brand new line of Detroit-style pan pizzas. You can't keep Amici's down, right? And another first at the Pier 39 location is a full bar. Well, we've been psyched about that. Not just beer and wine. You go cocktail it up, get some wings and pizza, and just hang out at the bar. Maybe you just want to go get a drink and hang out. So with kids on summer vacation, you know, a lot of people come in from out of town, your family and friends. Take them to the best of the Bay Area. A restaurant with a great view, great food, everyone can enjoy. Amici's Pier 39 delivers.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, first of all, after all that, guess what? Farhan joins KNBR today at 4:50. And then Kyle Shanahan at 5:30. So the afternoon show has a couple of couple of bangers in there. That's kind of cool. And we'll see. I mean, boy, Farhan is praying for a win, isn't he? I mean, we're always praying for a win. But, man, if he has to come on today after the 4-game sweep, ooh, baby.
Oh, boy.
Hey, guys, cooler content, though, to cool it out. And by the way, everybody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line was crazy. I mean, it's just been – we see them all, and we usually try to read the text. It's too many. It's too many.
Today was a slot machine on the text line.
It was. And all – I mean, it's just been everybody, very, 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 very few Farhan supporters there. It is a massive anti-Farhan wave. So
it almost feels like the Farhan fatigue is reaching an all-time peak.
Yeah. I mean, you just go through it again and again and again. And then there was the trade deadline came. It was the moment of truth. They made their move to not make a move, and then they had a little surge, and then this was their chance to build, and they've fallen flat on their faces, and that's what we got. So 12:45, 11:45 pregame. Don't miss it.
Light the beam, baby.
All right, cooler content has some fun stuff in here. How about George Kittle coming after the 49er beat writers? Now, this is Matt Maiocco, Matt Barrows. These are our great friends. You know, the Cam Mimmons of the world, even your Grant Cohns, who does his own podcast and all that. So George Kittle doing his media hit yesterday, coming after the media, attacking them.
I think before we begin, so you guys are out there at every practice. You guys watch us all the time, but there's a special teams period where I catch some footballs, and I like to observe you guys. And you guys really need to up your sneaker game. It's absolutely atrocious. I got some Vomeros. Those are fire. And Grant wears Vans every single day. New Balances. They look like Vans. Yeah, those are Vans. It's okay. But you wear those every day, so I need you to switch those up. But I observe all your guys' shoes, and I am disappointed in you guys as a community. So if we could up those, please. It's year 8, guys. Let's figure this out together. Okay, now it's all you guys.
George Kittle, always entertaining there.
George Kittle turning the tables on the shoe game.
Okay, we got to start addressing this now. How's your shoe game?
Ooh, now this is a good question because when I was younger, I was buying a bunch of Jordans and switching up my shoe game, but pretty much for the last decade, ever since like the end of high school, college, I've been rocking the same shoes nearly every day. I've got on some Nike Janos right now if I can kind of put my legs in camera.
Wait, Jano, not named after Sebastian Janikowski.
No, actually, Stefan Jano. You always confuse me when people say Janikowski right next to Janowski. Stefan Janowski is actually a skateboard out of Vacaville, Bay Area kid. He's had a Nike SB
so let's
line.
See it again. Get that on there?
It's my favorite shoe. I've been wearing it every day for like the last decade. And it actually says on the tab for daily use and gives a shout out to Vacaville, California.
That's pretty good there, buddy. That's pretty. Do you think Kittle would roast those?
No, I think he would approve of my shoes, but if he saw me wearing them every single day, he might say something like he called out Grant Cohn for wearing the Vans every day.
Or the New Balances. Now, young Tony, how's your shoe game, buddy?
I think it's pretty good. I got some Nike Dunk Pandas on right now. I got some Field Generals that I just bought from my guy Dom in Kentucky. I'm getting into it.
Now, it's an expensive game if you get into it, right? You got to start.
Too expensive.
Yeah, that's the problem, I would say. So,
and then my biggest issue, too, was like I got to a point where I started to realize, like, I'm spending this much money on Jordans to impress other guys. Like, girls really don't care about whether or not you're wearing the Concord Flights or whatever.
How's John Joe Curley's shoe game? Ladies and gentlemen, loafers.
Oh, he's a loafer guy.
He's going with the black. You know what? Dress shoes. They're dress shoes. Yeah, loafer might not be the right word. I think dress shoes is the better word. And does he defend it? Is he proud of his shoe game? Is he proud? Yeah, he double thumbs up.
Double thumbs up.
What does he look like in a sneaker? I wonder.
That's a great question. I've seen him once in like a Giants hoodie, and I was like, "Who the hell is this guy?"
Yeah, that's like when I come the day I wore my hoodie, you were freaking out.
I was like, "We got hoodie Murph over here."
And
now, I was gonna say we're bearing the lead. What's your shoe game like?
I do the classic suburban dad. I'm going to try to look younger than I am. Vans.
That's actually a good look for you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I would say.
But it's a classic case of like, I got to look younger than I am. Give me the Vans. That's what it is.
You're not a New Balance dad?
I do have some New Balance at home.
The all-white New Balance?
Maybe I should start mixing up. I have a few at home. And it's funny. It's interesting that this comes up because I've been on Instagram lately and these shoe ads are coming. And I'm like, I'm due for some new ones. So I'm leaning now. I'm leaning to make a move. Stay tuned.
Ooh, we got to get Murph some J's.
All right. Meanwhile, the runner on second in extra innings is the next up in the cooler content.
Ooh.
And, the No Filter Net with Eric Burns and Will Clark. Free ad for Burnsy. Will's great on it because he can swear. And he swears here.
A lot.
About the ghost runner that has cost the Giants games Monday and Tuesday.
So what would you like to see? No change? Just play it out?
Yeah, play it out. That's the way baseball's been. You play it out. Hey, I'm not playing 9 innings and have my freaking ace nail down some shit. Now, we talk about the Giants and the Braves. Both of their aces nailed down some shit. We're not doing that, and then in the 10th inning go, we gotta give everybody a break. Here's a runner on second base. You guys can start with a runner on second base. Fuck that. Make them earn the shit.
He's absolutely 100% right.
He is 100% right. I'm with you. I talked to Schmitty, my Philly buddy, who's been very upset, by the way, because the Phillies aren't playing that well and the Braves are creeping up on him. He's getting kind of mad at us. And then I said, hey, man, blame the freaking ghost runner. He goes, both teams get it, dude. I'm like, that doesn't make it any better.
It's a bad rule for both teams.
I said, even if we win, it's a cheap, bad win.
It's a rule that vanishes during the postseason, during the most important games. And now when you have playoff games, regular season games that have playoff implications, they're being decided by the Manfred man. And my biggest issue is they tried to gaslight us during the 2020 season, the COVID year. They're like, yeah, we need to shorten these games. They're too long, blah, blah, blah.
COVID, yeah.
Well, now we have the pitch clock.
Yeah.
Games are shorter than ever.
Yeah, right.
We get to the 9th inning in 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So why are we cutting down the best part of baseball, extra innings, when we have these live or die moments? It's one of the worst rules, if not the worst rule in sports.
The only thing I'd say is, as guys who have to get up at the crack of A in the pitch black, the one thing it does is it helps our body clocks in terms of getting a result before we go to bed.
Yeah,
That's the only thing.
But the pitch clock has done that enough for me already.
I agree.
We used to be up way later.
Or as Young Tony said on our little show thread last night, in the 3rd inning, blank this, I'm going to bed. That's what he says.
That's a good call.
Good, dude.
You didn't miss much, Tony.
And then finally, this is probably the best stuff here, man. The Barry Bonds, Greg Maddux, this is on MLB Network, where they were each interviewed separately about a matchup that they had against each other. It's kind of incredible. They had Bonds in one room, Maddux in another room, and they're handing them the iPad saying, do you remember this at bat? It looks like it's from the early 90s, like 93, 94, something like that. And it's each guy talking about what they're thinking in this at bat. This is from like 30 years ago. Two of the greatest of all time discussing the mental game in facing each other. You're going to hear Maddux's voice and Bonds' voice.
98, I can't remember. I'm 60 years old. I can't remember back that far. This is when he was good.
And here comes Barry Bonds.
So, I mean, first inning, it's kind of too early to pitch around somebody, so you're going to try to get him out.
Well, Bonds chased that first pitch.
Ooh, jam, fastball. What was that, 92?
Pretty good cutter that beat him. I'm feeling okay about throwing that pitch.
So he's going to try to float a changeup or some that little floater away. Because he thinks I'm going to speed up because they jammed me.
The cutter beat him, so I thought he would speed up. I threw a changeup, and he spit on it.
Yeah, it's his changeup.
I mean, that's a pretty good changeup right there, and it was an easy take for him.
I didn't even try. I just knew it. And now we're playing chess.
Okay. It's a 1-1 count already. This is already great, isn't it?
And Bonds summed it up perfectly. It's literally what I was getting ready to say. It's chess. It's the mental game of chess, which I love so much between the pitcher and the batter.
So now it's a 1-1 count. He's seen the inside fastball and a cutter that beat him. He fouled it off, and he spit on a changeup that he correctly guessed was going to float away. So now it's 1-1. What's the next move?
He knows he can't beat me inside.
Experience has taught me that he's probably looking in. Back then, I didn't know it.
And most of the time, I was always waiting for that 92 end back over the plate so I could catch him. And I'm just praying for it.
Bonds hits one high to right field and deep.
And there it goes. Can't come in the well twice, buddy. You just can't do it. And Greg knows, because I always have this saying, you cannot come in the penthouse without an invite.
I mean, that's a good pitch, believe it or not. It's an executed pitch, but obviously it's a wrong pitch to throw. That's one you got to put in the memory bank and try not to ever throw it right there again to him. I mean, he's the best in baseball, and you can't make it easy for him. That's the pitch he wants to hit, so you have to make him hit something other than that.
I think that was when I finally said, I got you now. There's nothing you can do now.
We might want to keep that laugh.
That's a great laugh.
Keep that laugh around for our soundboard. That was awesome. So whoever was at MLB Network that did that, it was really, 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 really good. And as somebody put on Twitter, said, I would watch 3 hours of that over 3 hours of a current baseball game. I mean, those guys.
I mean, the back and forth, the breakdown, Barry praying for that 92-mile-per-hour fastball inside.
And Maddux said it's funny, Maddux said experience taught me that I shouldn't have done that, but I didn't know it back then. That was 98. Yeah. It was 98 as it turns out. And Bonds that's what they talk about. You've heard Kruko and people like this talk about the amount of knowledge that Bonds can drop. Now, his personality has always gotten in the way of being able to communicate effectively with hitters and all that, but he might be the most informed hitter we've ever seen.
That's why when people are like, oh, Bonds was only good because of steroids, like, shut the hell up. Barry Bonds is one of the greatest ball-to-bat contact hitters of all time. Like, he's got a wealth of knowledge of how to hit a baseball.
I know we got to go. We got Maiocco coming up and looking forward to it, but we had Tom Glavine on this morning at 6:50. If you missed it, highly recommend it. And I was talking about the 93 season. We mentioned it with Glavine, and that was well before Bonds ever touched a needle or a Balco or a Cream or a Clear. You got to go back and watch 93 Bonds to know who that player really was. It was just insane. Oh, by the way, I just went to Cooperstown. No plaque. No plaque.
But they had a couple of highlights of him breaking records.
It's interesting now. There's two different things. They have the Hall of Fame room. That's the exalted room. That's like the plaques only. Then you go out and it's exhibits. And so Pete Rose and Barry Bonds have exhibits, but they don't have plaques.
Interesting.
So that's kind of and then you go into that room. It's like a cathedral, I showed you pictures of it. It's that big room, and the first class is against the wall. But Scott Rowland's in there. I started playing a game. I started playing a game, walking through. I go, I'm going to start throwing some guys out. Started going through. I found some guy named like Bunny Bancroft. I was like, who's this guy? And they said, led the league in chances and putouts. And I was like, dude, if chances and putouts are on your Hall of Fame, you're out. You are out, but you're out. Bonds is in.
I just love like the image of like Murph walking through with like the snuff in his hand, like he's Jeff Probst saying,
"The tribe has spoken." Pretty much, buddy. Pretty much. Great cooler today. All right, that was fun. Matt Maiocco, Niners next on the Sports Leader.
And now we're playing chess. I always have this saying: you cannot come in the penthouse without an invite.
All right, North Bay, we love it. World-class beauty, also world-class Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Markus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers Insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Maiocco.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Markus, and Maiocco on the Sports Leader.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize.
There we go. Taking care of business. Y'all know the deal. Come on, man. You're all in the KNBR fam. You know we're giving away those tickets. So you wait, and kaboom, now you strike. By the way, shout out to everybody on the text line today. You guys are hot today. And God bless you. And, of course, shout out, to the big hit in general, just being, how pissed are you? We talked to Susan Slusser earlier today. She said something that triggered everybody saying, yeah, this is how they do it. Because we were talking about Grant McRae coming up, Marco Luciano going down, all these moves. Waterboy's got a couple of his favorites. A.J. Pollock hitting cleanup when they went to San Diego to show off for Juan Soto.
I was dropping Roberto Perez, opening day catcher last year at Yankee Stadium.
I had forgotten about Bobby P in the crouch. And I believe he blew out his knee in that game, didn't he?
It was his shoulder a couple days later that I think shut him down for the season.
Well, that was maybe on opening day, the home opener.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
the home opener. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be out there today, buddy. Well, so will you. You go out all the time.
I'm there every day.
Yeah. You're entertaining listeners out there.
Yeah, these shoes are for daily use, just like my daily use at the Giants.
Listeners are pulling up to Marcus's seats there.
Papa Squad, let's talk some ball.
All right, so we'll be out there today doing our thing. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. A man who was at the park on Monday night is our next guest on the UMA guest line. And also, though, more important, a man whose shoe game we must evaluate after George Kittle called out the 49ers beat writers for a lacking shoe game. Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR's 49ers insider. Matty, is your shoe game lacking?
Well, it might be from an aesthetic standpoint, but from a practical use standpoint, I think it's spot on because back in my marathon days in the early 2000s, I guess it was 2002, 2005, 7 through the 10s, probably. I went through like 4 different pairs of shoes, 4 different brands, and each one I just tossing them out. Like after a week, I would toss them out. Nope, not good enough. And then I found my Asics, and I've been good ever since. So I've never put anything. I think my shoe game, my sneaker game is Asics, and then my other shoe is Kurkjian. So that's it. I'm a creature of habit.
You defend yourself. You look Kittle in the eye and you say, "I apologize for nothing."
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, can I ask I have to ask this question, being a morning radio shock jock. Marathon days, I remember those days, have your nipples recovered?
Oh. Wow. All it takes is a little Vaseline before you put the shirt on, or Band-Aids over them, and then and you're good to go. So you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy.
I once finished a Dipsy. I didn't know about the nipple thing. My first Dipsy, which was only 7 miles, not 26, but it was rigorous and rugged over the mountain. Dude, it looked like blood. It looked like cherry red Mickey Mouse ears on my chest.
Oh no!
You know what I mean? It's like it was a tough day. I wore a white T-shirt too that emphasized it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I learned. So, Maddie, I heard that. So there was so much noise that the Brandon Ayuk thing was coming to a head, and Jerry Rice sent out a tweet, and all these other people said it's happening. And even ESPN said it's just a phone call away with the Steelers, but the Niners want to keep Ayuk. And then Ayuk came to practice yesterday, and people said he was wearing, I think he was wearing a 49er T-shirt.
Yeah, but what shoes was he wearing?
Good call.
It seemed like we were at the resolution, and he was going to return to the 49ers, and yet I have no news. Maddie, fill me in.
Yeah. No, I think you might have still been on vacation, but a week ago Monday, so whatever that was, 11 days ago, I reported that the 49ers had those frameworks of trades with New England and Cleveland. And Brandon Ayuk and his camp knew exactly what Cleveland and New England were going to pay him. and because he had been given permission to talk to 4 teams. Washington wasn't in on it. The 49ers worked out deals with Cleveland and New England, and New England was going to pay him a boatload of money. And Pittsburgh and the 49ers just couldn't work out the compensation because there wasn't going to be a player involved with the Steelers. The 49ers wanted more in draft picks. The Steelers weren't willing to go there. And so things were off. And then the next day there were reports that things are back on with the Steelers. But I don't know that the 49ers and Steelers ever really, at least from the 49ers standpoint, ever really got anything that they felt like it's worth them moving on from Ayuk to add what the Steelers were willing to give. So the 49ers and Ayuk were very close to an agreement that according to Ayuk, early in the offseason. And for whatever reason, it didn't happen. And then the sides grew far apart and they didn't talk contract for many months. And so now we're back. It's at this point where it's been, I think, for a long time, is that just there hasn't been a decision made. And I guess, Brandon Ayuk could say, 49ers, I'll take what your offer is and let's go. Or he could say, hey, I'll take the trade to Cleveland or I'll take the trade to New England. Although since then New England has said, you know what, we're out. We don't want to mess around anymore. And Jared Mayo, kind of interestingly over the weekend said, when asked about Ayuk, that it's his job now to put the Patriots in a position where people want to go there. So, he basically confirmed that, they weren't able to get Ayuk. So I honestly don't know if anything really has changed other than the reporting. I get the sense when I reported what I reported that just wasn't something that had happened overnight, that it's been out there. At least that's what Kyle Shanahan had said. And so I just think that it's kind of remains in this state of limbo. And I don't know what the general perception is. I get a lot of feedback from readers, listeners saying, just trade him or just sign him. I would think that the most likely end to this, because all along my thought was like, what is the end game here? I think it'll end up that he remains with the 49ers. I just don't see any other option at this point.
Yeah, and Matt, that's kind of been the question that we've been asking all summer. What's the end game? What does Brandon Ayuk want? So I'm curious if you know any details about what the contract difference would be between what the 49ers are offering him versus what he would potentially get with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't think it's much. I think if it were all money driven, I think he would be playing in New England right now if it were all about money, but it's not. And I don't know, I'm sure it's a lot of things. It's location, where he wants to live. It's the team. It's the contract offer. It's the vibes. It's the gut feeling. It's all of these things kind of wrapped into one. And, he is at the 49ers facility every day. He did report on time. He's taking part in his hold in. He hasn't been fined, unlike Trent Williams. So it just, the signs point to him and the 49ers continuing their union, but you just don't know how that's going to look at the end of the day. Do they sign the long-term deal, give Brandon Ayuk the kind of money he wants along with the kind of guarantees he wants, or do they just kind of come to some resolution of, hey, look, let's bump you up a lot this year on your one-year contract, and then we'll do right by you in the off season. We'll trade you early on, and so then you can get your contract. Trade. Obviously they'd have to franchise him and then deal him. So I don't know how it all looks at the end of the day, but at this point I don't know that Pittsburgh trade is real close to happening. And if the 49ers and Ayuk are back talking contract and stuff's been exchanged and it's on the table, then if something's going to get done quickly, that's probably it.
Matt Maiocco.
But I don't think anything's going to get done quickly. Jesus. At least it doesn't seem like it.
So this goes to my macro question. Matt Maiocco, of course, the KNBR insider for the 49ers, NBC Sports Bay Area. You hear his podcast and read him and see him and all that. So I just keep calling it the bummer summer, man. Like I'm like not enthused by this 49ers summer, whether it's the spate of injuries that canceled the Saints joint practices or whether it's Ayuk. We haven't even mentioned Trent Williams. Maddie, am I right? Is it a bummer summer?
It's not a great summer. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they've had contract issues in the past with guys. The only one that really lasted, this long was Nick Bosa, and so that was last year. And then this year you got two guys where you have stuff going on, and yeah, the injury. I don't think the injuries are, at the end of the day, I don't think they're that big of a deal because there haven't been any. Guys that the 49ers are counting on. No, like all-pro or Pro Bowl types of guys who are going to miss significant or miss any time once the regular season starts, with the exception of Dre Greenlaw, of course. They're hoping to get him back after 4 or 6 games. But, yeah, no, this season, the summer has not gone the way they would have wanted, but it all goes out the window. Everything flies out the window on September 9th because that's when it all starts to matter. And the 49ers, I think, objectively speaking, you look around the league, they still have, if not the top, one of the top rosters in the NFL.
Yeah, and Matt, it's interesting because it feels like almost every day we're either getting an update or a non-update on the Brandon Ayuk situation, but it seems like we're not getting that same information that we could get with Trent Williams. Now, there was a report earlier this week from Diana Rossini on Monday that the 49ers and Trent Williams have not made any significant movement. Have there been any updates on Trent since then?
No. I mean, I kind of get the sense that the 49ers all along thought that, this was going to be a situation where it just replaced the non-guaranteed money with guaranteed money, and away you go. He is, since he signed that contract with the 49ers in March of 2021, which made him the highest paid offensive lineman in the league. Now he's number 6. And, the reason he's at $23 million a year is because the last year of his contract pays him $32. So that it's kind of artificially inflated a little bit, the average per year. And he has no more guaranteed money left on his deal. So, I think what a lot of people thought initially was, the 49ers will do something like they did with, like the Rams did with Matthew Stafford, what the Dolphins did with Tyreek Hill, where I don't think there was any new money introduced into those contracts, but it was just converting non-guaranteed money to guaranteed. Well, here we are. Trent Williams, his base salary, the money he's supposed to make this year is $20 million. He's already incurred nearly $2 million in fines, and another $1.1 million in fines will be docked from him if he doesn't report before the game Sunday, the exhibition game, the preseason game. So for every preseason game a guy misses, that's one game check. So now you're getting into territory where Trent Williams, who obviously wants more money or whatever form of money, now he's at the point where he's taking a very significant pay cut if he doesn't get what he wants from the 49ers, which is, I would assume, more money and more guaranteed money. So both sides have been kind of, silent on that. I think a lot of it has to do with Trent is not in the building. He's not around. So, Brandon is around. We see him almost every day. Last week we didn't see him after, some of the reports, about the trades and everything else that was going on. He wasn't around at practice, but yesterday he was back in practice. So who knows where it's going with both of those guys.
Matt, you only have 2 minutes left. So is Sunday the old preseason game number 3? Like, are the starters going to play a lot?
I don't know. I think if they had done those practices with the Saints, none of the starters would be out there because they would have gotten basically the equivalent of 2 full games of action, both offense and defense. But since they don't have those joint practices with the Saints, I would suspect that you probably don't want to throw Brock Purdy and Fred Warner and Deebo Samuel and Bosa and all those guys out there much, if at all. But if there's going to be an opportunity for those guys to play, this would probably be it.
Last one, other than Dominic Pooney, give me the breakout star of the camp.
You know what? I think I'd go with Diamador Lenore. He just seems so comfortable at the cornerback position, and I thought he played pretty well last season, and he and Charvarius Ward are a good cornerback tandem, and now you got Ward and Lenore on their contract years, and I think Lenore's looked really good in training camp. So I would say that not a guy that's just fresh onto the roster, but he is somebody that I think remains kind of under the radar, certainly from the national standpoint. I think he's ready to have a big year.
All right, Demo, got the answer. Good answer. Rock the A6, Matty, and we will catch up with you next week, buddy.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, gentlemen. Talk to you soon.
Matt Maiocco, KNBR's 49ers Insider. Somebody pointed on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I said, does anybody play on this team other than Brandon Ayuk?
No, not right now.
I mean, sure. I mean, it's like, have we ever, do you have any sense of the Niners outside of Ayuk?
I mean, I would love to sit here and do whole segments on Malik Mustafa and Dominic Puny, but John Joe Curley said, we got to talk Brandon Ayuk.
John Joe might be wrong.
Ooh.
How about that?
I don't know. We had a caller give him some props for the first time today.
Well, also, one of his County Louth guys showed up. You don't meet many from Louth, the Wee County, doing his thing. I mean, like Cody Schrader, running back, apparently is a find. Talking about him.
And we can talk more about Jordan Mason, how he's looked this offseason.
Remember he used to be JP, and now he's Jordan?
JP. I mean, I think some guys still call him JP.
Tony Gemignani, the king of San Francisco pizza, other than Amici's, will be in here. And congrats to Dan in Santa Clara for being our qualifier in the 49ers season pass giveaway. We'll do it again tomorrow and all next week and continue to rage against the dying of the Farhan light. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
John Joe Curley, man, I like that guy. He was pretty cool.
All right, Steve Moskowitz on a Thursday morning. Steve, you're on the line. You want to tell us what to do when you cannot pay your taxes?
You want to call us. And the bottom line is there's so much that can be done. And you might not even owe the bill to begin with. The IRS sends out lots of wrong bills. Or it may be the fault of your former spouse or former business partner. Let's shift it over to them. Or maybe we can make a deal to just pay part of what you owe and they forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven, or get monthly payments that you can afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. Or maybe have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet. Business is down, or you just lost your job, or something, the family's sick. There's so much. I could literally fill up your whole show with alternatives, but I know you wouldn't want me to do that. So instead, just call for your free consultation. We'll go over everything with you, and then let us help you. What do you have to lose? We have a free consultation, and if you want us to, we'll go to the IRS and do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and call us.
There it is. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi and Kyle Shanahan are both set to join Tobin and Copes this afternoon. And I was real curious. Kyle, what do you guys think you're going to be talking about?
Only God knows.
That's crazy. Farhan will join the show at 4:50. Kyle will follow at 5:30. You can hear both interviews on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. is KNBR, and this is Murph and Markus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, so I got it. Before we welcome Tony in, I got to. This is my heart is tugging, man. You hear this? The legendary Greg Kihn, Jeopardy. Just got the sad news that he passed away this morning, the age of 75. That we'll talk about that a little later in the show, but that's a Bay Area icon. I mean, he did morning radio down in San Jose forever. You can keep that playing there, Tone. And, of course, I mean, like guys like Lamont and Tonelli would have known him forever. And we can talk about Greg Kihn's legacy, but really, really sad news that he passed away. And I wanted to rock out a little bit with the great Greg Kihn. And, of course, this is Jeopardy. And we can get the breakup song and on and on and on. So, anyway, wanted to get that news out there and go download your Greg Kihn and turn it up for a Bay Area icon. And then the transition is from one Bay Area icon to another. There he is. Check your cameras, guys. There he is. Tony Gemignani, who makes the best, just the best. He's first of all, we got bagels here.
We got bagels in the building.
Well, you think it's pizza only? You're wrong, brother. You're wrong. Welcome.
Morning. Yeah.
Good seeing you. I know you're busy as hell. You got to do another radio hit. You got a Giants game.
Yep.
So
then
thanks.
we'll come back to the restaurant, getting ready for the Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival, which is sold out as of last night. So I'm here to promote it a bit. Everybody can be excited about it, but if you don't have a ticket, I guess you got to wait till next year.
It's really funny because, Tony, this thing is awesome. So it's Saturday. It's at Washington Square right in front of the Italian Athletic Club. We're proudly a member there at SF Italian Athletic Club, the 2 blocks in front. And we're like, okay, some tickets. Tony's like, we sold it out.
Yeah, good.
Sold it out. So,
I saved a couple for you guys.
all right. Well, you know what we should do? Then promote the 2025 Italian.
Yeah.
But no, let's talk about it because it's a great event in San Francisco, the Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival. Those who are going, who are lucky, and it's my understanding now, once you walk in the gates, like you have at it, huh?
It's all you can eat pizza. You know, over 40 pizza operators represented. Their pizzerias coming in, 7 bagel shops, 22 breweries. A lot of people, a lot of carbs. I mean, you'll carb it up. Definitely not.
Let's talk about it, man. Pizza is very important to me and Markus. It's everything. You're a Bay Area guy, and you make incredible pizza.
Thank
the
you
Bay
very
Area
much.
wouldn't be known as a pizza. Hey, man, what was it that said, hey, I'm going to go match the great pizzas in this country here in the Bay?
Grew up in Fremont. Was at my first pizzeria 33 years ago. Castro Valley. Started there. I was there for 17 years and went on to open up Tony's Pizza Napolitana about over 15 years ago. You know, in the circuit, I guess, you know, in the realm of pizza, there's competitions that you can compete in to be the best pizza maker in the world. Entered a lot of competitions in Naples and Parma, Italy, and Las Vegas and Portugal. Won, 13 world titles. Not just in pizza acrobatics. A lot of guys know me for tossing pizzas like a Harlem Globetrotter does, but for actually winning and making the best pizza, I won a lot. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I got to say,
good.
Yeah, and Tony, one of my favorite things about hitting up the Slice Houses or any of your pizzerias, I went out to Pizza Rock out in Las Vegas with my guy Tonelli from down the hallway, is seeing the menu and all the different styles of pizzas that you have. So talk to us about what you're going to have out there this weekend.
Yeah, so we really launched the different styles at Tony's, different ovens, multiple styles. But when you step into that festival and you try Roman, New York, we even have some vegan options. You see different styles like Detroit, Sicilian, Grandma. If you're anywhere in the pizza world and you've tried pizzas from all across the U.S. or Italy, it's at the Pizza Festival in San Francisco coming up this Saturday. So, yeah, it's exciting. And operators, not just from the Bay Area, but John Arena from Las Vegas. He's like the Joe DiMaggio of pizza coming in. There's Tiago that's coming in from Austin. We have a New Yorker coming in. OG's coming in. He's from Brooklyn. He's making some pies out there. So there's a lot, not just Bay Area born, but like Laura Meyer. She's amazing. She's from Laura's Pizza. And she'll be here, and she's in Berkeley. And then Leah, all these. If I start naming names, you'll say, wow, that's like Babe Ruth. This is like, you start naming names in the pizza industry, and you start hearing them. It's some players coming.
Yeah, you got the murderer's row of pizza makers.
Yeah, right?
I tell you, right, this is hard on me because I'm starting to lose my mind. I need to be out there, you know what I mean? It's like, this is incredible, the amount of pizza he's talking about.
Even Goat Hill Pizza, Giorgio's, old school classic pizzerias. Doesn't have to be all mainstream and everything. It's like old school San Francisco. We pay homage to, and stuff. So,
dude, let's talk before we let you go. The bagel, it ain't just pizza. You said I'm not. You can't keep me in the pizza realm. I'm going bagels.
Oh yeah, bagel shops will be there. Boy Chick will be there. I think they have probably the biggest name in bagels. Even though I have a bagel shop called Dago Bagel, you got to talk about Boy Chick when you think of Bay Area. So they'll be there. They're here last year, and they're one of the most popular booths at the festival.
We got to let you go. It's the Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival. It's Saturday at the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club, right there on Stockton Street, the 2 blocks right in front. It's gory, one of the great spots in San Francisco. You just didn't get a damn ticket. That's the only thing. That's the only problem there. So, but hey, Tony, great seeing you, man.
Thank you very much,
I'll
guys.
look forward. I'm a member at the club. I'll look forward to seeing you out there, and I'll
Go
see you down
Giants,
there.
huh?
Yeah, and you'll go in the park.
Yep, see you in a little bit at the
Everybody
park.
go. Everybody go see Tony today, and Tommy is
Tommy,
here
Tommy,
too.
thank you boys for coming in.
Tommy's
Thanks for the bagels.
wait, Tommy, wait a minute. I didn't realize Tommy. You got a mic on. I didn't know that. Let's get Tommy some love here.
Tommy, tell us about some of the beers
we
real
dissed
quick.
you, buddy.
Yeah.
We dissed you.
I came all the way from Canada for this pizza festival.
Oh, dude.
Super excited. Can't wait for it. And I'm happy to be here.
Tell us about where you're
Filming
from.
something.
Yeah, I'm from Winnipeg, Canada. I got a pizzeria called Tommy's Pizzeria. I've been open for like 4.5 years. Today we're shooting a TV show. So yeah.
Did Lamont? You know you're going to see Lamont from Winnipeg, right? You know that, right?
I did not know that.
Dude,
Okay.
Lamont's from
Lamont
Winnipeg.
from Winnipeg?
Dude, he's from. Dude, there's not.
Nice.
How many people from Winnipeg are in San Francisco right now? 2. Tommy and Lamont.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Too warm.
Dude, give us the go on Canada Pizza. How you guys do it different?
Yeah, I do 3 styles of pizza. I do tavern style, I do New York style, and I do Detroit style. And Tony was he's my mentor and he was my teacher. I went to his pizza school twice, actually. So,
are you originally Canadian or?
I'm Canadian. Yeah. I'm from
so how'd you get a hold of his school and everything?
I was lucky. I picked the right school. Otherwise, things would have been a lot different.
10 years ago, right?
10 years ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's walking the streets of North Beach, Canadian lost. I'm like, dude, I could take you in.
I got an oven here.
What's your if and when push comes to shove and you got to make that one pie that's going to dazzle somebody, what are you making?
Detroit style. That's what we're known for now.
Beautiful. Well, Tommy, welcome from Winnipeg.
Get a slice of Tommy and Tony's this weekend.
Hey, Tony, you blow up enough, you can get a spot down at Oracle Park next to to Tony's.
Tommy's Pizza next to Tony. Thanks.
Well, listen,
thanks, guys.
welcome, man.
Awesome.
Welcome. We appreciate you, and have a great time Saturday.
Thank you.
I know you
thank you
will.
guys for
I know
coming
you
in.
will. Good. Tony and Tommy. Two good pizza names.
Tony, Tommy, pizza, bagels, and beers. What else do you need? What else do you need?
Hey, have a ball and welcome again. Welcome again. Hey, and start talking. You're going to talk Winnipeg Jets now with your boy down the hall. All right, buddy?
Get ready.
Dude, there you go.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Tommy from Canada.
Yeah.
Making pizza.
I know. Have you ever had a slice of pie up in Canada?
I have not. But that, you know what? Tommy looked like the kind of guy you wanted to make your pie.
I was going to say, if I'm getting some pie north of the border, I'm going to Tommy's
There was a
joint.
Jonah Hill vibe coming off of Tommy. Did you get that?
He looks like a guy who knows good pie, knows good beer, too.
I want
would
to
assume.
apologize. That hadn't been made clear to me that his mic was on. And so once I saw we were going to shove him off and I saw his mic was on, I was like, oh, dude, we got to give him some love.
But like a true pro, we got Tommy on the
We
mic.
got Tommy on it. And now you know where to go when you're in Winnipeg. You know what I mean? And when will you be in Winnipeg next?
That's a great question. If anybody wants to take me, I'm available.
By the way, Lamont does this every year. Dude, you know Winnipeg winters might be, that might be it. That might be the worst winter in the world.
I don't know how people survive those winters.
I mean, like snow up to like the 3rd floor of a building. It's
Actually, I do know how they survive. They survive on Tommy's Pizza.
Tommy and Tony look like guys whose pizza you wanted to eat. And hey, I want to circle back. And first of all, that pizza hit was sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. First of all, I want to thank them because it got us off the rage of Farhan, okay, number one. And number two, I wanted to circle back to the start because this is a big one in the Bay Area. And Young Tone, and this is not riffing here now, but I'm virtually certain you don't know Greg Kihn, do you?
No, unfortunately,
no. But you gotta dive in. Like in the early '80s, there's a sound of like good time, sort of rock pop, and I would say Huey Lewis in the News would be like sort of the emblem of that. Greg Kihn's like on that family tree.
Wow.
It's like, it's guitar-based rock, but it's like super hook, super melodies. Super good time. Like guys are smiling when they're up there. They're having a ball, you know what I mean? And they're playing like irresistible hooks. You just say, "Our love's in jeopardy, baby," or the breakup song, "Ba ba 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 ba." Here we, yeah, they don't write them like that, dude. Come on, man. I'm getting the chills now. Oh man, dude, what are you holding up there? Is that a Greg Kihn vinyl album, dude? Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that?
Scotty over here.
Dude, we got to pour one out for Greg Kihn, man.
R.I.P., man.
That's a big name. He's did morning. He's a brother. He's a brother of yours because he did morning radio for a long time.
He was a local yokel just like us.
Dude, in your hood. He was San Jose.
Yeah, that's right.
So anyway, I'm sad to see that. So anyway, I wanted to get that out there, and everybody turn up your Greg Kihn as we play it out here. You know what, Farhan? They don't, Farhan. They don't write them like that anymore. They don't write Giants lineups like they used to, right?
No.
All right. You got one more segment of rage in you?
Oh, I got it in me, Murph.
How pissed are you at Farhan? 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader. Bigelow Tea is the focus. My friends at Bigelow Tea letting you know every season is Bigelow Tea season. Not football, not basketball, not baseball. Every season. That's right, Bigelow's the number one tea in the Bay Area. One of the first things we do here each day is reach for a mug full of English breakfast. That's my favorite. Gets you going, takes care of your vocal cords, right? You got to do that when you're on the microphone. All of the different flavor options are awesome. It's perfect to start your morning. You know what keeps us going? Look no further than a cup of Bigelow Tea. We got them right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
Murph and Markus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
And for Luciano, he goes back to the minor leagues, and what will be the plan for him down there?
Yeah, he'll probably play some second and short and DH. You know, unfortunately, we've had to do this a few times with him this year. It looked like he was going to get quite a few at-bats DHing. You know, at the time, Encarnacion was swinging the bat pretty well. Kihn had just showed up, so some of those at-bats dried up for him. And if he's going to be here and not play, then it's better off continuing to develop in the minor leagues.
Well, there it is. And again, you hear Greg Kihn, Jeopardy. It's a big name in the Bay Area, man. Greg Kihn passed away this morning at the age of 75. Just got a note. And just wanted to pour one out to our fellow morning radio brethren, but also just a great musician and as a listener point out, power pop, you know, as they call it, kind of. So anyway, it's sad. The music lives on. Give me a little blast of this. I need a hit. Of Greg Kihn. Your dad would definitely know Greg Kihn for sure.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, he would definitely know.
At first I was like, that name sounds familiar, and then I hear the songs on the rejoin, and I'm like, I've for sure heard this before.
For sure, yeah. Come on now, baby, turn it up. I love's in jeopardy. So, and Matt, a buddy of mine and I, Scott Demikas, where are you, buddy? He took me down to Magic Mountain when we were freshmen in high school. King geek, helmet hair, acne, the whole deal. I had no game whatsoever. But he had an uncle down in L.A. We went to Magic Mountain, which was a big road trip for us. Going to L.A., going to Magic Mountain without my mom and dad. and Greg Kihn was playing in the little amphitheater at Magic Mountain. It was like, oh my God, Greg Kihn's playing. So we were all there, and I remember he just plays like a 20-minute set just to get in and out. But at the end, he's like, all right, before I go, what song do you guys want to hear? And he hadn't. It was like number one. We're like, all in our little preteen, we're like, Jeopardy! And he goes, I can't hear you. We go, Jeopardy! And then he's like, bam, 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 and then we're like, yeah! And then he walked off, and that was it. So anyway, memories, everybody. Memories. And rest in peace, Greg Kihn. So, sad one. From that to Farhan Zaidi. Sorry for the transition there, but we did it all morning, buddy, because the Giants lost last night 13-2. And I think what's been on display the last 4 games has just been a team that kind of can't do the little things in a close game and then just can go kersplat in a blowout. Like they've done it all, whether it's a base running mistake Sunday night or whether it's the ghost runner and unable to bunt the right time or do that. It's shining a light. I mean, you could point to Bob Melvin for a lot of these, like he didn't bunt when he should have. He bunted when he shouldn't have. But I think what most people are saying is they're just seeing this mediocre record over 61-62 now, trying to get to 500 today, 1245. And what I think they're seeing, Marcus, is I think what we're feeling is the rage of just more mediocrity.
Yeah, they're seeing year 6 of the Farhan Zaidi kind of product on the field out there for the Giants. And out of those 6 years, they've made the playoffs once. And it was the outlier season of 107 wins. So to me, it kind of feels like we're getting to the tipping point of the Farhan fatigue. And it felt like he bought some good favor back this preseason, this offseason, when he did go out and spend money on a Blake Snell, a Matt Chapman, a Jorge Soler. And we were sitting here saying, hey, I think they're an 85-win team. You threw out 90. We're like, this team is going to make the playoffs. They have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. And then we get to the trade deadline this year, and we're looking at a team that's 6 games under. And we both agreed, for the betterment of the franchise moving forward, it was time to sell Blake Snell so that he doesn't walk away for nothing like we saw a couple years ago with Carlos Rodon. But now we're in this situation where there's mixed messages being sent to the fans from Farhan. Either we're going to compete for a wild card and keep Blake Snell, or we're going to sell the house and wave the white flag by trading away Jorge Soler. But the point that really pisses off people is the lying, is the gaslighting, is saying, look, the reason we got rid of Jorge Soler was to give one of our top prospects opportunities like Marco Luciano, because everybody loves their top prospects. But when you give the guy 21 at-bats and you send him back down, then the reason you traded Jorge Soler was not to give Marco Luciano an opportunity. It was simply a salary dump, but he's not being transparent with the fans, and that's where the Farhan fatigue comes.
It's just the mixed messages, like Andy Bagley wrote a piece in The Athletic. He's like, so why did they send down Luciano and bring up McRae? And he threw out 3 different theories. He's like, 1, the Soler trade was not to give Luciano at bats. It was basically a dump of a declining asset. That's like what he didn't tell us that, though. He didn't say that. 2, they want to get fast. All of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, you want to get fast now on August 15th?
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
probably shouldn't do that when you're 80, 90, 100 games into the season.
I mean, sometimes I turn to my old profession of sports writing. Sometimes I like the way guys write it. I'm going to quote Baggerly here about this he calls it churn and burn, where these player development were just, who do you want? David VR, even Elliot Ramos, as he pointed out, the only reason Ramos got sent down like the first week of spring training, the only reason he got his chance was because of a bunch of injuries, right?
Yes, because Slater went down. Jung-Hoo Lee went down.
Yeah.
We could talk about Tyler Fitzgerald blossoming into what looks like a piece of this franchise moving forward. The only reason why he got opportunities after he was sent down is because you finally DFA'd Nick Ahmed. The same Nick Ahmed that blocked Marco Luciano from getting those everyday opportunities at short, which was what Farhan told us last offseason when Brandon Crawford walked out the door.
Totally, dude. So here's one of the things Bags writes. He says, it would be easier to feel better about the Giants' ability to develop talent if they had a more cohesive and consistent approach to that talent at the big league level. I nodded my head on that one, and he said, instead they're doing what struggling teams usually do when desperately trying to remain in contention. They're reacting in the moment, and in the process are treating upper-level prospects, and here it is, with the same haphazard here one day, gone the next churn that has defined the Farhan era. I mean, you have your favorites. A.J. Pollock hitting cleanup. You brought up today Roberto Perez catching on opening day at Yankee Stadium.
Over Joey Bart.
Over Joey Bart.
When, again, to me, it's how you handle your top prospects. Marco Luciano's not a guy that you put on the elevator and send him up to the big leagues to be a pinch runner and maybe a pinch hitter late in games. What you do with your top prospects is instill confidence in them. That's why I think it would have been a boost of confidence to give Marco Luciano the shortstop job to start the year. And then you see what happens. It would have been a boost of confidence to let Joey Bart start on opening day last year. Instead, you went with Roberto Perez. It would have been a boost of confidence to a guy like David Villar, who was just a PCL MVP a couple years ago. But instead of letting him start at third base, you went with Wilmer Flores. So you're sending all these mixed messages. When you have these top prospects, you got to give them a longer leash to see what you got.
Yep, 100%. And we got tons of calls this morning, but now we can go to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line where you guys are coming in. 415 says, it's terrible with all the mixed messages. That's what I was going to say. And the trade deadline came. I was in upstate New York watching 12-year-olds play Cooperstown baseball, but I was like pissed. I was like, God, if I was on the radio. To me, it was like this mishmash because you sold Soler and Cobb, but then you didn't. Then you brought in Canna and called up Encarnacion. And I was like, wait. Are you going young? Are you not going young? Are you contending? Are you not contending? And my opinion was, as you said earlier, sell, buddy, because it's not happening. And you could say, if you're being honest with us, guys, we tried Soler, we tried Snell. It didn't work, but we have found some pieces that we like. We found Fitzgerald. We found Ramos. We think Birdsong's going to be something. We think Harrison's going to be something. Mm-hmm. So let's kind of build that wave. Let's ride that wave going forward. Instead, again, it was the mishmash, the road to nowhere that we keep hearing. Yes.
Instead, you're making these minor moves of adding a Mark Canna or whatever that kind of reek of desperation because they will defend it by saying, look, Mark Canna is going to give us better at-bats right now than Marco Luciano because we're still trying to make this wild card run. But if that's the case, then there's got to be some accountability because you holding on to Blake Snell tells me that you believe that this is a playoff team, which Farhan Zaidi has told us multiple times. So if they don't make the playoffs, then someone's got to answer for that.
831 says half the moves are in a rebuilding mode and half the moves are in a win now mode. So we lose now and don't rebuild.
They're trying to do the two-timeline system. The problem is they don't have Steph Curry.
415 says, guys, in honor of losing Greg Kihn, is Farhan's job in jeopardy, baby? All right, so there you go.
Nice.
His job's in jeopardy. Babe, sounds like we could do an old song there, buddy. And by the way, where's Luis Matos and all that? You said he's struggling.
Yeah, he's struggling right now in Sacramento. But again, this is a guy that you sent down a week after winning NL Player of the Week. Again, going back to installing confidence in your young prospects, I don't know what that does to the mental state of a Luis Matos.
Yeah, so now I told you this. You said somebody's got to pay, and we talked about accountability earlier in the show. And I've always believed, it's my impression, and until Greg Johnson comes on the show and talks to that he's not a demanding, he's not George Steinbrenner, dude. This is not Al Davis, This is a guy who's just kind of puttering along and just doing his thing, the famous somewhat break-even comment. But again, to their credit, they did spend. They didn't try to break even. But I said to you, I don't think he's going to fire Farhan at the end of this year no matter what. Now, the diehard 0.01% optimist says this ain't over. They can go on a run. You got the White Sox next week. Was it 3 against the White Sox next week?
The A's this weekend.
Well,
White Sox coming to town. Yeah, true.
Dude, you go to the A's, your game's in jeopardy, baby. You know what I mean?
It's the last trip to the Coliseum this weekend, too.
By the way, staying on the Greg Kihn theme, the breakup song, do the fans want to break up with Farhan?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm starting to sense that this week, and I felt this way about the Dodger series with Ahmed before they went on a run, if this negative energy continues, I would open the door to Greg Johnson making a move at the end of this year. So I'd say the next 6 weeks, I'd say it's on the table, buddy. Yeah. I'd say it's open.
I agree.
And I would say that by the way, who's next? I don't know. Who is the next up and coming? Who is the Alex Anthopoulos? Who is the Dave Dombrowski? Who is the Pistol Pete Patilla?
That's a decision for Buster Posey in the Giants front office to figure out.
Oh, my God. All right, guys. Well, listen, we told you guys, if you missed today's show earlier, the big hit was so big we had to do 2 segments of it. It was filled with rage, but also we had an enjoyable conversation with Tom Glavine at 6:50. I would encourage everybody to go back and revisit that on KNBR.com, and Susan Slusser's talk where she said a phrase that triggered everybody when she said, well, no, I saw this at the A's. You move people up and down, you shuttle them, you work the margins.
Yeah, the San Francisco Giants are not the Oakland A's.
Exactly.
If you're running the Giants like he ran the A's, guess what? Now the A's are running out of town to Sacramento, and they're one of the biggest embarrassments in baseball.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Hey, by the way, we are proudly sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. And this guy we're talking about, Farhan Zaidi, he's on the radio today at 4:50. You know who wants a win today? Farhan Zaidi. Before he comes on at 4:50 today.
Light the beam, baby.
How about Kyle Shanahan at 5:30?
Wow.
Oh, Kyle.
Couple big bookings for the afternoon show.
I know, Ben. How good is the Warriors offseason looking compared to the Giants right now? I can't wait for some Buddy Hield. Can't wait for some slow-mo Kyle Anderson. All right, guys, that's the deal. All right, Get your doctor of baseball. One of the most underrated sound bites we have is Nicky T saying, I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball. Because, by the way, when he says that, he's not riffing at all. He truly feels like he's a doctor in baseball.
He's got a PhD in baseball.
All right. And then, of course, the What Did Young Tony Learn Today, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Markus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, man, there it is. If you're just getting in your car, we got the sad news. I got it on an email from a publicist that Greg Kihn passed away at the age of 75. Super sad. Anybody in the Bay Area who was involved in music or even radio, and he was a longtime morning radio guy in San Jose, and just a good dude, always a good vibe, and these hooks, like he had the hooks he's crazy. I just remember thinking people like, oh, you're competing against Greg Kihn in morning radio. I'm like, I'm competing against Greg Kihn? That's amazing. Like Greg Kihn, and we lost him at the age of 75. That's really sad. And hey, just go play Jeopardy. And I mean, we're riffing. We like to riff on the show, and it's kind of appropriate for Farhan Zaidi, right?
Yeah.
His job's in jeopardy, baby. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Sing it, Murph. Sing it for the people
Well,
in
the
the back.
other one's called the breakup song, which is another one. Do you want to play the breakup song for Farhan? How about a win today? How would that do?
That would do wonders, not just for Farhan's interview today with Tolbert and Copes, but just for the whole psyche of Giants fans.
Honestly, getting back to 62 and 62, going into 5 against the A's and the White Sox.
Yeah, but it's a tough matchup today. Logan Webb, the ace, is on the bump, but he's taking on Max Fried. I know we had a great pitching matchup on Monday night, but this is right there up there.
Isn't there a human sense that the Braves feel like they've done their job and they're not going to play great today? And like 4-game sweeps are hard.
Oh, they're getting out of town already, celebrating that they got 3 out of 4. Those 2 extra inning wins. I mean, it's hard to sweep any team in baseball 4 games in a row, especially when the Giants have their ace on the bump.
Yeah, so Giants, make us happy tomorrow. And by the way, tomorrow we are hunting 49er GM John Lynch. He may join us tomorrow. That would be awesome. And also start to get ready for the final Giants-A's Bay Bridge game in Oakland.
Yeah.
In Oakland. There.
Our final salute to the Coliseum.
And who will be there? It all depends on who's healthy. Dr. Markus.
Ooh.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Maybe we'll see Thairo Estrada at second base this weekend over at the Oakland Coliseum, because last night he continued his rehab stint with the Sacramento River Cats by going 3 for 4, hitting out of that leadoff spot. He now has a .571 batting average in his 2 to 3 games with the Sacramento River Cats. So we will continue to give you health updates on Thairo Estrada and when he could possibly return to this Giants lineup. And that, my friends, is your Giants Sutter Health Update, sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. Visit sutterhealth.org.
All right, Sarah. What was the Nicky T you had there,
I
young
feel
Tony?
like I'm a doctor in baseball.
It's incredible, man. One of my favorites. He was serious. He's like, I know my baseball.
Maybe we should call up Nicky T, because he is a doctor, to ask if the Giants still have a pulse, if they have a heartbeat.
Well, his guy Juan Soto's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
You got that Juan Soto soundbite?
He's hotter than ever right now.
Oh, just a little sports notes that would have been in the top 6 sports stories back in the day.
Top 6.
Aaron Judge hit his 300th homer yesterday.
Hey.
Not just the fastest ever by games, where he eclipses, ready for this, Ralph Kiner, Kiner's Corner, but also by at-bats, where he eclipses a guy who wore the pinstripes, who wore number 3. Wow. G.H. Ruth.
Wow.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty darn.
So shout out to the Northern California kid, even though he did not come home this past offseason. Shout out to the kid from Linden, California, Aaron Judge.
They showed him, so Little League World Series is on, which means, I'm addicted. I watched it all yesterday. Shout out J.J. Feliciano. First of the name, J.J. Feliciano, kid from Florida. It's a great name. But shout out all the names I saw yesterday. But Aaron Judge did one of those rejoins where he's like, hey, kids, have fun. This is Aaron Judge. By the way, they're coming to Williamsport Sunday because they do that Little League Classic game now for Sunday Night. They're playing the woeful Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, watch out for the Tigers.
Scott Harris's Detroit Tigers.
That's it. Scott Harris got out of town on the right side.
Swapping Scotty Harris out there. And so the Yankees will be Sunday at Williams. Can you imagine how mobbed is Aaron Judge going to be? Because kids today in baseball, it's like they're not nearly like you and I were with baseball cards and all that. But Aaron Judge is Godzilla. They all worship Aaron just because they all everybody likes big home runs. But he's going to he better have layers of security.
You're saying kids dig the long ball.
Because, they get off those buses and they sit with the kids in the stands and all that. It's a great thing.
Oh, it's awesome.
But he's going to get absolutely
he's going to be mobbed, and there's no hiding Aaron Judge.
No, but anyway, I was going to tell you, so he did one of those rejoins, and then they showed his Little League picture from Linden Little League, which is in our listening area.
And what was he, like 2 feet taller than every other kid on the roster?
It was just a shot of his head at bat. He was just in his stance, and then they split screen it with Kerr and him. See him with Caitlin Clark the other day?
Yeah, Caitlin Clark had on pinstripes.
Yeah, and she might, what is she, about 6, what is she, 6 feet, 6'2", something like that?
I would assume, yeah, she's got to be at least 6'1".
I don't know, she looked good, though, but it was good to see. Do you know what brought her there? Was it just simply a promotional thing?
I think she was just visiting, just hanging out. I don't know if she threw out the first pitch or anything.
I think she might have. Caitlin Clark is 6 feet. She's 6 feet. She looked good. So even Caitlin Clark likes to be.
Shout out Ponytail Pete and shout out Pistol Pete Patella.
Dude, How about Pistol Pete Patella catching strays today from the text line? They're like, hey, where does Pistol Pete? Some guy wrote it on 707. He goes, where does Pistol Pete Patella fit into all this? I said, I'm going to read that just for the Pistol Pete. 408 says, guys, here's the simple thing. Eddie D would have gotten rid of Farhan Zaidi. Trestman style.
Yeah, you know that whole strategy of a year too early instead of a year too late? Yeah. It feels like it might be a year too late now with Farhan Zaidi.
Another 831 text, he's pretty good, says, can you leave Farhan at the Oakland Coliseum this weekend so he can rejoin the team that does business the way he likes it?
Uproot him from Oakland, too.
And here's this faulty guy, 530, saying, funny, you guys call a 500 pitcher your ace.
Oh, 530, who's your ace? Huh? What do you got? Show me your ace, I'll show you mine. Yeah, I stand with Logan Webb.
Very good.
Get the hell out of here.
And, of course, sponsored by Bigelow Tea.
He also leads the league in innings pitched.
Young Tony.
Murph and Markus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Hey, Kyle's learning that Bigelow Tea, I'm holding this up right here, baby. Bigelow Tea proudly sponsors young Tony. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Tony, it was two things today. One, a listener called in and said, I want to do a Dear Abby. It was Raphael down in San Diego. He said, why should I take my kids to the game? I said, there's no way you know Dear Abby, do you? No?
Not a clue.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
chance.
So how do you feel about an advice column where you write a letter and then you sign it like confused in San Francisco or struggling in San Francisco? You write like a very personal problem to an advice column, and then they publish it in the newspaper.
So it sounds like a therapist, right?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Dude, I'm telling you, for 50 years, the country turned to that every day, and you'd read your problems.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Ask Abby.
Oh, yeah.
Now, my generation might be familiar with Ask Ashley, which was a segment on the TV show All That with Amanda Bynes.
Did people sign it like baffled in Belmont?
Yeah, and they would send in their letters, like they would write in letters.
Yeah.
And then Amanda Bynes would like hysterically rip them and give them bad life advice.
Over my head in Oakland, something like that. You have to sign it that. I think there was a Brady Bunch like that. So anyway, welcome. I think the more modern one that got a little spicy was Loveline, the late night radio show with Dr. Drew.
Nothing, no.
Oh, that would be your era, though, bro.
Dr. Drew is our era.
That's your era.
I mean, I've heard of Dr. Drew. So
people call in and they're like, Dear Abby's like a really simple thing. Like, my neighbor has a dog that keeps barking. What should I do? Dude, Dr. Drew would be like, hey, man, my boyfriend wants to do this.
Hey, now.
I don't know. He was like, whoa, should I be listening to this right now? And then finally, the other thing Tony learned today is the legacy of the great Greg Kihn, who passed away at the age of 75. Super, super sad. So for all the Bay Area people who loved Greg Kihn and his San Jose radio show and all the good vibes that he provided for all those years, man, yeah, blast this on the way out. So see you at the ballgame, buddy.
I'll see you down there, Murph.
John Joe, good job getting Glavine. Young Tony, turn it up, buddy. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You guys really need to up your sneaker game. It's absolutely atrocious. It's year 8, guys. Let's figure this out together.
And now we're playing chess. And there it goes. Can't come in the well twice, buddy. And Greg knows, because I always have this saying, you cannot come in the penthouse without an invite.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
A smash to right field, deep, and that's going to be a grand slam, and it is going into San Francisco Bay. That's the first hit of the inning. And Willie Harris just back trying to get his timing, and looks like he got it.
Here's a swing and a fly ball. Left field deep. Ramos back. He'll climb the wall. Leap, and he can't catch it. It's gone. Olsen for a home run.
There's a high drive, deep left field, and this one is going to be gone. Austin Riley with his 19th home run of the year. There's a shot to left field headed for Berkeley. And Sean Murphy plants one in the left field bleachers against Taylor Rogers, and now it's 11-2 Atlanta.
Well, the good news is no bunt controversies today because Robbie Ray is coming off Tommy John surgery. And breaking news, this is not the best rotation in baseball. We'll get into that. We got a short show today as we got day baseball down at Oracle Park as the Giants try to salvage one against the Braves before a day off. Then the A's, the White Sox, hopefully they can make some hay on that one. But I know the fans are not too happy. We'll get into that conversation. Got a little bit of 49ers for you as well. Like we said, we got to talk fast day baseball today, and Logan Webb tries to save one game out of the series. Good morning, my friend.
It's days like this, John. I wish we were on the patio with our,
exactly.
with our friends.
We need a drink.
Barbara and Mary Jane having a giant orange Bloody Mary and trying to make sense of what happened last night. So obviously not good last night at all. Tight pants, had a tight butt, a tight sphincter, and his baseball's just not going anywhere near where he wants it to go. I mean, he hits Jorge Soler, he hits Austin Riley. He was able to strike out Ozuna. He's such a full throttle grunter, every pitch, and the way he turns and torques. And baseball is evolved. Even Walker Buehler coming back off Tommy John, and he didn't throw the ball well last night. I watched that entire game. His command was really off. But he's not doing the traditional, wind up over the head. He's coming to more of an abbreviated, almost like you're pitching, from out of the stretch, like Hayden Birdsong does every single pitch. And I'm not telling Robbie Ray what to do, but there's a lot of moving parts there, and there's a lot to lock in, the twist. He literally turns his back on the hitter, hides the ball well. There's an effectiveness there, but you wonder if there is time it takes him to find home plate. His first start as a Giant, and I know he's been out forever and ever, and it's a terrible injury and 2 surgeries, and it's going to take him a while, but he did that against the Dodgers. His first start, he was able to get out of it with 1 run scoring, and last night he just hangs. It's just you can see it now in animated suspension when it came out of his hand. It's like, no, go back and get that curveball. And Michael Harris II, who hasn't played in 2 months,
welcome back,
hits it to McCovey Cove Dave, and now the game, it's over. I mean, you battled back, and how about the irony of Fitz, the first pitch he sees after last night or 2 nights ago?
He should have bunted.
You know what, in retrospect, I think the mistake was in the type of bunt that he had. He was bunting to give himself up. What he needed to do was bunt for a base hit to use his speed, but he didn't do either. So anyway, this series is gone terribly for the Giants. The loss on Monday night, Yastrzemski not bunting and striking out, but just not scoring against Chris Sale, losing 1-0, and then the events of Tuesday night, and then yesterday was just an unmitigated disaster. So Fangraphs has their chances of making the playoffs. And it all started with Sunday and the Tiger game, the poor base running in that game. You had a chance to beat them and sweep them, and you didn't. But just by losing that game Sunday, and for whatever it's worth, I don't really buy into this, but the numbers are starting to become difficult.
Yeah.
After you lost to Detroit on Sunday, the chances of making the playoffs were down to 16.3%. I still felt good going into this series with Atlanta. Atlanta's chances going into the series, John, was 61%, and the Giants was 16%. I didn't think it was inverted. I saw Atlanta lose on Sunday in Colorado, where they had an 8-2 lead going to the bottom of the 9th, and Luke Jackson and others conspired to give up 7. I've been watching them for like a week. They're sloppy. Even the first 2 games of this series, they were beatable. It's just the Giants did not beat them. So after you lose the game on Monday, your chances go from 16.3 to 12.4. After Tuesday night and Tyler Fitzgerald and the whole thing, 8.6. Now, after last night, your chances of making the playoffs are 4.7%, according to Fangraphs. You're 6 back in the loss column. but you've already lost the season series to them, so really it's 7. And there's other teams involved in this. You may run down the Braves. They may collapse like the 64 Phillies or the 78 Red Sox. It's happened. Or the 95, who was it? The Angels when the Mariners ran them down? It was the other way around. We've seen some, we've seen some epic, you got to be.
Well, the A's, the A's ran down the Rangers.
Right.
That?
What was that, in 2012?
Josh Hamilton dropped that fly, and
I think that was
that's
in
what
2012.
it would take, though. I mean, that's honestly.
But you have other teams involved. But it's possible. But but right now you're 6 back in the loss column, and you're technically 4.5 back, but you've lost 6 more games than them. Those losses are not. Today's game is huge. If you get out of here, you're 7 back, but it'll feel like 8. And, you're coming down to the final month of the year. So we've been building this series up, and I've been looking at it for a long, long time. This would be the biggest series of the year. Giants were playing well going into it. Could have been better after Sunday. Atlanta just not playing well at all. They had lost 7 of 8 and 17 of 27. But this is still a championship. These guys won the World Series just a few years ago in 21, and they're going to get some of their players back. Michael Harris II came back last night. Acuna's not coming back, obviously, but they're going to get Ozzie Albies back. Strider's not coming back. We'll see. Max Frieda was on the IL. He's back now for another start. So, could this series have gone any worse? To lose the way you did Monday and Tuesday night with the placed runner at second base, bunting and not to bunting, and then just get rolled last night with tight pants with a tight butt. He was just gripping so hard. It was difficult to watch him pitch last night. He was gripping so hard.
Just from the pitching standpoint, in August, after Farhan proclaimed this the best rotation in baseball, they're 5-4 with a 5.10 in August. And then really, just to be fair to Robbie Ray, he's coming off Tommy John. We said that. Well, in his last 4 starts, he's got a 7.31 ERA. Birdsong in his last 2 starts has a 17, and Harrison in his last 3 has a 7.43. So you have Snell, who's at the top of his game at the start of the rotation. We'll see Webb again today, but he's a solid 2. But then after that, you have a guy coming back from TJ, and now you have a 22 and a 23-year-old who just are on fumes at this point of the season. So that was supposed to be the backbone of your team, and that's not happening. And then you look at the way that these guys are hitting. Just in this series, Yaz 2 for 12, Bailey 2 for 12, Fitz 3 for 14, Ramos 3 for 12, Chappie's 1 for 9, Conforto's 2 for 7. Wade's 2 for 9. They're not hitting, they're not pitching, and at this point, and we can get into this, but they've got to play better baseball. We can sit and project and all these things, and I was looking at the schedule today, and I know you've already looked at it. The schedule after the White Sox is murderous, and there's a lot of road games, and it's just going to be really tough. The math is starting to get very difficult for this team, and you can beat anybody. Just like coming into this series, the Braves were leaking oil, and it looked really good for the Giants after winning the way they had been winning lately. But so things can flip, there's no question about it. But when you start playing the Padres and the Diamondbacks, who are now both 9 ahead of you in the loss column, and you start looking at the teams you have to play the rest of the way, even a non-playoff team like Seattle going up there is really difficult the way that they're not hitting with that starting rotation. It's going to be a difficult climb in what you just described as some of the miraculous teams that have run down teams at the end. That's what it would take at this point, almost a miracle for the Giants to get into this thing.
You know what it would take? What the Giants did in 2010. We had Sergio and George on the pre and post, and we were talking about it last night. And the Giants those guys remember it, that they were way back. It was further back than they were. They actually were 6 games back of San Diego, both August the 22nd and also 6 games back on August the 27th. So you're 6 games back in the loss column with the Braves. It's not really 6, it's 4.5. But it's another game because you lose the tiebreaker. The problem is it's not just one team you're battling. It's not just the Braves. You're behind the Mets. You do have the season series tiebreaker with the Mets. Cincinnati just kind of keeps lurking there. I kind of figure that after the Giants beat them 2 out of 3 a couple of weekends ago, I thought they don't have to worry about them. They're right there. They're 1 game under 500 like the Giants are, and so are the Cardinals. They're all right there, but really it's the Braves. So it is doable. And baseball is streaky. Right now, it looks like the Dodgers are not going to win the National League West. It looks like either San Diego or Arizona are. They never lose. San Diego's won 19 of the last 22 games. 19-3 over 22. Arizona is 17-3 over their last 20. They look like they're never going to lose again. But it's early. Do you want to start peaking in your best baseball in mid-August? Do you want to do that in mid-October or early October? So there's a long way to go. Giants have been up and down. Right now, they just have picked a bad week, John, to stop sniffing glue. I don't know how to say it. They look like they look like, I don't know if they were sniffing glue to start, but they're not sniffing runs. They're not scoring. They're averaging 2.3 runs during this series. They couldn't hit Grant Holmes last night.
He went 7.
And I'll tell you, one guy's going to have a hard time hitting any Grant, and that's Grant McCray. He can run.
God.
He may be the modern-day version of the Bullet, but he looks overmatched. They're going to throw him curveballs. Specs Freed's going to give him his curveball in the dirt. The Giants have hit 2 home runs. 2 home runs on this entire homestand, and they've both been hit by the leadoff hitter who you asked to bunt the other night. So I don't know, John.
By the way, I'm looking at this lineup too, and I don't know how they're going to score runs. Encarnacion is 0 for 8 in the series. The bottom of the lineup is Schmidt, Casali, and McCray. I mean,
that's today's lineups already.
Yeah, I mean it's Fitzgerald, Canna, Ramos, Chapman.
Well, you got to give Bailey a day off. I mean, come on.
You do.
He's running him.
You do, and he's not hitting anyway. But I mean, from Encarnacion is 0 for 8. Yaz is 2.
He's
for
in
12.
left, and Ramos is DHing.
Right.
McCray is in the lineup playing center.
He is. Oh my God! It's I don't know how they're going to hit. I don't know how they're going to score. Watch, they'll score 10 runs today or something like that with this lineup. But Logan Webbs has to pitch a shutout. I mean, you look at it, and that's what you think. You look at this lineup, and you say to yourself, Logan Webb can't give up any runs.
They pitched a shutout on Monday. The Braves had no runs after 9, and you still lost the game. So they are just playing well enough to lose. But right now, they're not playing well enough. They're not doing the little things. There was times there where they were playing good baseball and just didn't win. Now they're kind of getting what they deserve. That's why. I mean, in reality, and there's a long way to go, and this season is ups and downs. Really, right now, they're not playing well enough. To me, they are not a playoff team the way they're playing. Now, they can kick it in gear. I'm not sure how they're going to do it, but they're just not as good of a team as San Diego, Arizona. The Atlanta Braves, I'm watching them, and what's wrong with them? Look at their lineup, though. I mean, you don't think they can win?
Oh, they have talent. They just haven't been
doing it. And then when they get into a series like this, they're running out Chris Sale and Charlie Morton, and Max Fried was an all-star this year. This team won the World Series in 21. They've won their division 6 consecutive years. It's not like they're a bad team. So when you look at it, Philadelphia, the Dodgers, although I think San Diego, Arizona run them down, Brewers, and then clearly Padres, Diamondbacks, Braves. Those are the 6 best teams in the National League, are they not? Now, we got one more month to decide this, but those look like the 6 best teams in this league.
All right, give us some thoughts. We got a few more thoughts from last night's game. And meanwhile, Luciano down to the minors. That's what McCray is up. That was the switch off that they had. A few more things to discuss as well. I know the morning show, they were questioning how hot is the seat for Farhan. We'll get into that conversation as well. We do have day baseball between the Braves and the Giants as Logan Webb tries to salvage one for the Giants before they get a day off and then go head off for the final time to Oakland to take on the A's. It's Papa and Lund. Thanks for joining us on a Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
And Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss what it was like to coach Team USA over the summer and his thoughts on Steph taking over multiple games on a global stage. That story and more. KNBR app, KNBR.com.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I have a question for you, and it's not what you think the Giants' playoff chances are after losing to Atlanta 3 times. It's why do professional builders and contractors rely on Golden State Lumber and Building Materials? The answer, because their extensive inventory is appreciated and their ability to schedule deliveries of materials often on the same day. Did you know Golden State employs decking specialists ready to help you with your projects? The sales staff have extensive knowledge of all the materials you need. This is a career for many of them, so they're committed to providing you with an exceptional experience. So I encourage you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com to see the list of brands and vendors. Golden State features like Simpson Strong Tie, an innovator in construction connectors for decking and other outdoor projects. You can also request a quote or start an order right from the homepage. Whatever the job, find the lumber, building materials, and expertise you need to accomplish your best work. For 70 years, Golden State has been supporting Northern California construction. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Here's the stretch. 1 strike offering. A smash to right field deep, and that's going to be a grand slam, and it is going into San Francisco Bay. That's the first hit of the inning. And Willie Harris just back from the injured list. He'd been out on a rehab assignment trying to get his timing, and looks like he got it.
I think John said Willie Harris there. That was
Michael Harris the second. Willie is from the Bay Area, isn't he? Willie Harris?
Yeah. So
isn't his dad a correctional officer in San Quentin? I believe he is.
That would not be for me.
Wonder if he has any Charles Manson stories. Or
wow.
I think he was. I think that was the story. I believe his dad is a correctional officer, security guard at San Quentin, or was at one time. But John knew. John had some great stories about Willie Harris and his father when he came up. So that was the other Harris, Michael Harris II. How much better does he give them their lineup?
Yeah.
Guy was out 2 months. They were 6 games over. 4th best record in the league when he was out. He comes, and then when he was in, and then when he was out, they were a 500 team, and they're going to get Ozzie Albies back at some point. I mean, it's possible the Atlanta Braves, run the table in the National League playoffs. This is a quality baseball team, but they weren't playing like it coming in. But he had a bomb. McCovey Cove Dave was like positioned perfectly to get that ball. It was hit directly to him.
He was all holding it up, and everyone was like, that was a grand slam against us. So there you go. That was last night. I guess the good news is, because I only watched a few innings. I mean, after that grand slam, I was like, oh, this isn't getting well. And I did see the highlights of Yaz pitching, but I did not see it live. You had to sit there.
He was gripping.
I apologize.
He was gripping.
He was big time.
I watched every single pitch. I mean, if I saw 49, consistently 49. But he was having, as Mike would say, none fun. I thought it'd be a little like Pablo. And, Pablo did it with his Craw. Why didn't he? Mike Yastrzemski has a great throwing arm from the outfield. Why did he eephus pitch it every single one? Why didn't he just let it go? Why didn't he let it rip? It was like he looked like Jamie Moyer.
Yeah.
But he made Jamie Moyer look like Sandy Koufax. It's like, what's he doing?
I don't know if Bob would be in the mood for it this morning when he meets with the media, but I think what they do sometimes, they tell him. They just like, don't throw it hard, don't hurt your arm, don't, you know what I mean? So maybe that's why. I don't know. But Bob probably doesn't.
I think he did whatever he had to do to get through the inning, but Yaz was gripping. He was having no fun. And he got squeezed on a couple of pitches.
Yeah, he did. There was one especially that I saw on the replay that was definitely a strike. We will talk to Rich Aurilia at the bottom of the hour. We just added Tim Kurkjian for 11:15 to talk more of this misery. 123 down, 39 to go. And you and I were saying yesterday they need to go 24-15 to go 85-77. The Padres and the D-backs are on a 92-win pace, and I don't see them coming back down to earth anytime soon. And now the Braves are on an 87-win pace, so it would be very difficult to catch those teams. And then we were so excited about these teams that were coming up, and after today, it's a day off, 2 against the A's, 3 at home against the White Sox. And then things get really nasty. There is a break in the middle of that against the Marlins, but after the White Sox, 3 at Seattle, then 3 at the Brewers. Marlins, you get a quick break, but then Diamondbacks, Padres, Brewers, Padres, Orioles, Royals, D-backs, Cardinals. 39 games left, and after this series against these guys, there's going to be 33. 24 of the 33 are against playoff teams, and 15 of those 24 are on the road. That's an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to look at the schedule. I honestly think the A's are going to be tough. They do have the best record in baseball since July the 1st. They are going to be hungry. I'm hearing there's going to be like 35,000 people there for Saturday and Sunday. It's a bobblehead night, and they always get up for it when the Giants come across. You know, they got other rivals in the American League, but undeniably their biggest rival. And let's face it, a big reason why they have not been able to get a foothold in the Bay Area as far as attendance and television and radio ratings is the Giants. And they were the better team for a long time. And it didn't matter. They outdrew them when they were in the Coliseum and the Giants were at Candlestick. And ever since the ballpark at 3rd and King opened in the China Basin, it's been the A's have been treated like the Triple A's, and it's just, and then the whole territorial battle for the South Bay, it got really contentious, and it's a major reason why the A's are leaving. I think it's this, like the Raiders left because the 49ers were too big. The A's are forced out of town because the Giants are too big. So their fans, there's not, it's envy. It's more than that. Socioeconomically, that bridge represents a lot, from the East Bay to the West Bay, and even bring the South Bay and the North Bay. So I think the A's are going to be a difficult assignment. I'm looking to see what they do with the rotation with the off day tomorrow. Do they pitch Blake Snell on regular rest and pitch him on Saturday? They give him an extra day. Do they give an opening to rest Hayden Birdsong? Let's see. But the schedule's hard. We know that. I mean, the toughest remaining schedule in baseball from this point forward. The Giants have one of the most difficult at a .509 winning percentage of the opponents. And the teams you're battling, only St. Louis has a harder schedule than the Giants coming down the stretch. The other teams are, not in the other league, or they're not going to make the playoffs. So, and the White Sox, can you sweep them? They just got a game from the Yankees. Then it does get hard. So, all that being said, today, I'm not going to say my whole outlook on the season will be dependent on today or not. But the math of it is just, it's daunting if you lose the game today. If you get swept by these guys, and that's going to be a deflator to start with, then just the math of it, you're going to fall 7 games behind them in the loss column. 7. And they get the tiebreaker. So really, it's 8. And you don't play them anymore the rest of the year. I mean, forget the Mets, the Reds, the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, the Padres. To me, the team I thought was somewhat beatable is the Braves. And now they come in with their galaxy of stars, and they started to look like the Atlanta Braves. So it's up to Logan Webb today to pitch the way he has the last three, the way he did Saturday when he felt the energy of the 2014 reunion team and Bum called him out, and then he went out and had a Bumgarner-type performance and threw the ball hard at all of his pitches and got deep into the game. They need to win the baseball game today. You've got to manage it, you've got to coach it, you've got to play it like it's a playoff game. You cannot. The math is going to get really hard. It's hard anyway if you win, John. We've seen teams come back in September, late August, but the math of it's going to get hard. You need to win the game today.
All right, let's talk to Rich Aurilia about it coming up next. Is there any silver lining in this whole thing? We'll ask Richie, as a former player, what can they do from here after losing 3 to the Braves? Pretty devastating. They get a day off the A's, the White Sox. They got to dominate those games, and then pretty tough. So we'll get into that conversation with Richie next. It's Pop and Lund on your Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here. Were you able to get a wink of sleep the last few nights after these tough Giant losses? Actually, for myself, after I get off Giants post-game live, I'm getting to sleep right away because I have a Sleep Number bed. It lets you choose your ideal comfort and support on each side, so it's just right for couples, and you sleep the best you've ever slept in your entire life. 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number bed. If you don't have a Sleep Number bed, now is the perfect chance and opportunity to get one. During Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, you're going to save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery on select smart beds when you add a base. But you got to act quickly. It's going to end this Sunday. August the 18th is the date. So it's available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Tampa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Lund on your Thursday. Thanks for joining us. Pre-game in just over an hour. The Giants try to salvage one against the Braves in this 4-game series. Disappointing to say the least. A couple of bunt controversies in the first 2 games, and then just a flat-out blowout last night. They lose 13-2. Michael Harris returns grand slam. Robbie Ray struggles, and here we are as they get a day off tomorrow, take on the A's, and then the White Sox, and then things get really tough for the Giants. They try to hang on and stay in the wild card race, and it is always our pleasure to talk to our good friend Rich Aurilia. Rich joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm good, man. What's going on? Not a lot going on.
No. Actually, I need a case of Red Stitch after watching this baseball team's bats, Richie. They are not hitting at all. It's hard to watch.
I mean, you kind of knew this was a big series coming in, right? This was I don't want to say make or break series, but this was the series you looked at in this stretch of games where you were playing some pretty less than par teams. And, I mean, you got to score more than 5 runs in 3 games. I mean, listen, I'll give you the Chris Sale game. I mean, that was an awesome matchup with him and Snell. But you got to score more runs than 5. And, I think last night was – I think the only I was listening on the way in about silver linings. I think the only silver lining is that it's a day game today. So it's a quick turnaround, so you don't have to think about last night, because last night was just – it kind of just unraveled a little bit.
What is more excruciating, those first 2 where you feel like you should have won it, or last night when you get blown out? What's worse for a player?
The ones that you have a chance to win. Yeah, the blowouts are blowouts. I mean, those are going to happen to every team. I mean, in the course of 162 games, you're going to get blown out, a handful of times, and you're going to blow people out a handful of times. But it's the games that you have in your control and, right in front of you that you don't win. And, again, I think it comes down to the same thing we've been talking about all year, is just hitting with runners in scoring position. And, the guy on third, less than 2 outs. I mean, you got to get people in, and, they're just not, I don't want to say they're not good at it. They haven't been good at it all year. I mean, but you can't say, oh, well, maybe it's coming. Well, I mean, you have less than 40 games left. So, I agree with you guys in the sense today is probably the biggest must-win that they've faced this year.
I mean, just the math of it. If you lose today, you're 7 behind them in the loss, and they got the season series and the tiebreaker, so it really is 8 mathematically. Last night's game, Robbie Ray just gave up the slam in the first inning, and so the game was over in the first. But the previous 2 nights, it was decided with the placed runner at second base in the 10th inning, and it was to bunt or not to bunt with Yaz on Monday. They didn't. He struck out, and then last night, or 2 nights ago, Tyler Fitzgerald did bunt, and it didn't go well. So I want to get your thoughts on the philosophy of it. JT Snow, your former teammate's been blowing me up, and a lot of people from your teams, and even Boch's teams, have been reaching out about letting Tyler Fitzgerald swing the bat and Yastrzemski bunting. Everybody's got an opinion either way. Just your thoughts on the way Bob Melvin handled it, because he handled it differently. They were different players, same closer, Iglesias on the mound, Richie, but Yaz not to bunt, struck out, and then Fitzgerald bunted, and I think he was bunting to give himself up. It's not the bunt they wanted. They wanted more of a push bunt and try to bunt for a hit, but just the philosophy of bunting in that situation. Where do you stand?
Well, this is, relatively new to the game, right? So there's so many different thought processes on it. There's so many different opinions on it. If I'm looking at, Iglesias, he's, a premier closer. He's one of the best there is, and he has strikeout ability. But if I'm looking at it, like, at least in the Fitzgerald case, I'm like, this guy's been your hottest hitter for the last month and a half, 6 weeks or whatever it is. I'm probably giving him a chance to swing the bat. And, back in my day when we got in situations like this, give give yourself a chance to get a base hit the other way, right? Try and hit, drive, get them in and get them over at the same time. But, weird decisions could possibly be made in times of stress or times that you think you need to absolutely win this game. And the Yastrzemski case, listen, we know Mike, I love Mike as a player, but, he has a propensity to strike out a lot, and when you face, a lot of above average stuff with a closer like that, you're going to, have a good chance to strike out. So I think this whole idea of the guy on second, what do you do? I'm pretty much thinking with a guy like Iglesias, you're not going to walk the next guy to set up a double play. You're just going to try and go for the strikeout with a closer on the mound like that. But everybody has their opinions. If you really want to go deep, just go back to, I hated it at first, the guy on second base to start the 10th, because I'm like, man, that never happened in my time or in my life. But as an analyst, I love it because it gets you through the game a little bit quicker. I've had some 18-inning games in that studio, but, all in all, it shouldn't come down to that, is kind of what I'm saying. You got to kind of, play the game the way it's meant to be played, score some more runs in 5, and you're not in that situation. It's just unfortunate that it's happening right now, and unfortunate that it was 2 different decisions made in the same situation.
Rich, it really is doing it. I always love that you come on, but specifically in this situation where I want to ask you a pretty obvious question, which is how hard is it in terms of, it seems to me that a bunt is pretty easy, but obviously it's not. I'm sitting on my butt. What do I know? And the same thing with the situational hitting. Well, hell, you got a guy on third base. There's a guy on third. You just hit a fly ball. You get him home. How difficult are those situations for a player? Bunts, situational hitting, sacrifice flies, those kind of things.
There's certain instances, that are tougher than others. If you have a hard thrower that kind of rides the ball, up in the zone or, throws a lot of sliders or something like that, yeah, it's hard to get a bunt down. But I think what it gets, what it comes down to is that though I don't think now in this day and age, those fundamentals in the game are not taught anymore. Nope. And I know I've had talks with Pat Burrell. I know he tries to get these guys in batting practice to do their situational stuff. But it used to be in another time, in another era where, you would give yourself up to get a guy at third base, and you'd come in and everybody be high-fiving you because, that was your job. Now it just seems like I can't even tell if guys are trying to go the other way. And, and Pop, this when we do the show, you get a guy on third or situationally with less than 2 outs, and if the infield's in, you're trying to hit a fly ball. To me, that part of the game just comes down to, it's more of a mental, attitude of what you're trying to do when you get up there. If you're trying to hit a fly ball, why are you swinging at a sinker down and in on the first pitch? Or why are you chasing a breaking ball down and away the first pitch? I think it comes down to, hitting is a mechanics thing. It is a timing thing, but it's a big mental thing too. And you got to put yourself in the right mentality to perform and to do the right thing. And I do remember this, my whole career, I did this all the time. Cause I would think about it when I was on deck and I was coming up next, especially when I was hitting at the bottom end of the order, when we had a pitcher kind of coming up, and I would turn, whether it was Dusty or Boach or whoever, and I'd be like, hey, man, do you want me to get him over, or do you want me to try and drive him in, like with a guy on second or something like that? And they would tell me. They were like, hey, give yourself one chance the other way to drive him in, and then, kind of get him over there however you can. So I always thought about that my whole career where, I wanted to do what was best for the team and to get us wins, and I would always ask the manager, like right there in the on-deck circle, hey, dude, what do you want me to do? You want me to try and get him in or whatever? And I just think the art of teaching that now is kind of lost, and it's very hard to work on it in a batting practice where you got some guy throwing, 60, 70 miles an hour and nobody's really on base. There's no pressure there. So I do think it comes down to the fundamentals of teaching this a little bit more.
You know, I'm watching Matt Williams, and Matt always throws batting practice. He and John Yandel, Matt from the right side and Yandel from the left, and they do work on situational hitting, maybe not to the extent. Now he's actually hitting ground balls, and they're working on their infield defense, and Matt's taking charge. But I want to ask you about the swing of the modern player. It just seems like your era, and you were a home run hitter, but you weren't trying to buggy whip. You weren't uppercutting. You had a really good, level, flat swing. And if the ball went out of the ballpark, you went out of the ballpark. There were some guys that, tried to stretch it out a little bit. But it just seems like what we're talking about is the guys today with the launch angle and the low to high, trying to lift and separate, they don't have bat control where they can manipulate the bat head to put it in play the way they want, the way your generation did. Is that oversimplifying, or is that part of just the mechanics of the swing and the way the hitters are attacking it today?
I think it's actually it's become a part of the game where I would say, I don't know, and tell me if you guys agree or not, maybe in the last 8 to 10 years where a lot of the analytics came in the game, where, guys were kind of taught through the minor league system, even how to, kind of swing up. Everybody wants fly balls. Everybody wanted, the long ball is a home run, a walk, or strikeout for a really long time. And I think with guys that are taught like that, I mean, it's hard to get out of that. I mean, when I played, I focused on right center, left center. That was it. If I stayed in between right center and left center and I hit line drives, I knew I would hit the ball hard consistently and I would have some success. If I missed under the ball, I may get one to the pull side and hit it out of the ballpark. If I missed on top of the ball, if I hit it hard enough, it would get through the infield. But there was never a time, I mean, I would cheat on certain counts or certain pitches where I try to, hit the ball out of the park, but I wouldn't do it every swing. And I would pick my times to do that. But I think now it's just taught in a way where, I kind of say, I don't know if I, remember this correctly. I don't remember what year it was, but it was maybe like 20 or 21. I mean, I could have sworn that there was some kind of thing in the Giants batting cage where they had like these two like ropes on, like tied to the cage, which was like, supposed to be the ultimate, level of your swing. Like that's the level of your swing to optimize the launch angle to hit the ball up out of the park. And I'm like, that's kind of hard to have every guy trying to replicate the same thing. It's kind of hard to do. But, again, I think that's just where we are in baseball the day and age. And I know that Bob and I know that Matt and I know that Pat, I mean, they're old school guys and they're trying to get back to, a lot of that old school stuff, but it's hard when you get guys that have been in the minor leagues and been taught a certain way, to come up and maybe try and change things. So I think there's a lot more into it than just, guys swinging up. But, to me, when you get in situations with a team like this that, they're not a 3-run homer team. You got to get guys on. You got to get them over. You got to get them in. And to me, that's more of a mental approach to the game than a physical approach.
Yeah, and that's great insight. And it, like you said, it's being taught all around baseball. And I feel like because they play half their games in this park, and this park as well as anybody, that their team should be more of the Tyler Fitzgerald types. And I don't mean he's in this home run binge right now, but I want to see athletes who hit gap to gap. I want to see great defenders. I want to see speed. They should steal bases. They should be good at situational hitting and sacrifice flies because, like you said, they have 50 home runs in this park this year, do the Giants. That's obviously the worst in baseball, and they can hit home runs on the road. They have done that. But, if you're in Colorado, hey, man, draft guys, bombs away. But if you're in San Francisco, shouldn't you have an athletic team that is hitting line drives, gaps in the gaps rather than trying to do, like you just said, this is not a 3-home run team. Then they can't. How else are they going to win? If they don't hit home runs at home and they can't manufacture runs, how the hell can they score?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you just got to look back at the teams that won, right? How were those teams built? They were built around pitching. Yep. Strong defense up the middle and timely hitting. I mean, nobody ever said like those guys bombed the ball out of the park. They didn't win that way. I mean, when you see them win the World Series and you see them win playoffs games, well, yeah, like Craw hit a grand slam in the wild card game, and Uribe and Renteria hit home runs in the playoffs. And yeah, of course you'd notice that, but over 162 game schedule, that's not how you win in all your games. I mean, I played on a team that was fortunate enough. I mean, we had 3 or 4 guys hitting 20 plus, on a consistent basis. But that park doesn't dictate to that. And, you'd like to see more guys like a Fitzgerald or, gap to gap guy or, but this is what, this is the time you're at right now. And, and it even trickles down, even to high school and college and Little League. And, I get on social media and I see some of these people who I've never even heard of, teaching kids how to, swing a bat. And, and there's some of them that are actually really funny. I don't know who it is, but there's this one guy's these are pitching drills for 2024. And it's guys throwing a bucket full of water and then doing a somersault. And, it's just all kind of weird stuff. But it goes down. And I mean, this has been in the game for the last, 8 or 9 years. And, it's just, the ballpark doesn't dictate your offense to playing that way because it is a big ballpark.
Lastly, we were talking earlier about how big this game is, and it's, Blake Snell is pitching as well as anybody has ever thrown the baseball lately, but still the leader of this baseball team in so many respects is Logan Webb. I think he's been steaming watching the way his team has played shabbily during this 4-game losing streak in this series. You worked the game on pre and post on Saturday. It seemed like he was energized by the return of the 2014 champions, Rich, and man, he threw the ball hard. We saw some forcing fastballs. All of his stuff was working on Saturday. What do you want to see from him today? Because we're just saying they can't get swept. They lose this game today. Their playoff chances are going to be remote.
I want to see him approach this game like it's any other game, to be honest with you, because he's good enough any other day, whether he's pitching against the White Sox, the A's, or the Braves, or the Phillies. He's a throwback, and he knows what needs to be done today. And whether that's him, trying to pile up some strikeouts, or I don't know, what it's going to look like today, or if it's him knowing that he's got a good, left side of the infield and getting ground balls. This guy knows what he's doing out there, and he definitely is a throwback. And if there's one guy, you kind of want out there today, I think he's your guy. And it was great. Those guys, on Saturday, I mean, you hear Bum talk about Bum knows, Bum's a throwback, and he knows that Logan Webb's a throwback guy, and he's probably going to lead the league in innings again this year, and he might be the only guy with over 200 innings. Who knows? But he is a throwback, and he definitely is the leader of that team, that rotation. And I did think it was kind of funny though how Bob, you were worked that no-hitter with Snell, and we make such a big deal about how many pitches he had, and he never got he only had 5 outs after the 7th inning his whole career. And then I'm on the road the other day and I flip on the game. I see it on, on TV, and I'm like, holy cow, they let him go 119 pitches.
He's flirting with another no-hitter.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. And I'm like, what happened here? The guy was throwing 70, 80, 90 pitches, and now he's up to 119.
Now he's stretched out.
Okay.
Now he's good.
Well, there you go. He's ready for the stretch run. But, listen, we talked about this a lot. We talked about, Farhan making the comment, best rotation baseball. Well, yeah, it is the best rotation in baseball when everybody's throwing up to their potential, right? I mean, you could say the same thing about the Phillies or whoever else you want, Seattle maybe, I don't know. But, to me, it just comes down to, you got to start hitting a little bit. And, these guys are mostly in keeping it. Robbie Ray, whatever, man. It didn't work out yesterday. I still like that trade that Farhan made. I think it was probably one of the best moves he's made since he's been here. And I think there's great things ahead for Robbie Ray, if he's here long term. So I don't even look at that game. I was just, whatever. It's only fifth start or sixth start off Tommy John. I'm not too concerned about that. So
you're the best, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate the insight. We'll talk to you soon, and enjoy the wine.
Send the red stitch. Send the red stitch.
We need it.
It might be a little early during the game today to have some, but I don't know.
No.
Never too early.
The 12:45 first pitch, Richie. It's perfect time.
Man.
It's lunchtime. Lunchtime.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll have a glass with lunch. That's
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Richie.
All right, guys. See you.
All right, that's the great Rich Aurilia. Thanks to Richie. He is always great. That's great insight on all that stuff, players' viewpoint on that thing. Anything afternoon is fine. Actually, in the morning is fine, too. That's what Bloody Marys are made for. But anyway, this segment of Pop and Lund, sponsored by good friends at the Procore Championship, world-class golf in Napa, September 13th through the 15th. Learn more and get your tickets at ProcoreChampionship.com. We got a little bit more on this, and then Tim Kurkjian for a national look, including a rule that would be crazy. We'll talk to him about that at about 15 past the hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you didn't know this, but they're not based in the Bay Area, and some are not based in the entire state. Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years, almost 30 years now. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting tooth and nail for you where you live. So, if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, it's beautiful out today, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they are all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in tremendous hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And you know that they have secured more than a $1 billion, that's with a B, of course, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing. Zero, zilch, nada. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
And thanks for joining us. Tim Kurkjian's going to join us in about 15 minutes. A little macro view of the playoffs. Get the Giants in there as well. Plus a crazy rule that I read about this morning on ESPN. We'll talk to Tim Kurkjian about it in 15. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader. A Cumulus media station. We got Giants baseball for you. Pregame and award-winning Diamond Notes starting at 11:45. Remember, today until August 23rd, so you got 8 more days to qualify. You're going to have 3 chances a day. Once during Murph and Markus, once during our show, Pop and Lund, and Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. Each person that qualifies automatically wins a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and for the chance to win that big grand prize. Now, don't call now, but in the 11 o'clock hour today, the 11 o'clock hour, which is as of this moment right now, during this hour, you're going to call 415-896-KNBR. That's the only number, 415-896-5627. When you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, do call. Again, you'll hear that in this hour, 11 o'clock hour, before we jump out of here for pregame at 11:45. So in the next 45 minutes, good luck. Good luck. Just a quick palate cleanser, Pop. Did you hear Brian Windhorst said this morning on ESPN that the MVP voting, which LeBron James got in the Olympics, was actually voted on. You could vote at any time before the final 2 games. So when Steph went off, most voters, according to Windhorst, there was this code on the wall. You could obviously flash it, and then you could vote for your MVP. So a lot of the votes didn't even take into account Steph's final 2 games. That's brilliant.
His final 2 games at all?
Yeah.
Wow.
Final 2.
I'm assuming it's like the Conn Smythe Trophy in the NHL, where it's not just the last 2 games or a segment of games, the knockout games. It's the entire Olympic Games, right? Mm-hmm. And I honestly, as good as Steph was at the end, LeBron James and Durant was amazing. Obviously, in the first game against Serbia when he came in off the bench and had that incredible first half when he didn't miss a shot. But the guy who was consistently the most outstanding player for Team USA, and they wound up winning the gold medal, was LeBron. LeBron was the heartbeat of the team. He essentially played the Magic Johnson role, which he does to a large extent anyway. But what he did was he would, and the way he knew the rule about the ball being up on the rim, you could clear it away, was he did it all the time. Anytime the ball hit the rim, he just went up and snagged it. He loved that, and I think that allowed him to defensive rebound better. His defense was superb. He played hard. Now, it's a big difference when you're playing 4 10-minute quarters as opposed to 4 12-minute quarters. You could see the way the guys went. And the rotation, they were so deep, Tatum couldn't even get on the floor, that those guys were going to just go as hard as they could. They tapped out and they rotated in. But I thought he played so superbly, and then he allowed Steph to play off the ball. Steph played more like a 2-guard, and they just ran him off all these different screens. So I thought LeBron consistently, I don't think he had a bad segment of minutes on the floor at all, even in the run-up games that they played. And those don't count. Those weren't in the Olympics. But he was magnificent. He was the leader of that team. He was the flag bearer. I thought he was. Steph was extraordinary. Obviously, in the Serbia game, the semifinal game, especially in the first quarter when he got those 17 points, and Team USA was way down in that game. So if he didn't score like that in the first quarter, they may have got knocked out right there. And then he played well down the stretch. He had that steal and end-to-end layup, and then obviously what he did in the gold medal game against France when he made the 4 threes in the last 2:47. But I think the most consistently excellent player from start to finish, every single second he was on the floor. And I've been critical of LeBron throughout his career and his lack of jump shooting and his lack of defense. But the last couple of years he has played harder defense for the Lakers. But I thought he was just superb in these Olympics. So even though Steph's, end of the game, and it's unfortunate they didn't take that into account, I think if I had a vote, and of course I did not have one, I would have voted LeBron James as the MVP of the Olympics.
The only reason I would have voted Steph was I think they get a bronze medal without Steph. I agree with you. It's not that I think that LeBron was bad, because he wasn't. It's not hating on LeBron at all. They probably get a bronze. I mean, if Steph doesn't step up for 34, 36, whatever it was in the semifinal, and then of course his heroics in the fourth quarter of the gold medal game. I mean, they're either getting a bronze or a silver. They're certainly not getting a gold, but the whole thing is really cool. But I found that out this morning from Brian Windhorst. And the other thing I wanted to mention, and then we'll get back to some Giants, and we got Tim Kurkjian coming up at 15 past the hour. Greg Kihn, who's a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer and a Bay Area guy.
Conspiracy?
Yeah,
My love's in jeopardy, baby.
Yeah, and when we were over at the old place years and years ago, he did a morning show
I remember
on one of the rock
hanging out with
stations. So we actually got to know each other. He was a really, really good guy, and he passed away at the age of 75 today. So I'm really bummed out. Yeah, because we were in the studio right next to him, you and I, when we were doing our show, and he did the morning show over there, and so we would pass each other in the hall because we were going into our show and he was coming out of his show, and he was just an incredibly nice guy.
He was a huge hockey fan. He loved hockey.
Huge Sharks fan. Yeah, he was a big hockey fan. And so, yeah, like, you know, I would sing these, but I'm terrible. But, like, Our Love's in Jeopardy and the breakup song and all that kind of stuff. And he was just a great dude, man. And so, 75, that's a bummer, man. So, anyway.
We hung out a few. We had a couple of late nights with Conspiracy. So I did not know he passed.
Yeah, just this morning. So
that's sad. That's sad.
Yeah, he was a great dude, man. It was very cool to us, and I liked him a lot. And what else did I have? Oh, and I know you're a big fan of this guy. Maybe he just rubs people the wrong way, but I think his analysis is really good. RG3 got fired by ESPN today. He had 2 more years left on his deal, so he's out.
Well, obviously they replaced him on Monday Night Countdown with Kelsey, the center, Travis Kelsey.
Yeah.
I don't understand some of the people they keep on that. Is Booger McFarland still employed there?
Yeah.
And they love
crazy?
Ryan Clark, and Ryan actually is a better host than he is analyst. He says some smart things. Sometimes you're thinking, like, what are you watching, brother? I mean, are you out of your mind? And RG3 had a little bit of bluster to him, and there was I think a personal agenda in some of his analysis. But I haven't seen too many guys that and he may have done it other places and I hadn't noticed, but just the ability to look right in that camera and be unflappable. He could command the room when he was on the air. Studio work is hard. Even you see Alex Smith, and Alex is fine, but, you know, there's some uncomfortable. People just aren't comfortable. When you put a camera on a guy and you square him up, like the late great Vita Blue with our shows.
Yep.
You couldn't put a camera on him. I told him, don't shoot the camera, put it over his shoulder, like put me in a 2-shot. If he was singled up on the camera, he would lock up. RG3 was not lined up. He's a quarterback, and he had that look at me kind of mentality. He would say crazy things, but I thought as far as a pure ability to speak on camera, like Nate Burleson, Ryan Clark has that ability. I don't know if he said something in the halls to someone that he shouldn't have said. But it may have been a personal thing. I don't. And, you know, Kelsey's obviously the new flavor, but there are other people that I would have looked at. But it's all opinion. But he 2 years on the contract, and like Ryan Clark, who I sometimes is just like, what's he talking about? What is he watching? Speaking of which, Ryan Clark is tight with Brandon Ayuk.
He is.
Got him on the Pivot podcast and broke some stories about some meetings. 3 weeks from today, the Niners are back from Labor Day. It's a Monday night game to open the season, so that first install day is not a Wednesday. It'll be a Thursday. And I think they will come back and have an extra bonus practice on Labor Day. Maybe Kyle will do it on Tuesday since the game's on a Monday night the next week and not on Sunday. But 3 weeks from today, it is go time. It is get ready for the New York Jets, their defense, which is really good. Robert Saleh, obviously. Sauce Gardner is one of the best, bump and run man cover corners in the NFL. He's going to get Ayuk. So if we're going to get this done, John, it's got to get done at some point here, because 3 weeks from today, it is go time, and you got to be ready to go before you actually go. So I know they're back on the practice field today, and I'll be out there this weekend. We got a game on Sunday against New Orleans, and Tim and I will be broadcasting the game. Any news from 49-49? Is he at practice? Is he wearing red? What the hell is B.A. doing right now?
Yeah, we haven't heard anything. The only thing I read this morning was no traction in the Trent Williams talks, which that's not a good idea, or a positive amount of news. And then have not heard anything whether, I'm looking through the insiders now, Have not heard anything about whether BA is on the field or not. This is just the craziest thing, man. But like you said, you really just put it in perspective because, yeah, it's about being on there on the Monday, but you need them by,
3 weeks from today is installation day for the season opener against the Jets, and they got a great defense. They got a great secondary, and it's time to go. So you don't want them walking in 3 weeks from today and going. You want them walking in as soon as possible to rep it a little bit and maybe even play a little bit. And maybe not in this game, obviously, but the week after, 1 week from today, we're flying to Vegas to play the Raiders on the following Friday, so a week from tomorrow. So it's all of a sudden, training camp is getting about over. Training camp's going to end right before they go to Vegas for the game on the 23rd. The last day of training camp is August 21st. So is he going to miss all of training camp this year?
Could be because, like you said, a lot of these camps that are off location, like the Steelers, for example, they finished up in Latrobe today, and they're out of there. The moving trucks are going. So a lot of these teams, the Niners are obviously at their facility, so that's where they're going to practice. But a lot of these teams that left, like a lot of the NFL teams that went to California, they're starting to pack it up and go. So that's it. And it's pretty much, so like you said, they got to get these guys in here. And again, the story this morning is Trent Williams, no traction at all, and nothing so far from what Brandon Ayuk's doing. So it's the same old. And like you said, another day has passed. So that's not good. It is not good, man. So that's the latest. But haven't heard any injuries or anything like that. That's probably the best of things. But, man, this is dragging out. All right, we'll keep you up to date on that. Let's talk to Tim Kurkjian in just a few minutes. He's going to join us to talk about not only what's going on with the Giants, but we'll widen it out and look at all the races. Plus, I read a story this morning that would be a radical change in baseball as far as starting pitchers are concerned. I can't see this coming, but we'll see if Tim Kurkjian, what he's hearing about it. We'll talk to him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi and Kyle Shanahan both set to join Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. What a guest list. Farhan will join the show at 4:50. Kyle will follow at 5:30. You can hear both interviews on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues. And here's a big one. Steve, what do people do when they can't pay their taxes?
They do a lot of crazy things and harm themselves. Instead of doing that, I'm going to ask them to call us instead for a free consultation to tell them how we can get out of this mess. This is our job. This is what we've done. We've done this for years. Part of what we offer you is stability, longevity, experience. We've been doing this for over 30 years. We have a lot of experience. But the first thing we do is we listen. A lot of times you don't know anywhere near what the government says. That's especially true if you haven't filed tax returns, because the government files punishment returns, and we need to get those canceled. And just filing the returns themselves oftentimes takes care of the problem. But if you really owe the money, there's a lot of things we can do. Like if your former spouse caused the problem, shift it over to them, or your former business partner, shift it over to them. Or ask the government to let you just pay a small part and forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties, or get your monthly payments that you can afford, not what the IRS agent says you can afford, and a lot of other things. I could take up your whole show going over options, but instead of that, I just invite your listeners to call us, talk to me, and let's have our free consultation and explain everything that we want to do for you.
keeping you up at night. You know it. You can't pay your taxes. You got tax returns, unfiled tax returns, any of those kind of things. It's keeping you up at night. You got to call Steve and say, Steve, what can you do for me? Simply call 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob and Lund, thanks for joining us on a Thursday edition of the show. Finale with the Braves and the Giants coming up. Free game in about 30 minutes. Logan Webb versus Max Fried. Let's talk some more baseball. Widen out the lens a little bit. Our good friend Tim Kurkjian from ESPN joined us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Tim. How are you?
I'm well, fellas. How you doing?
Doing good. Before we get into anything else, I read this morning, and it seemed to come out of left field. They're not going to do this thing where they require starting pitchers to go 6, are they?
Well, they're discussing a lot of things right now. You guys recognize that we've lost the value of the starting pitcher in today's game, and I don't think it's a healthy development here. I mean, I'm 67 years old, so I grew up Denny McLain against Bob Gibson in the 68 World Series, and we just don't get that kind of stuff anymore, and our starting pitchers are averaging maybe 5 innings per start. But if you're going to change a rule like that, it's going to take an enormous amount of adjustment and make everything right. So it's something that I know has been discussed, but as far as actually implementing it, we'll see how that works. But I'm in favor of returning the value to the starting pitcher. because I just think we see too many bullpen games and too many times where a starter is just taken out earlier than perhaps he should.
But I don't even know how you would write a rule like that. Like last night, Robbie Ray hits a couple of batters, gives up 3 walks, gives up a grand slam in the very first inning, Tim. He only got a couple of outs, and he threw 39 pitches. You can't run the risk of injury. So, I mean, how would they even write it down on a piece of paper to legislate that?
Well, I don't see any way that anything like that is actually going to work. Now, I've had people tell me you need to tie the start by a starting pitcher into the use of the designated hitter. Again, I don't think this is going to happen either, but let's say you, in order to stop a bullpen game every 4th game, you take your starting pitcher out in the first inning of a game, you lose your DH for the rest of the game. But you can't tie the hands of a manager with this. We've already tied their hands in so many ways. You got to face 3 batters out of the bullpen, and you can't throw over more than twice and all that stuff. If you don't even allow the manager to manage the game because the guy has to stay in for X number of pitches, I just don't think that's going to work.
The great Tim Kurkjian joining us talking some baseball. There was a rule that was being talked about, kind of made public today, that the starters would have to go 6 innings. We asked him about it. As far as the National League, and the Giants are treading uphill now as they're struggling against the Braves, but more importantly right now, what happened to the Diamondbacks and the Padres since the All-Star break that really have kicked them into these hot streaks?
Yeah, this is why baseball's so great, fellas. You didn't really see anything the first couple months of the season that suggested that the Diamondbacks or the Padres were going to get so hot that they were going to be a serious threat to the Dodgers winning the division. And now that is in play. I mean, the Padres are 19-3 since the All-Star break. They've never won 19 out of 22 games in any 22-game stretch in the history of the franchise. And the Diamondbacks are equally hot. Both of those teams are really dangerous clubs right now. The Diamondbacks have a really good offensive team. And once they get their starting pitching healthy, which is on its way, that team could be really something to reckon with in October. And I think they're getting to October. And same with the Padres, the way they swing the bat and, the strength of their starting rotation. So the whole National League has changed, and in part because the Diamondbacks and the Padres have been that good for the last, month.
And coming into this series, this big showdown series, Giants and Braves, the Giants were playing well. The Braves were not, Tim, having lost 7 of 8 and 17 of 27. But they won the first 3, and the first 2 went to extra innings. And the 10th inning now, since COVID, we're starting with a placed runner at second base, and they were able to score a run in their tops, and the Giants didn't know whether to bunt or not. In the bottom, they did different things, and they were 2 just terrific losses, really hard. But my question is, your opinion and what you're hearing is connected to the game as you are. With the pitch clock now and games no longer going 3 hours, they're going 2.5, do we need to start the 10th inning, the 11th inning, with a placed runner at second base like we did earlier? Do you see that rule going away, and do you enjoy this rule?
I don't see it going away, and I don't enjoy it. And I'm with you. Now that the games are 30 minutes shorter, we should be able to play a full extra inning without having to place a ghost runner at second. I've been totally against this rule from the beginning, and I hope they do something about it. But I am really surprised how many people in the game think it's a good idea, and I think it's a bad idea. And I don't see it changing anytime soon. We're trying to keep our players as healthy as possible, and if we overextend them with an extra inning game, maybe they're going to get hurt more often, even though they get hurt all the time. Some of the greatest games I've ever covered, some of the greatest stories I've ever written, have come out of a game that lasted 15 innings or 18 innings or 20 innings. But those days are over from what I can tell, and I don't think that's a good development for baseball.
Yeah, we don't like it, Tim, because they lost to the Braves in 2 consecutive nights because of that rule, so we hate it right now. Could they not, almost follow the lead of other sports where they at least give you a little bit of time, and then if it becomes ridiculous into those later innings where you're running out of pitchers or something, like give them the 10th inning to see if they could do it, or the 10th and the 11th or something? I mean, isn't there a compromise in there someplace?
Well, I would think so, but being a 67-year-old man, I'm not up for a compromise. I think when we're talking about the greatest players in the game, I think it's not too much to ask them to play 15 innings one day, because that's what the game requires. So I don't see a compromise at the moment. I mean, would I take 15 innings over 10? Of course. But, again, I don't think we should ever use a ghost run.
Yeah, I totally agree. Aaron Judge hit another home run last night, his 43rd of the year. Now he has 300 quicker than any player in the history of baseball, 955 games, and about 400 fewer at-bats than Babe Ruth, which is crazy. Just in the American League, and then I want to get your thoughts on the National League. Is Aaron Judge a runaway winner for American League Most Valuable Player? Soto is having an amazing year. Is there still baseball to decide that, or how do you see that race right now?
I think Judge is the MVP. I think he will be the MVP at the end of the season. However, I'm going to watch what Juan Soto does the rest of the season, and, of course, we're going to watch what the Yankees do and what Judge does. I'm also watching Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals. I mean, they won 56 games last year. If they make the playoffs and he carries them into the playoffs and he hits 360, which is not out of the question, and he has a 30-30 year, which he's going to do, and he's doing it all while playing shortstop as being the best player on the team, he takes his team to the playoffs, I'm going to watch that very closely. But Judge has been so amazing, slugging over 700 at this point. He has become such a great all-around player. He's no longer just a big, strong guy who hits a lot of homers. He hits for average. He's a good center fielder. He can run the bases, and he doesn't get hurt much anymore. All that suggests he's going to be the MVP, but I'm not calling the race over with 6 weeks to go.
That's a great call. Tim Kurkjian joining us, talking some baseball. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. The other one that intrigues me is the Rookie of the Year in the National League, because I thought Paul Skeens was running away with it. But if there's a face of this Padres resurgence, it's Jackson Merrill, and the catch he made the other night in center when he's never played that position in his life up until this year. 20-year-old kid. I don't think he can drink a beer yet. Boy, the way that he has led that resurgence for the Padres, man, he's got to get some votes, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's right there with Paul Skeens for Rookie of the Year, which is really saying something. But you said it. He's a shortstop, and they needed him to play the outfield. So they took a 20-year-old and put him in a foreign position for a team that was supposed to be a contender and has been. And for him to play the way he has, made the All-Star team, getting all the big hits. He's got 5 home runs, fellas, this year that have put his team ahead or tied the game in the 8th inning or later. The last guy to have that many at age 21 or younger was Frank Robinson in 1956. So, yes, Jackson Merrill is right there with Paul Skeens and probably others for Rookie of the Year in the National League.
Yeah, the Cubs have a couple of guys, but they do put 3 on the ballot ultimately. So you want to be in that top 3. And Tyler Fitzgerald, Fitzmagic here, what he's doing, he had another home run last night, Tim. He's got 15 this year. He's got 17 home runs the first 60 games of his career. The only other Giant to do that is the greatest player of all time, Willie Howard Mays. So this story about Tyler Fitzgerald's insane, isn't it?
It is. And, his dad played briefly in the major leagues. Tyler Fitzgerald was kind of an undersized, high school, college kid. And then, he has grown into that body. I've never heard anyone say he has this kind of power, but he's showing this kind of power. And to do it at the shortstop position is amazing. And he's such a great athlete, and that matters so much in this game that if adjustments need to be made, he can make them because his body is so athletic. This is a really impressive run that this kid is on. I mean, Barry Bonds, whatever it was, 11 homers in 17 games. Barry Bonds was the last guy to do that. That's pretty heady company there.
Absolutely. Tim, thank you so much for your time. We're always smarter after having talked to you. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you again real soon.
All right, fellas. See you. Bye.
Take care.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir. He's gone.
He's got
the Mike Lombardi, Al Davis goodbye.
It's the best. It's just the best. It's like he's just got to go, man.
It's like he's stealing second base.
Exactly.
He's like, we're holding him on at first, and then he's like, sorry, got to go. He's gone. Wow, where are you going?
It's the best exit in all of sports, man. It is so much fun to talk to him. But then
What a
it's
good guy. He loves ball.
like that.
He
Does, man. He loves baseball. All right, that's Tim Kurkjian. Good stuff. All right, we'll get ready for day baseball. The Giants try to salvage one today at Oracle Park. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
nothing wrong with that groin.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. It's going to be tough for the Giants. We just talked to Tim Kurkjian about a number of Major League Baseball issues, but here's the deal. Braves today. Hopefully Logan Webb and the boys can get one. Then they get a day off. Then Saturday and Sunday, their last trip to Oakland. The White Sox back at home for 3. Seattle, which they're not a playoff team right now, but they're tough. Then at the Brewers, Marlins, you get a break. But then it's the Diamondbacks, Padres, Brewers, Padres, Orioles, Royals, D-backs. So after the Marlins, they play all playoff teams and even the Cardinals in that last series with Brandon Crawford, who's still on that roster, by the way. They're could be fighting for a playoff spot themselves. So not going to be easy in these final 39 games for the Giants after this disastrous Braves series. And I think that's an apt word, disastrous so far. Yes.
It could not have gone worse. You've lost all 3 games in the way that they lost them. And we're not in the clubhouse, but just talking to people who were there, it just seems the nature of the first 2 losses, losing them both by the placed runner in extra innings, having a great game by Snell, go for naught, and then come back Tuesday in the controversy over Tyler Fitzgerald and the bunt. And it just seemed like it took a lot out of him, and then it could not have gone worse in the top of the first last night with Robbie Ray. So I understand the schedule coming up, but today is the day. And this is Logan Webb. He's the leader of this baseball team in so many regards. He needs to go out and pitch well, and they need to find a way to score. And Max Fried has not pitched as well. He was on the IL. Max Fried was an all-star this year. He and Logan Webb are both teammates on the National League All-Star team. He's a really accomplished pitcher. But his last 2 outings, he's allowed 10 runs, 9 earned, and 8 1/3. He's got swing and miss stuff. He struck out 15 of the 44 batters he's faced. He's got great stuff, but you just got to find a way. They didn't score against Grant Holmes last night. Max Fried is a more accomplished pitcher, obviously, like Charlie Morton and not, like Sale. But they have got to win today, John. This is even if Logan Webb is struggling today, this is where Bob Melvin needs to manage like Bochy. You've got to be aggressive, and he didn't wait to go get Robbie Ray. And Robbie Ray threw 39 pitches in the first inning. He had to get him out. And his velocity was down. There's a lot to be concerned about there. But today we'll worry about the A series and the White Sox. And they've got to win today. They cannot get swept going into the home off day tomorrow. And just the math of it, it's a dodgeball game. It's a twofer. You win today. You're within 5 of the loss column with 38 to go. That's doable. Now, they get the tiebreaker, so it's really 6. If you lose today, you drop 7 back in the loss, which feels like 8 because they have the tiebreaker. So I'm not going to say if they don't win today, they mathematically cannot come back. But do the math here. They need to win the baseball game today. They know it. Now they got to go out and just do it. They cannot get the last time they were swept at home in this ballpark in a 4-game series. You're doing diamond notes. We're going back to 2002 against the L.A. Dodgers. They have not been swept in their home ballpark in a 4-game series going back to 2002. Now, that was a great year for them. It wound up in heartbreak. But here's one even for you that's even more amazing. The last time the Braves swept a 4-game road series against the Giants, it was the Milwaukee Braves against the New York Giants at the Polo Grounds in 1956. That was Mays against Aaron. McCovey and Cepeda weren't even here yet. They weren't in San Francisco yet. So You can't get swept in a 4-game series in your home ballpark, and certainly not in this series that we built as the biggest of the year to these Braves.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were saying a few days ago. I was thinking to myself, okay, if they win 3 of 4, which is what the Braves are going to do at the very worst, they could have actually overtaken the Braves. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. And now they're trying to, as you just said there, I mean, it's historic if they lose this and then they get a day off, and then the A's are tougher than you think. You brought this up yesterday. I wouldn't have known this, where we're talking so much about the Diamondbacks and the Padres being as hot as they are, and they are. And then the Dodgers would be the third hottest team since the break, and then the A's, who they lost yesterday. And by the way, the Mets must be running out of ideas. The person who threw out the first pitch Mets A's today, hawked to a girl. So I thought her 15 minutes were up, but apparently not. So she threw out the first pitch of the A's and Mets game today. But I don't even know if they can do it from here. But they need to win today because the team that is most vulnerable is the Braves. And as you just pointed out, you get 8 games back. There's 39 games left in the season. Let's be realistic. And with as tough as the schedule is that I just laid out there, and a lot of those games being on the road, it's just going to be really difficult for them to overcome this. They've just so many different things. And then in addition to that, the one thing you and I often talk about is, okay, throw all that stuff out. Throw all the negative, and it's running out of time and everything like that. What would lead you to believe that this team, who has been so inconsistent in scoring runners and doing baseball fundamentals, and ever since Farhan said this was the best rotation in baseball, they're 5-4 with a 5-10 in their starting rotation in August. They just haven't shown the ability to consistently be a good baseball team, let alone what the numbers say in the uphill climb that looks like.
Just win today. They got to win today. They're off tomorrow, and the probables are out for the A's series, and they're not going to skip Hayden Birdsong. They're going to pitch on him on Saturday, and then roll with Blake Snell on Sunday. Then Snell will pitch probably Friday, going back to his native Seattle. And J.P. Sears is pitching against the Giants on Sunday. Last time I saw him, they could not hit him at all. So just win today. Today is critical. So I've thrown on my sport coat. I got the white shirt on. How do I look? I look good. I got to get the hair a little moosed up.
Yeah,
but here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I'm not going with the Louboutins or the Gucci shoes. You know what we're doing tonight? Can I raise my foot high enough?
By the way, the hair is on point today.
We're going with the. Can you see these?
Let me see.
Well, let me take it off.
Just let me see the shoe.
I just popped a hammy. I'm going with the Contos kicks today.
Yeah,
we're bringing these out.
Yeah, because
as George would say,
out, right?
These are fire.
Yeah.
These are fly.
I like those.
George gave me these right during a post-game show a couple of years ago. I bought a big box out, and I sat on my ass, and I took off my Louboutins, whatever I was wearing, the
Jordan
Gucci.
ones.
These are a slump buster, John.
Yes.
Slump buster. Not a redhead. Orange feet are the slump buster. That's what we're doing today.
So you are doing the suit with the – see, but those are different.
Yeah,
like you wear the Jordan ones like that.
I know. I broke my rule. Well, I'm not wearing suit pants. You want me to show you my pants?
Yes, let's see your pants now.
Do you want me to do the Lance
YouTube and
Retzel?
Twitch, please.
No,
are you wearing shorts today? Let me see.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not wearing shorts.
No shorts?
We'll put it on TV in a minute here. I don't want.
Okay.
Do I got to jump up to show you?
Yeah, you got to stand up. I got to.
No, I got to bring the camera down. I'm wearing. They're not jeans, but they're a little more casual look. So it's a little.
So you're not. You're obviously not doing.
I'm not.
You're not doing.
No, I'm not wearing a suit. I'm not wearing a suit. It's more of a casual look.
Up and down.
But I am breaking my fashion rules.
You got, like,
I don't subscribe to rules for fashion. I have my own. But but I'm not a fashionista. But anyway, the main thing is I'm breaking out the Contos kicks.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
To end this losing.
So you're behind the desk clearly today, right?
No, we're standing. We're standing. We're standing.
Okay. Very nice.
We're standing.
Very nice.
Standing. Yeah, we're standing.
Yeah, no, I got.
But I got to wear pants. If we were just behind the desk with no, I'd go Lance Retzel, John. I would.
It's the pleats and the pants.
When all the laughter died in sorrow.
Oh my God. The hair is.
They better win today. Today's the biggest game of the year, Logan Webb.
Yeah, you went with the Bumble and Bumble heavy today, man. It's fluffy, very fluffy.
No, I
nice.
haven't. No, I got to go Matt it down.
You haven't done that yet?
I just met for the first time Chip Carey's kid. Does the A's games. He's on A's pre and post. Chip's got twins that are both broadcasters. Right? I don't know what's his name.
He's Chris, looks, right? Chris.
He's Chris.
Right? Yeah, because him and his twin brother did games at AA.
How old is he?
I think he's 24, 25, wow. 24, 25, something like that.
When I came to the Bay Area, I was 24. When I started in Indiana, I was 21. But I'm looking at him, and I'm like, I remember when your dad looked like you when he was that young. I'm like, whoa.
Oh, I know his grandfather.
So that's Harry Carey's great-grandson. It's Skip Carey's grandson and the Chip's son. I said, if you're a true Carey, you're going out drinking with me right after the game is over.
Exactly. If you got your grandfather blood, you're drinking on set, actually. All right, Pop. Have a great pregame show. We will talk at you tomorrow. We got Giants baseball coming up right now. I'll give you world-famous diamond notes. We'll check in with the booth as well. Trying to salvage one. Day baseball next on the Sports Leader.
It's some Thursday afternoon baseball here at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Final game of the 4-game series, Giants and the Atlanta Braves. Great pitching matchup today. Logan Webb against the Braves lefty Max Fried, and the Giants, they're feeling like they got to win this one. I'm Dave Fleming along with John Miller. Full pregame show to come. Giants Braves baseball on the radio.
Hey, everybody, it is August 15th in Giants history. Let's go back 19 years to 2005 and highlight not just a great Giant, but a great ex-Giant, too, because Randy Wynn is still here in the Bay Area, and he's doing tremendous work, not just on NBC Sports Bay Area, post-games, pre-games, but also with the Giants Community Fund board. I mean, Randy's the real deal. He's just a good person, and oh, by the way, he could hit. Because on this day in 05, 8/15/05, in Cincinnati, Randy Wynn hit for the cycle. The Giants were opening a 4-game series at Great American Ballpark. And Randy Wynn, who the Giants had just acquired 2 weeks earlier than this date for, well, Marin County's own Jesse Foppert and catcher Yorvit Torrealba. They got shipped to Seattle for Randy Wynn, and Wynn leads off the game with a single. And then he leads off the third inning and hits a home run. So it's a 2-1 ball game. Reds are winning. In the fourth inning, Randy Wynn doubles to left. Okay, we're doing the math here. He needs just a triple for the cycle. And you know how that goes. That's a hard one to get. It's the sixth inning. Randy Kiesler is pitching for the Reds, but Randy Winn is going to do it.
Randy Winn takes one to right center field. This one will get down for a base hit. It'll roll all the way to the wall. Ken Griffey Jr. will pick it up. Winn is going to go to third, and Randy Winn has hit for the cycle. Randy Winn with a single, a homer, a double, and now he gets the triple.
Hey, that's our buddy, Greg Papa, voice of the Niners, and of course our midday host. He was doing the Giants back in 2005, and Randy Winn becomes the 8th San Francisco Giant to hit for the cycle in front of Greg Papa and the Cincinnati Reds. JT Snow, by the way, 3 for 5 that day, and Kevin Correa went through 5 innings. He got the win, and the Giants win the game 7-3 on Randy Winn's cycle day, August 15, 2005. Hey, before we go, our ongoing tributes to Willie Mays, who we lost. August 15, 1969, of course, Willie did something. It was a day ending in Y. He hit his 597th career homer in the 8th. By the way, his buddy Dick Dietz, the catcher, he hit a 2-run homer in that game, too, and the Giants beat the Cubs 3-0 at Candlestick. I don't know what to tell you guys other than Juan Marichal threw a complete game shutout. Of course he did. It was another day ending in Y. Juan Marichal, unbelievable. His 42nd shutout, his 188th complete game, and he had a lot more to go. It was his 14th win of the season on August 15, 1969. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
It is always a good day when you can talk to John Miller. The Giants try to salvage one of the 4 against the Braves, and they got a day off, a couple crossing the bridge against the A's, and the White Sox come to town, so maybe good things ahead. But I got to ask you, John, my Dauber's down. I was glad to hear that I was talking to you today. You got anything to make us feel better? The series has not been fun.
The way I handle that kind of stuff is I just offload it as if it never happened.
There you go.
Because,
good idea.
While it's happening, I get really kind of down. I don't know. I don't think I have a Dauber.
No.
Who has a Dauber?
I don't even know what a Dauber is, to be honest with you. I just thought I would use that term because I've heard it, but I don't even know what it means.
I think Dennis Higgins was the last guy I heard use that on the air. So, anyway, and he was trying to help me. He was like saying, "Ron, don't get your Dauber down."
Yeah, the Dauber's never up. It always seems to be down. Nobody says your Dauber's up.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how it works.
If it gets down, then you're in bad shape. That's But I think if the Giants win today, then everything will feel like it's all right, and it always seems to work that way in this game. But I think the Giants come in, and it is getting a little desperate now. They're once again 4.5 back of Atlanta for that 3rd and final wild card spot, and they're in a 3-way tie with the Cardinals and the Reds for the 5th spot, and you got to be one of the top 3 to make that wild card. The Mets did win last night. They had lost a few in a row. So they're 2 back of Atlanta, and the Giants are 2.5 behind them. So we got to get this turned around and back to where they were, because they had gone 12-3, which is just what you had hoped. And I think, and I did bring this up with Bob Melvin and his show today, still to come here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Sometimes when a team starts losing, there are the games. There's games like last night. You just got destroyed. Okay, you lost it. They beat you, but the ones that can put you into a streak, a bad streak, are the games that you could have won and you didn't. And that is where those first two games of this series fell in, because the Giants could have won and feel like they should have won each one of those games, winnable games. So instead of sitting with a 2-1 record in the series, now they're riding a 4-game losing streak and desperately need a win today. And if they get it, then they'll be 3.5 back of Atlanta. Not what they had hoped, not the best, but still very doable. But they're going to have to get hot. Now they have 2 games with Oakland, and we know Oakland's a team with a bad record, but they're a pretty good bad team right now. And also then 3 with the White Sox, who are the bad team in baseball in several years. But just the other day, they beat the Yankees. What was it, 12-2, 11-2?
Yeah.
They just destroyed them. Didn't see that one coming. And for a team that had just lost 21 in a row a few days before, ending that streak. And then they were ahead of the Yankees 2-1 in the 7th inning last night. And then they gave up a sacrifice fly with the runner at second in the 7th inning. And the right fielder and the left fielder both going for it. The right fielder made a backhanded running catch as the center fielder hit the deck to try and avoid colliding with him. And it was like a football game or a soccer match. He made a sliding tackle. The right fielder caught it, tripped over him, and went flying. He held onto the ball, but he was in a heap at the base of the outfield wall. And that runner at second had tagged up, and he scored. That's how they got the tying run. The runner from second scored on a sacrifice fly. So that's what happens when you have a record like the White Sox. But so the Giants are going to have to now really do well, I think, in these next 6 games. That's huge for them, because then the schedule turns. The Giants next week, they go to Seattle, a contending team. Then they go to Milwaukee, a first-place team. And 30 of their last 33 games are against contending teams with winning records, and teams that are going to be tough to beat. So they have one series with Miami here around the, I guess, Labor Day weekend, and that's about it for the Giants. Otherwise, they're playing all top teams, and the Giants are going to have to, I think, get themselves into as strong a position as possible before they enter that stretch. It's going to be tough. I mean, it can be done, but it can be tough to go those last 33 games and expecting to go, 23-10 or whatever against that level of competition.
But that's what it's going to take to make the playoffs. I already feel better, John. I don't know why, but it's just hearing your voice. We'll come back and we'll talk about Max Fried versus Logan Webb as the Giants try to get one at Oracle Park before they cross the bridge after a day off tomorrow. Giants baseball, Diamond Notes, only here on the Sports Leader. Back with John Miller, trying to get one against the Braves at Oracle Park before they get a day off tomorrow, and then they take on the A's a couple after that, and then they come back and take on the White Sox. Well, John, the perfect guys on the mound, Logan Webb, of course, last 3 starts, 0.83 ERA, 18 strikeouts, and just 5 walks. So if we're being optimistic, Logan Webb is the guy you want on the mound.
He's good. He's good. There's no question about it. And by the way, Darren Chan, D.C., he looked up dauber, and that was a phrase that Roger Craig used to use.
There
Things
you
would
go.
start going bad, he'd tell the players, "No, don't get your dauber down."
That's right.
But I looked up dauber, and it's like a mud wasp has a dauber. So, and a lot of artists use what they call daubers, which are an entirely different thing. They're like little sponges or whatever, or brushes that they use to apply paint or while they're making their art. So I don't think Roger Craig was referring to that kind of dauber, though.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, I guess I should just not say words that I hear. I should actually look them up to see what they even mean.
How about this one? Hum baby.
Yeah, I like that better,
Okay,
actually.
there you go. So hum baby, don't get your dauber down. And don't get your dauber down, John. I should have just said that right away when you told me your dauber was down.
It was down. But like I said, talking to you makes me feel better. Even, by the way, I needed to compliment you on this. When you were on pregame in Washington and your correspondent, like if I was hiring for an NBC correspondent, like Tom Brokaw, like you were just, it was amazing. I laughed in my car. My dauber was up, if that's possible, but it was very well done by you, but I expect nothing less.
I wanted to be Walter Cronkite when I was a kid. I didn't want to be a baseball broadcaster.
Right.
That's the way it is. Sunday, September 15th. I'm Walter Cronkite, CBS News.
Oh, you could have done that in a second.
Now let's go down to the convention floor, and here's Dan Rather. Dan?
You could have been
know,
America's
Dan.
most trusted newsman, easily.
They look like a bunch of thugs to me, Dan. Yeah.
Outstanding. See, I know people are feeling better driving around in their car.
Well, my wife and I were in the I think they called it the North Ridge earthquake, big quake in Southern California. We were in Beverly Hills, as it turns out. There were some awards. I was up for an award, TV award down there, and we had the big earthquake, and it was crazy. All the lights went out in the hotel, and we were in a good hotel. So we went downstairs, and coming down the stairs with us was Pelé, the great soccer player. And I thought, oh, that's a good sign. And then when we got down into the lobby with everybody else, there was Walter Cronkite. I told my wife, hey, the most trusted man in America is here. I think everything's going to be fine. Yeah. So
that's amazing. What a cross section, Pelé to Walter Cronkite. Wow,
yeah, well,
that's amazing.
They were all up for awards, I guess.
Oh yeah, of course. There you go. Very nice.
All right,
John, have a tremendous call. We always appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Next time we speak, the Giants may have won 5 in a row by then.
Absolutely.
What do you
Stay
think?
positive. Yeah, sure. There we go. There's your music, John.
CBS News reporter.
That's awesome. Thanks, John.
Go to Washington and John Lund.
Tom Brokaw here. No, I don't have my Brokaw down like you. Outstanding. Thank you, John.
All right.
That is the great John Miller, the Hall of Famer. He's going to be on the call, and we're going to feel better about things. I'll give you Diamond Notes and the rest. We'll go around baseball, all those things, as we get you ready for day baseball, only here on the Sports Leader. Thanks for joining us for Diamond Notes. John Lund with you as we get you ready for the Braves and the Giants. Day baseball got a salvage one. Logan Webb is a good one to have on the mound. We'll get into that in just a second, but it's been a long time since the Giants got swept in a 4-game series at home, 2002 to be exact, so let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Let's start with your keys to the game. Brought to us by our good friends at Stevens Creek Infinity, where luxury is affordable. Visit StevensCreekInfinity.com for obtainable luxury without the high price tags. How about let's score some runs? The Giants as a team have hit 188. 5 doubles, 3 triples, and 2 home runs, both by Tyler Fitzgerald with just a .530 OPS during this homestand and only 2.5 runs per game in the 6 games so far. They got beat 13-2 last night, so scoring some runs, that would be nice. Player to bank on, Poppy Bank. Poppy Bank located throughout California. Poppy Bank is here to help you hit your financial goals. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender. To me, it has to be Logan Webb. He has to be his old self, and I just gave you some numbers with John Miller, but I'll talk about him again, and then we'll talk a little bit more about Logan Webb in a second. But over his last 3 starts, an 0.83 ERA with 18 strikeouts for Logan Webb, so he has been the stopper in August. A lot of other guys have struggled. Robbie Ray after last night, 4 starts, 7.31 ERA. Birdsong over his last couple of starts with a 17 ERA, and Kyle Harrison, who lost the other night, he's got an ERA in his last 3 starts of 7.43. So Farhan said it was the best rotation in baseball. Some guys have struggled. Young guys, Robbie Ray coming off of Tommy John, but Logan Webb has been consistent. In fact, let's get more into it. Starting pitchers brought to us by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. A Logan Webb last time out, and he's 10-8 now, earned the win against the Tigers on Saturday. 1 run, 4 hits, 1 walk with 8 strikeouts over 7. So Logan Webb was great, his normal self, and he gives the bullpen a break almost every time he goes out to the mound. Max Fried, on the other hand, he has been struggling lately. Didn't factor into the decision and win over Colorado. He allowed 5 runs, 4 earned, 7 hits, and 3 walks over 5. He has struggled. 3 base runners in his first 3 innings, led to 5 runs. Again, you're pitching in Colorado, so that's tough. But he's allowed 4 more runs in back-to-back starts since returning from the injured list and at least 3 walks. So maybe being patient at the plate would help the Giants a little bit today. Who's hot? That's brought to us by Valley Heating and Cooling, electrical and solar, locally and family owned for 62 years. I got to be honest with you, on the homestand, everybody's been struggling. Anyone close to it, that would be Tyler Fitzgerald, as close as the Giants have the hot. 3 for 14 in this homestand, but he does have the Giants' only 2 home runs, so we'll call it that. We got the X Factor still, the out-of-town scoreboard. We'll give you that coming up next as we get you ready for more Diamond Notes, the Giants and the Braves, only here on the Sports Leader. Diamond Notes continue as the Giants try to get one in this series against the Braves, and they're off tomorrow. They take on the A's across the bridge for 2, and then they've got the White Sox, and then things get kind of tough for the Giants as we come down the stretch with 39 games left to go. Let's give you the X Factor today, brought to us by our good friends at Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. Runners in scoring position, we've talked about it all season long. Situational hitting 2 for 6 with runners in scoring position yesterday, 3 for 24. That's 125 with runners in scoring position in this series, and they're 21 for 129 since July 30th. So essentially you're talking about all of August, which is a 163 batting average with an OPS of 478. So that's not good, but you already knew that. That is our X Factor, brought to us by our good friends at Casino Matrix. And finally, let's go out of town with your Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. One game in action right now, and it's the A's. The Mets have come back. This one's gone back and forth. Top of the 5th inning, the Mets lead the A's 6-5. This one just going as well. The Mariners up 1-0 on the Orioles, and the Dodgers and the Brewers are tied at 3. That's the only action going on right now. And again, the lineup for the Giants today with Logan Webb on the mound. Tyler Fitzgerald's going to lead off. Mark Canha's at first base, and he's hitting second. Elliot Ramos is your DH today, hitting third. Matt Chapman, of course, third base, hitting fourth. Encarnacion is hitting fifth. He's in left field today. Mike Yastrzemski in right. Casey Schmidt at second base. Kirk Casale in for Bailey today. Patrick Bailey finally getting the day off. He's been struggling. And Grant McCray made his major league debut yesterday, went 0 for 4. He's in center field, and he is batting ninth. Those are your Diamond Notes, trying to salvage one against the Braves before a day off and going across the bridge. That is Diamond Notes Day Baseball. Giants and Braves only here on the Sports Leader.